Testing 1, 2, 3. Just give us a thumbs up, guys, if you can hear. Appreciate that. Thanks, Tino. Good man. Yeah, I had a off-topic story, but I had a phone I've had for less than 5 months, a Xiaomi phone, and the back expanded on it at the weekend. The thing like bloated. It was the battery. I couldn't figure it out until I noticed in my hand. So I replaced it with a new phone, and I've been setting it up for a day. As always, there's no real format to the VC. The format is that we talk about most things in our own way and on our own time, and obviously no shilling or etc. We've had a pretty interesting week. I think the macro background is beginning to line up, and just from my own perspective, we really do focus on short term, but I think that's a psychological aspect to this journey. I do it myself, and I catch myself, and I just try and remember the bigger picture about why we're here, and our expectations, and the achievements that have been made on this chain in general. So I'm very focused and interested in the macro, the regulatory side of things, and seeing this play out sometime, hopefully later in the year. A lot of people are citing 4th of July, etc. But you might see something happen slightly beforehand, and I think the political environment may dictate that a little sooner. I wouldn't expect, personally, I'm not expecting to see anything until long after July, but just to see the wheels turn. Let's see the wheels turn, and see what happens with clarity. It's very exciting in general. The distribution aspect has again been quite interesting this week. It's some data I shared with 99 and Dr. Pegger, and we saw a lot of new addresses join in cohorts that you wouldn't see unless you were looking. I'll read some of that back, actually, because I find it very interesting where this is headed. So between the 18th and yesterday, the 1 to 5 million cohort added 133 addresses and lost 57, and that was a net of 76 addresses gained. You'd expect to see that, like that's what I've been seeing for several months, that pattern. It's always the churn is always in that smaller cohort. The 5 to 10 million cohort weakened overall, and I didn't expect to see that. And a lot of the addresses were either no longer present in the May 25th holder file or just moved into the adjacent cohorts. So the 10 to 15 million cohort is where things stood out far more than usual. And it finished up adding 10 addresses, but that came from 22 addresses entering and 12 leaving. And what stood out from that in itself was that 16 of those addresses weren't present in the May the 18th holder file, which I found really unusual. The 15 to 20 million cohort strengthened because some addresses came down into it from 20 to 30 million, and a few up into it from below. I think I just mentioned that actually. And the 20 to 30 million cohort weakened mostly because addresses moved down into 15 to 20 million. Yeah, that's correct. So it's this, we're getting back to this shuffling the deck angle. And there's been, for the last month, a lot of movement in the higher cohorts, which just that pattern hadn't been there for a long time until now. So that's just something I've been seeing. And where supposedly 80+% of the total supply of DAI is rumored to be owned by pioneers, the metric is really hard to it's really hard to tie it back to just regular holders like ourselves. So I'm just less inclined to be posting it as so with such frequency. So I just reconsidered that, and I'm tracking it all the time, but I'll be posting it a little less frequently, unless there's some event which would like some huge sell or an exploit or something like that. But that's what I've been up to.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Awesome.
Tino, how are you?
Yeah.
I hope you.
I'm well, thanks. Yeah, no, thank you for that. It was good to know sort of what's going on and whether if there's any sort of movements which seem to be quite interesting. Yeah, like I've been sort of digging into sort of obviously having to wait for this whole bull market to play out, and takes a long time and so forth. I started like using AI to like essentially self-soothe myself, and sort of like there are a bunch of self-help books I've read recently, and I started to test AI as to whether they understood the concepts of those books, and I found that they were quite helpful and stuff. So I started looking at things like reality transurfing and the book The Game of Life and things like that. And something interesting I sort of discovered, which was really strange, but it kind of lined up with what I had. The explanation was quite cogent in the sense that that a lot of people, including myself, we bought crypto because we basically wanted to escape the matrix and so forth. Like, the tyranny of the government, the tyranny of your wage cage, the tyranny of whatever. And I discovered from some of these books and with the help of AI that if you're investing and this is what they told me, and I wouldn't necessarily say this is the gospel truth, as a sort of a disclaimer, but I found that if you invest, I learned that for myself. If you invest because you're looking to run away or you're looking to battle the tyranny, what happens is subconsciously, what will happen is that that will reflect onto you. And basically, for example, you're saying I want to buy pDAI or any investment because I don't like my boss and I don't like the government debasing my currency. So what happens is, according to the book, the universe reflects that on you by giving you a government manipulated minus 90% on your bags, and you're like, oh, okay, right. It's not because they wanted to and they target you specifically, but it's simply a reflection of what your subconscious is thinking, which is, I have to fight, I have to, I don't have enough. And then I looked into why it's taking so long to pump. And I said, you know what, 90%, 99% times 2, you know what, I can hold through anything. I can hold through whatever pain and misery I'm going to endure, I can endure it. And then I was guided to a conclusion that if you approach your investing in the position of, fighting and holding through pain and suffering, the universe will continue to give you minus 90%, etc., over a long period of time, because you're emanating a position of fighting and struggling. So I looked at that and went, okay, well, how do I sort of change the way I think? And I think I posted a few articles or a few little paragraphs that I had gotten, and basically they said that the AI essentially told me, applying the principles of these books I read, were that you invest to cement your financial future. You're already safe and stable and protected, and you're investing to expand, not to fight or to run or to fortress up. And in terms of the pain and in terms of having to hold through 90% drawdowns over an extended period of time, being underwater for an extended period of time, instead of thinking of it in terms of, I'm holding 90% because I need to prove that I can hold my minus 90%, I can fight through stuff which people would capitulate around me left, right, and center. You say that I hold through the minus 90% because I can discipline myself to receive the blessing which happens afterwards. And all I'm doing is I'm simply navigating what is basically bad weather in the financial sort of sphere. And I found it. I'm like, yeah, I hope this is all true. Maybe not, but it certainly helps me sort of cope with going through, this sort of period in time. And I think I posted these examples in the chat a day ago or something like that. They're quite chunky paragraphs, so you could probably search and find them. But I thought I found that stuff quite useful to me, at least. So hopefully it might be useful to others. The books I used were Reality Transurfing by Vadim Zeland and The Game of Life by Florence Scovel Shinn. And I think those two are pretty good books to read in general anyway, while you're waiting for everything to like wrap together again. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
That's a great 2 cents. And what any reasonable thinking person should take from that is that you are proactive about managing expectations rather than leaning into the what would it be like shared sentiment without. If you're in a group of people and you may fall foul of the echo chamber aspect, and people start believing things they haven't researched themselves or verified for themselves, you can find yourself in a real tricky frame of mind, and it can last for months. If you are talking to people, like having conversations just like we're having, which is I think was a big part of starting these VCs in the first place. If we're talking, we're learning. But if we're just leaning into each other's, I think you mentioned the misery of waiting, the hardship of waiting. If you just lean into all the nouns that go with that, then you'll start to think like that, and you'll be less inclined to do due diligence on claims that have been made. And even if you're talking to an AI and not a person, AI can be incredibly useful. It's a darn sight more useful than it was 2 years ago. So I think we're at a point where that the ship that you mentioned, I think the people on board it now are the ones, I think they're the ones that will make it. We've lost many, many, many people along the way. And that's just going back to the tables again. You can see it. A lot of that noise that people lean into was in that 1 to 5 million cohort where I feel there's all the trading activity exists. People are more inclined to gamble with small amounts, and that's generally where the small amounts are. So, yeah, great study, good story.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Yeah, I guess the ultimate takeaway, the TLDR takeaway for anyone who's sort of joined now is essentially, I think we need to condition ourselves into giving ourselves assurance that no matter what happens with pDAI or any Richard Hart coins or any sort of coins at all, or any sort of investments that you go through, crypto or otherwise, is that everything's taken care of and the universe is on our side, and that things will work out no matter what sort of the result is, whether a pDAI pegs or it only goes up to 10 cents or it goes to 0 or whatever. Like, things will work out. You just have to allow it to work out and not get in your own way. That's probably the ultimate takeaway of it and stuff. And of course, having a clearer mind does help a lot in terms of actually thinking through things clearly. And like, instead of just concentrating on the pain, you concentrate on the fact that there's been all this activity and this activity is not coincidental, or the probability of it being coincidental is so low that there's more faith in thinking that it's not coincidental than it is. And basically, and looking at the objective facts about how consumer sentiment is still low and how everyone's positioned for everything to go to 0, which is naturally a good thing to do and so forth. It helps do that, but I think ultimately, whatever happens, we're all taken care of, and things will work out as long as we let it work out and we don't narrow our minds into either forcing something to work out or thinking that nothing will work out, basically. Yeah.
Good. Really listening to that. It's nice to hear people talk from their the soulful angles about expectation, universal law, and I enjoy that. That's my way of thinking. I mean, I don't know about you, but I feel I feel a lot happier in this than not a part of it. You look at you can spend an hour looking at the lizard media about the way financial markets work and the politics, the internal politics works around regulation and the delays, and the obfuscation that's gone with it for the past, well, since mainnet, I really started paying attention to it. But I'd much rather be here and taking risk and waiting on some I don't even know what opportunity would exist on the other side. I'm much happier here.
I honestly reckon that pDAI is probably one of the least hopium communities in Pulsechain. Like, there's actual facts and evidence and stuff backing up the claims. It's not just, oh, Richard, please pump my bags. Yeah.
There's a lot of we many people tend to focus on small events and turn them into something that's that they're not, or things don't play out. There's a lot of that. But when you add them all together, all these little pieces, there's actually little elements of truth and findings. If you put them together, which I've watched Dr. Beggar do it rather well. He takes aspects of many posts, and I think he uses Claude. He uses it rather well. And I see a lot of those stories that didn't quite play out as expected furnish into something sort of tangible, mindfully, and they start to make better sense. The basics, it's still the basics that ring true for me. We have team to place it outside of the jurisdiction of a regulatory giant like the SEC. And I think that is just the most remarkable aspect to all of this. If that's the foundation of everything, then surely it's room to let flourish the assets on the chain. I'm not interested, like personally, I'm not interested in meme coins or anything like that. But it does give, it arguably gives a greater opportunity to all those things on the chain as well. And just look at what's going on with every other chain out there. They've not had a good run of things. It's like every couple of weeks there's some event taking place on the chain. There's nothing negative happening regards security and exploits happening at foundation level on this chain. It inspires a lot of confidence just at the basics. And then a lot of the assessment is like extremely technical, and it takes, I think it takes the average person about a week to get their head around it. And even then, you've got to stay up to speed. And by the time you've gotten up to speed and you think you understand it, a new assessment arrives with some slightly different take, or it alters from time to time. And I think for me, it puts me off pursuing or taking. I used to take at sort of face value a lot of the assessment, and I put the time in, and then you feel a bit aggrieved because you put the time in, it doesn't play out like you think it will. So I just lean into basics. And the longer we go without upset, the stronger things look. And I think that's more and more that's becoming like a benchmark for this chain. Hope all of that makes sense. I'm kind of speaking off the cuff, but yeah.
Makes perfect sense to me, Osprey. I just thought to say hello to everyone.
Hey man, how's it going?
I'm good, mate. I'm really good. I've just hearing both what you and Tenor Sands were saying. I really like what you said about the research, because Claude is my primary usage, by the way. I find it's far superior to ChatGPT and other AI models that are out there. There's a couple good ones, but that's the main one that I use purely because of the UI. I love the UI. I love the UI and the UX, and I love the fact that it's so connected to code. So if you want to code anything, you can just literally just ask it instantly, and it'll instantly develop something for you. I love that. I love that. It's just like from theory to product. Like there's no delay. And for visual learners, it's amazing because you can actually like input loads of information and then it'll come back with a visual for you. So you can it compounds your own learning journey, which is amazing. But as you said, sometimes 3 days in crypto is like it just feels like 3 months in IRL. You know, like if you're in any job, any place, if you're on the stock market floor, if you're a shareholder in a company, any sort of IRL thing, that speed, you know, that 3 months of change just happens in 3 days. Because, and I'm not talking about price action, I'm talking about actual like research. You know, I've just had a long bank holiday with the family, sort of hit the beach and chilled out and just tried to, I got sunburnt bad as well, which is a pain in the ass, but that's a whole nother subject. So I'm walking around like a red lobster. But yeah, I definitely, I had 3 days off, like literally it was only the weekend and yesterday, and already I fell behind. I've got a couple of friends who are sort of heavy in research, Michael Shaw being one of them, especially on the 1967 stuff. And dude, I've completely fell behind. Like I honestly, I'm getting FOMO because of how much is being like has been discovered. Like, you know, if you're not sort of into that kind of thing, it might not be, you know, you don't have to catch every horse in the race, but if you're into that kind of stuff, you know, it's there's an endless amount of stuff that you can be researching and looking into. And if you're into that and you enjoy it, then it's like there's so much there. But I liked what you said about not attaching yourself to an outcome. I think where people get hurt is they're not independent, so they're more outcome dependent. So they believe that, oh well, the more research I do, that will look, or the more I look into something, that should equate to more, you know, more money on the other side, or my expectations can rise now. But that's a human fallacy. You know, it's misweighting really, because you're 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 basically viewing crypto like you view your 9 to 5. Oh well, I do 2 hours of work, so I get 2 hours of money. Great, you know, input output. But it doesn't work like that in crypto. You know, it might be that crypto is the highest paid job that you could ever do in your life, but you've got to wait 5 years for the payday, and the payday is disproportionately massive compared to anything you've ever done in your life. Because there's only two people, as Richard always says, that get paid in crypto: holders and founders. That's it. Everything else is bullshit. Trading is bullshit. People get liquidated every day. Sometimes they drop 99% and they drop 99% and they drop 99% again. And people are still gambling on that third 99% and lose 20 million. You know, we're talking about the FTX and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's just so much opportunity. But here's the thing: most people can't survive the sideways. You know, you get eaten up, you get rinsed on the sideways, right? Because you're battling with a few things. You're not really battling with the market. You're battling with the expectation that you have of the market. So if you're thinking, oh, I can put in 10K or something as an example, and I can make 100, I can make 1 million. You're thinking, oh, 100x, but you might think, oh, I can do that in like 1 year. But then the 1 year comes around and it hasn't done the 100x, and immediately you're still anchored to that expectation. So even if it takes 2 years later, you're still looking back at the first expectation that you had, feeling disappointed. Instead of thinking, well, I don't really know when it's going to happen, but I believe that it will happen. And then think, well, let me be more reasonable. Let's say worst case scenario, it takes 10 years. I know that's kind of wild, because you think, well, the altcoin that I've invested in is not going to survive 10 years, et cetera, et cetera. And that's a fair argument. But we're not in any normal altcoin. We're in a Richard Hart ecosystem. We're attached to a horse who believes categorically that he's going to win and beat all of crypto. It's a different kind of animal. If you think, oh, 10 years and you get paid $1 million, you've been paid 100K a year, regardless of how you feel. You have been on 100 grand a year. That's 8 grand a month, 8.3K a month, and you get paid it. It's like back pay. You get paid it in 10 years. So if that's the sort of expectation model that you're looking at, suddenly things look a lot more optimistic. But it does come back to what Tenor and you were saying, Osprey. It's kind of the doomer versus optimist sort of framing. The argument. Everything's shit. Nobody cares. Versus that everything's great. Nobody cares. Like nobody cares either way. It's kind of the nobody cares or the nobody cares. Great, I can do what I want now. That kind of argument. So there's a lot of framing. I just think expectations, it's just, I think they call it the comparison is the thief of joy. Well, expectations just crushes your dreams because you're trying to expedite what you want on a timeline, but you don't actually know what the timeline is. You know, if Richard Hart thinks in his head, I'm going to take 15 years, but I'm going to be the biggest man in crypto and I'm going to dominate everything. Privacy, wallet, ZK, you know, ZK proofs, bridges, private, you know, every aspect that is the true cypherpunk dream, you know, then you might be on the wrong timeline. You're anchoring yourself to your own timeline because of your own needs, because of your own life. But you got to understand that the guy who's running the chain, the billionaire, his timeline's different to ours. So you kind of have to like almost like flip it in your head and think, well, I'm going to win when Richard's going to win. Because it's not the horse before the cart, right? We're the cart, he's the horse. Us trying to get in front of him is like, you're not going to be able to front run the market. You've got to wait for him to have his win. So yeah, that's just some thoughts that I was having, you know.
Good thoughts.
So bullish, you know, just come off a load of Richard Hart videos this morning, and it just puts you in a different headspace, you know.
I like seeing all the failures around this chain. I like seeing all the failures elsewhere. It's like it just compounds exactly why we're here. I keep seeing that. What am I seeing about Cardano today?
Yeah, big time.
You know what I mean?
Everything just exploding around you, and you're like, oh, ironic in a way, because everybody was saying that we were going to explode, and we've never exploded. Everything else is up in flames. It's kind of nice because things are breaking, you know. Things are breaking around us.
Yeah,
it is player versus player. There's no getting away from that. It's markets at the end of the day.
Yeah. There's the more like good news is great. Bad news is awesome. You know what I mean? Bad news is it's good. It's ironically excellent in this space, and the more that we see, and we keep seeing it, these hackers are getting smarter, and the people that I think, is there an argument to say that the people that are paid to do jobs just aren't putting the same effort in, or there's a big rush, a desperation to get things done and get things moving because the pressure is out there, because the environment, the macro environment just doesn't yet fully favor. And I don't know, it's like in the real world, the goods and services just are not they're not where they should be, because people have suffered so much economically over the past 10 years. Certainly post-lockdown, things have changed massively. And I think communication has suffered, even though we've got these fantastic means to communicate like we are now, but there's nothing like real communication. I think it's just something I see in day-to-day life. And I just wonder how far that extends into the digital world, and everywhere else is suffering except Pulsechain seems just to be so magnified through the failings of other chains, and I find it like an extremely good. It's like we don't have to pay for that, you know. That's like marketing that no one can ignore, because it's negative news, and by extension, it shines a light gratis for or on Pulsechain.
Yeah. Well, 100% flawless operation is not cool when everybody's winning, but it gets cooler and cooler and cooler when everyone starts losing. And then people start realizing, oh, actually, I've misweighted my own value proposition. Like I thought that what was really cool was green candles. It's like, yeah, but even scams get green candles. Like you're misweighting the operation, you know, like you're misweighting the value allocation. I think I saw somebody say it in Pulsechain's video yesterday, you know, people who are buying Hex and eHex now, you're at a 200x at all time high.
Yeah.
250, sorry. So it's like, dude, you're never going to get that opportunity anywhere. Like, where can you ever put $1,000 into something and it almost be a sure thing if you're patient enough? Yeah, it's just unbelievable. Like, but here's the thing, Osprey. I'm also aware that there's a level of us knowing too much, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like I experienced it. I think it was yesterday, and this morning. I was talking to a friend about this, and I was talking about Pulsechain, and the person I was talking to just wasn't getting it. They just weren't getting it. Like from the outset, I was like, it was almost frustrating because I was like, look, dude, you don't have to understand it. I've already put the hours in. I've already understood it. You're blind because you don't know the information. I mean, I said it respectfully, but the truth of the matter is he is blind because he doesn't know what I know. And for me to just transfer that value, I can't transfer that value to him instantly because I've already done the 10,000 hours. I think we all have, because we've all knuckled down and actually stuck around and put in the hours and checked in on the Telegram and all that sort of stuff. And the kind of 10,000, sort of law of mastery, so to speak. It's just kind of like, you're not going to get that if you come into the space after 2 hours. It was kind of like, oh, okay, so how do I get set up from start to finish? And I'm like thinking, oh my God, there's so much to tell you. Like, how do you even explain the fact that this is a decentralized exchange and it's not illegal? It's legal, but it's operating in a place where you kind of have to buy some Ethereum on MetaMask and have a hardware wallet, or a different internet money wallet, internet money or ZK wallet, and you kind of got to onboard it, and you've got to get a card that allows you to buy crypto. And it's like, there's just so much to explain. And I'm like, oh, and by the way, you have to write it down on a piece of paper, and you have to keep that piece of paper safe, and you probably need a 25th password. What do you mean 24 password? Oh, well, can I set the password? No, you can't set it. They set it. It's 24. It's auto-generated. You set the 25th. Okay, cool. But what if I forget it? Well, you lose it forever. What? There's no customer service. No, there's no customer service. Anyone saying that there's customer service is probably a scam. It's just like, try and explain this to normies is like, it's just such a barrier. But we've done all that. We've done all the basics. We've gone past the security. We've, shout out, to respectfully to Charlie. Some people still experience hacks and still get scammed, and even that's an issue. But what I'm saying is, you still have all of that to get past. You go so down the deep down the rabbit hole, you finally find something that's actually like almost unbeatable in terms of, like, not in price because everything's down, but in technology, which is Pulsechain. And try and explain that to someone, to explain, like, no, Solana is actually dog shit, but everybody loves it because it's a really well-known marketed token project. Like, I was trying to tell my friend, like, back in 2022, Solana is dog shit. And then I ended up obviously looking like the chump because it's the one that did really well, one of the ones that did really well, but it's still trash. But it's like, I don't think Pulsechain has been valued accurately for the technology. It's that kind of, I'm in it for the tech. Well, the truth is, we are actually in it for the tech and the money, because Pulsechain wins on the tech, and it will win on the money when the tech is truly valued. Like, it needs to. Everybody's kind of misweighting. We had the pump fund. We had the pump fund era. And who did they go to? They went to Solana. I understand it. I didn't like it, but the market doesn't care how I feel. The market doesn't care how anybody feels. The market just does what the market wants to do. Some people don't like NFTs in 2021, and they made a lot of money on pictures of apes, Bored Ape Yacht Club. But, did I think it was trash? Yeah, but the market didn't. So it doesn't matter what I think. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't matter what any of us think. But hopefully the narrative coming is the privacy, the ZK, the flawless operation, all the self-sovereignty, all the sort of stuff that we love about Pulsechain. It will get its day in the sun, whether it's this cycle coming or it's next cycle. And I hate saying that because people get emotional and they say next cycle, and it makes me sick to the stomach because I'm like, oh, I can't do another 5-6 years. But if the payday is big enough, I can do. You can do anything. The game is, you don't know when it's going to arrive, though, right?
You get rich holding, and I think you can get rich holding on the chain with the best name going. I think I said this one time before, but it only really dawned on me a couple of months ago. I was working on some graphics or something, and I saw the name Pulsechain, and it really hit me. It is the most human name you could possibly have. in this space. It encompasses everybody on the planet. Everyone alive has a pulse, and it's the most human thing. And I think if you look at it compared to the name of every other chain, the flawless operation point is one thing, is a very, very strong point. And I think the name combined, it cannot fail. It just cannot fail. It's the perfect couple of instances. And to have a name like that is, everyone can relate to it, you know. It is the most relatable thing. It sounds human. It sounds like it's for everybody, and such a great name.
When you're saying about all this makes me think of something interesting, and especially the comments about how markets don't care how you feel and so forth, and Pulsechain's undervalued. Do you know what is music to my ears? Is when people say, I do not want to invest in Pulsechain purely because I hate Richard Hart and he's a scammer. When I hear that, I'm like, oh, I'm so early. Oh, I feel so good. Oh, I'm so glad you're sidelined. But on the other hand, if these weak hands, these guys who used to say that Pulsechain, I don't want to invest into Pulsechain because I hate Richard Hart, and then they go in and they start talking about, and those guys start talking about and saying, the tech is perfect, this is the greatest chain known to mankind, it's like divinely inspired, etc. When they start saying that, then it will be like, okay, it's time to sell.
That's a good. That'll be
Yeah. I mean, when Beirut starts getting excited about Richard Hart again, you start thinking, fucking hell, I need to start taking profit. There's a few people as well, like, there's a few people that, especially these Bitcoin maxis, if you get, everyone's got a price. Everyone's got a price, whatever way you look at it. Everyone's got a level when they batten down the hatches and admit that they're wrong overtly or covertly, or even if it's just to themselves, where they say, okay, we're 10x above SAC now, maybe I got it wrong. And like you say, it just compounds. I mean, you've got to look at it. Tenor, you made such a good point. When you touch on the culture, it's just you can't really, I think, as we all know, without the culture, without the community, you don't really have a chain. We talk about this every week, really, and it is, but I don't think, no matter how much we talk about it, it still doesn't change the fact that we are super blessed in that sense. Like we do have the best community in crypto, purely because, and I can prove it, because the amount of people that are still here and the amount of people that are still talking about Pulsechain, despite the price, tells you enough about the community. Because most people quit. Most people quit at 99%. Most people quit at 60%. They just check out, especially passive investors, people like friends of friends or people who aren't really in crypto. They put a couple of grand in, drops to 1,000. They think, oh, this is bollocks. Forget about it, right? They just think, oh, whatever, I don't care. I'm going to carry on my life. Then you get the other people who actually sell and quit, but they quit at like 80% or 90% because they need the money. They wanted the money faster. All that sort of stuff, all those weak hands, all the people that sacked for the PLS and the PLSX at the top of the last market, whether it was in May or November 2021, that kind of level, those kind of periods, because we had them running over a couple of months, didn't we? But those people who were quote unquote trapped, a lot of them are no longer trapped because they've already exited. So they've just wrote it off already. And somebody made another good point yesterday. He makes so many good points in his videos in general. But one of them that stuck out to me yesterday when I watched it. Sorry, today, but he recorded it yesterday. It was his live stream, his Pulsechain ecosystem live stream. One thing he said was, once you're the power of the upside is like the resistance is so low because of how many people have sold. Like the more people that sell at these levels, the easier it is for people like you and I to enjoy those gains to the upside, because you don't have that sell pressure. Like, imagine if everybody who wanted to sell in terms of the short term is selling now. All that's left is people who want big money. So where none of us are going to be selling to each other, because we're going to be wanting to hold. So we're waiting. We want the 100x, right? We want the big money. We want the 10x above SAC level. Like from here, I'm on about, like from where we are right now.
Yep.
So who are we selling to? Do you see my point? The logic
Yeah.
is, who are you going to pass the bag to when everybody around you wants to hold on?
Yep.
There is truth in that, you know. So yeah, I just think the low. That's why I was saying to what you were saying. Why I was what I love that you said earlier, Osprey, is, you know, it is a good thing when we're being continuing to be sold, because if we can make another all-time low, I'm just going to buy more.
Yep.
You know, this is I love it.
The distribution backs up what you're saying completely, and more so the past couple of months. I find it unusual. I find the activity unusual
Yeah,
because the group is small, right? No matter what people say, it's a very, very small group that pay no attention to the membership count. It's a false metric, grossly so.
yeah,
But the number of people online equates somewhere quite handy to the amount of people that are holding and a member of that channel. And the number of sales taking place in that 1 to 5 million cohort, or trading, I think it is trading, because I looked at a lot of addresses. I actually did a study of 20 addresses, and I watched, and I've just through my own learning over the past sort of, I don't know, year, when I've been paying more attention to how to watch addresses and like you guys and watch them move, I could ascertain that they have been trading. But the noise in chat doesn't equate to the numbers, where ordinarily it would. There'd be a lot of, if people are trading, it's usually on either on bad news or good news. And in between, I can never quite ascertain the in between, but on the good news and bad news, I can correlate. And it doesn't quite add up like it used to. It seems to me that it feels to me, that could be my hope side of things, but the logic would tell me that someone is moving funds in order to distribute and to obfuscate. It's been like that for quite some time. Post-March, we had post-March last, we had a huge wave of energy through every cohort. You couldn't really get a great read of it, other than that people were panicked, but it also would have been a great opportunity for pioneers, in quotes, to move some things around, create some new wallets, etc. But all of a sudden, I'm seeing now that these new addresses that weren't in previous files are appearing weekly, and in cohorts that some people would be like very, very pleased to be a part of those cohorts. So where is that coming from is my next little mission. So I'm going to spend the next few days looking at some wallets on my own time, and I would encourage anybody to do the same.
massively.
It's easily done yourself. Like I tell you what, Doc, I harp on, right, and I know what I'm seeing when I see it, but my way of explaining things is nowhere near as proficient as yours. I notice when I kind of go around the houses, and then you can summarize in a couple of sentences what I had took a paragraph to say. It's brilliant. So I'm glad for these recordings, because I can go back and I can teach myself through some of the stuff you say. But I would encourage people to grab the data for themselves. I think we explained that on the last VC. It's easily done with a page scraper, and you just go into the DAI holders list and set it up to scan every page. And then you can bring it into Google Sheets or drop it into Grok or Claude, and you can get a really rather clever assessment of what's taking place week to week, and it builds a picture. And it does support what you say. I feel like, and as Tenor said at the start about the ship, I think the people on the ship I think we're the ones who are going to make it. We're not going to be selling our bags to each other.
No, 100%.
For those people who are not as proficient in on-chain analysis, i.e. me, the main thing that gave me conviction, even without knowing all the fancy cool stuff that everyone else seems to know, is how on earth do you get 10 red monthly candles on Pulsechain and get 3 at the same time, get 3 monthly green candles on pDAI? That alone is even without the on-chain analysis, it makes you think, well, something's happening, it seems, which I found was quite, well, it certainly increased my conviction and so forth. And the other point which I thought maybe it's as useful is, I remember there was a comment about how, when the further we go down, the more upside there is for people who are believers. And that is certainly true. What is also interesting also is that the further you go down, the more coins you have to sell to get the same number of US dollars or fiat currency back. So when the lower it goes, it means that the cheaters are punished harder and harder to cheat out of their bags, which means that they're going to basically punish us less on the way up because they've had to clear more of their supply to get the US dollars out of the liquidity pool. So fine, if you're a believer, you want the price to go down because you can buy more, and B, the cheaters will punish you less as you go down because they have to sell exponentially more coins to get the fiat out of the pool.
Big time Tenor. And that's the compound effect, right? Because they actually get punished 3 ways. One of them is kind of a double-edged sword, but basically they get punished, as you said, on the way down because they're selling and selling and selling, so they're getting a worse cost basis than what they entered at, so they're selling at a loss. But then they get punished on the way back up because they get either opportunity cost because they stay sidelined and they say nah and they count it out and they watch the green candle move up against them because they're not in the game, or they chase the candle and then they FOMO back in and then they become our sell pressure, like our exit liquidity later. So it's like either way they're getting slammed. That's why Jeets get punished the hardest in this game, because you're getting slammed from both sides because you're quitting early, and then you only feel good when you're sidelined and you know that you've made the right bet. So they think they've made the right decision on the way down. That's the only reason. That's the only way bears win, right? The only way that they win is if they make the right decision on the way down. But they don't anticipate themselves being wrong, and then they chase the other side. It's like that's the mid curve. That's the whole mid curve analogy, right? Have you been on one far side of the equation of I'm a dum, I have no idea what I'm doing, I'm just gonna like eeny meeny miny mo Dogecoin, boom. And then you've got the mid curvers who are a bit like kind of, the 120 IQ guys, as Richard would sort of say, like the people who are kind of in the middle. They're not dumb. They're not uber genius. They're just kind of in the middle. And then you get the genius guys on the other side of the curve. So it's like the retards and the geniuses get all the money. All the mid curvers, they're the ones that are full of self doubt, even when they know it's a good bet. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like the dietards make the most money because whether you're whether you're you just don't know what the hell's going on and you're a self-confessed dietard, or whether you're a genius, you're going to fall into one of those categories. but all the mid curvers get punished because all the mid curvers are the Jeets and the FOMOers. It's the same personality type over long enough. If you take a pure data set, and that's why data is so great and so indicative of psychology in markets. And this is why I think Osprey spends so much time on that data set, because it gives you such an accurate picture of who's doing what and what's actually happening on chain. And that's why the chain is superior, because it doesn't matter what people are saying, it matters what they're doing. It's the same way Warren Buffett is fudding Bitcoin, but we don't know he's buying it. But a better example is JP Morgan, right? Jamie Dimon, the same way he was fudding Bitcoin and he was buying it on the quiet. It doesn't matter what people are saying or how people are feeling, it's what they're actually doing. And the Jeets are going to get punished the hardest. They get punished 3 different ways. Because either way, imagine this, right? Imagine you sell the bottom and it does 1000x. That, to me, in my opinion, it's just my opinion, that's more destroying than watching the chain fail. For me, everyone's different, but watching someone else, like thinking about the what if I wasn't a coward? What if I just held on a little bit longer? What if I just sent it to what if I just didn't sell my bags? What if I just left it and I didn't get emotional? What about if I just went and got a second job, or I tried a little bit harder, or I just didn't give up? Do you know what I'm saying? Because that's more painful, in my opinion. And that's why people chase the top, because they don't want that. They want to, like, it's damage control, right? If you do the first 10x, you're thinking, oh shit, I can't miss the next 10x. That's 100x. Oh, I can't miss the next 10x. That's 1000x. Oh, I've got to get in.
Poor Jeets.
Poor Jeets. Poor Jeets, little ospreys.
Punish all Jeets.
So, you know,
Jeets, someone who you'll never be.
whoa, we're getting the woe me's from the Osprey clan. Do you know what?
I'll be outside and do a VC.
Bro, it's so nice. And I was just about to say, I'm so glad you're recording this, because please, can we turn that into like keywords in the chat, like I can't believe I sold, or I wish I didn't sell.
That's
So
what
it
we'll
just
do, yeah.
just plays that poor cheats.
I'll clip it. They said punish all Jeets.
Yeah, like, I can't believe I doubted Richard Hart. Why did I cheat?
You save that for when we are going to Euphoria to solicit the exit liquidity.
Yeah. Well, it'll be slow mode, I imagine.
Yeah, I'll put some effects on it, I think.
That's the thing. I mean, for those of us that have been around since 2021 and prior, I mean, we can all remember, right, the chats on Telegram. There's nothing like it. You know, slow mode was like a thing that most chats had to implement, because you just can't handle the frequency, because it's just non-stop gifs and non-stop memes and non-stop comments and non-stop, like, people are so excited. You can literally see it in the sentiment. It's unbelievable.
Is slow mode enough? Do you find it enough to stem the confusion? I mean, the TG app is actually quite limited for the type of environment we're in, I do find. But I think the search feature is fantastic. Like, that's the most powerful feature of Telegram by far, is TG search.
Yeah.
Well, I think 10x for users, you're probably at a 30-second slow mode, really, to mitigate that, because you're still like, because it doesn't control. It's weird. It doesn't really control the frequency fully, because if everybody's still spamming every 30 seconds, it's still a lot.
I think though that having slow-mo should be a last resort, and the only reason I say that is because I honestly reckon that frequency of Telegram messages is probably a euphoria metric, like, as in you use it as an indicator as to whether you sell or not. Because if right now if we're messaging like, you know, 10 times a minute or something or whatever it is, like, oh yeah, whatever. But if it goes up to 1,000 a minute because you know, we're almost at $1, then you kind of, well, maybe pDAI is a bad example because if it pegs, it pegs. But like if it's in any other pulse chain asset, like, you know, Pulsex is like 20x SAC price or something, you think that the number of messaging is like a sign of how frothy the thing is, and you want to use it as a metric compared relative to what was happening like a year ago and go, okay, are we near the top now?
Yeah, it is.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
it is.
And obviously, you got to balance that with, you know, actually keeping the
Dude.
community under control, of course.
Oh,
But I
no,
don't know.
totally.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, if we're at, I'm 50% out by the time slow mode is activated.
Yeah, that's a good point. Very good point.
Like it's, and also the thing is about slow mode, where it works well is if it is 100% a sorry, just to come back to what you were saying, Tenor, like it is 100% an indicator of euphoria. Like you are completely categorically correct on that. Because but here's the thing, slow mode doesn't accommodate for like 10x to users, right? The only reason it helps is because it takes the edge off, because people are thinking, oh, I can only type once every 30 seconds. But if you've got 10 times the amount of people that are typing, it's still, do you know what I mean? You're still at that frequency. It's a good problem to have. My point entirely is it's a good problem to have. It's something that I'm actually looking forward to. Like if we can't speak every 30 seconds or minute, that means we're at the tippity top, or we're certainly in that buying zone. And I can't wait, bro. I cannot wait until we are 20x SAC. I mean, 10x SAC is like life changing anyway. pDAI at 10 cents pre-peg is still life changing. You know, if you've got 10 million, you know, as Osprey was saying, anyone that's got 1 to 5 million in pDAI, that's a beautiful, beautiful bag. You're set. You are absolutely set, because you know, if you've got 10 million, don't even just forget about it. Just forget about it, because at 10 cents, you're at $1 million. Like real hard cash, can go anywhere in the world with that. You know, that's unbelievable.
And not to mention, if pDAI was at 10 cents, just imagine what the price would be for the other pulse chain assets as well, assuming you hold bags in other pulse chain. Like if 1/3 of your bag is pDAI and the other 2/3 is like core assets or something, imagine what prices, what USD you'd have in those ones as well on top of that.
Yeah. Well, it comes back to mind share, right? Do we just amplify the mind share of where we're at the moment? Because there is an argument to be made that we would get, 60% of that cash, and then the cause wouldn't get as much as what we get. There is an argument to be made of that as well. So it's like it depends on which way the flow goes. You're right, because if you're at 10 cents from pDAI today, you've probably done what's that? I don't even know what the level is now. That's probably like a 70x or something like that, if I remember correctly. Some crazy number. So you've probably done a 10x on all the other assets from here. Like proportionately, because you're just not gonna, if you get that mind share. But if you hit $1, that's different. That's a complete different. Like what I'm saying is, if the peg comes before the price movement to 10 cents or anything, it's going to catch everyone off guard, and then you've got a different kind of animal. That's a completely different animal. That's a DeFi black hole.
That's a turn on slow mode, 10 minutes per message time.
Dude, it's gonna be a 3 to 5 minute slow mode, because you're that's not a 10x to user case, that's 100x to users. Because it's the biggest DeFi attack ever, right? You've just vampire attacked everyone. You pegged a stable coin, an unbacked stable coin, from virtually nothing to $1. It'll be the biggest narrative in all of crypto, regardless of how gatekept anything is. It doesn't even matter. You transcend the coin geckos and the coin desks and all that trash. You transcend it all, because there's enough DeFi users to make this thing go viral. There's enough people to go, what just happened? What was that? I don't understand. And then you do the digging and the articles and the network effect, and before you know it, you're 100x users. But we've already pegged and we've already held stability. it's a compound loop as well, because the new people that are coming in, they are deploying funds into the stable coin, which is self-reinforcing the peg. This is what other people don't understand. It doesn't even need to be pegged that long. Like, it only needs to survive basically momentarily enough for people to see it and go, what's that over there? You know, it's like a flare in the dead of night, you know, sort of comes up into the sky and people just head towards it. I don't know what it is, but I see that giant bonfire over there. It looks massive. Nothing else is lit. I'm going to head that way. Like, it's just, I don't think people can understand it. Here's the thing, right? People, it's so unbelievable that it's actually believable. Like, it's one of those things where it's so like, it's so good. It'd be like, oh, actually it is possible. Like, you know, people can't get their head around the idea because it's the ultimate weapon, right? If Richard Hart has got like an array of weapons and utility in his utility belt, there's nothing greater than having that, because it's the ultimate marketing tactic. Like, it's got,
He's also got a lot of people not going anywhere when the good news comes.
exactly, like who reinforces the peg? We do.
Yeah. Something else crossed my mind there is the value of smaller groups when we're talking about slow mode. But at that point, the point of any sort of major success, we would readily see the value of smaller groups, because people know each other very well in smaller groups, and questions are just answered a little more thoroughly, and you can get points across that bit easier. But in a fast moving, noisy chat, it could be difficult. So I would say lean into the smaller groups you're a part of and the personal bonds you've made with people privately, and you can get good information that way too.
Absolutely. And just
There's less ego in the smaller groups, you know. So
big time. Yeah, because you get all the normies coming in, right? The kind of mid curvers and that coming in, you know, you know, I'm not gonna have any pops at any existing members. Gonna make examples, you know. But you get the mid curvers coming in, you know, so they're you know, they're your everyday dudes in you know. It just comes, you get a mad sort of, you get a bit of everyone. You get a bit of everyone come in, and like you said, Osprey, you know, there's no ego when you're slower. I mean, we've got 300 or so, 300 to 400 active members. You know, if that jumps to 3,000 or 30,000, you know, it's just a completely different ball game, because you're at Euphoria, or you've created your own Euphoria. You know, peg alone and no alt season, like peg only and our season, you're probably at 10x the users. This is just rough numbers. But if you've got the full macro environment and it's alt season across the board, across all the ecosystems, that's 100x the users for us, because we'll probably be at 30,000 then, because it's like, because it's just a case of like, you don't even have to capture that much mind share. You only have to capture a small segment of all the people. We all know what it was like in 2021 for those that were here. Like, it didn't matter what you were buying, especially even 2017. It didn't matter what you were buying. You just had to be buying something. It didn't matter what you were buying. You just had to be part of the wave. It's just a massive, giant wave. And everybody's just grabbing surfboards and saying, I want a bit of that. I want a bit of that. I don't really care what it is. You know, the amount of projects that came and boomed in 2021 just because they had a cool name, and they had some marketing that was relatively connected to Web3, or like some NFT project, or some, like, there was just so many narratives that happened last time, like the gaming, like gamify was huge. You know, but they weren't even building games. I mean, Somi talks about it. You know, Cardano didn't even have smart contracts. Didn't even have smart contracts, and it blew up. Did 100x. You know, some of these. I mean, what other projects were there? There was like gamified projects that didn't even have games, actual games, like didn't even do the service that they were offering, and they made like 100x. I mean, what was the name of that? that really big one. There was like a huge one that they literally released screenshots, and it did like 1000x.
I think that was Illuvium, perhaps potentially.
What was it, mate?
Illuvium?
Illuvium, that's it, Illuvium. So Illuvium had like screenshots of like what they said they were building, but it wasn't even like a formulated like in-game footage like thing. It was just like a trailer. And like that's what I'm trying to say. I'm saying they didn't even release the project and it still did numbers because it was just the speculation. And that's where the money is, the speculation is. It's all about the speculation. Because if it was about tech, we'd already have won. Let's be honest. If it was only about tech and it wasn't about speculation, would have already won. Would have won so hard at this point because we've done everything right.
I actually think now that you mentioned the Illuvium and those games, I actually honestly think that the 2021 bull market was probably how in the 90s we had that tech boom where everyone who had .com under their names had like massively inflated stock prices and stuff. I feel like the 2021 bull market was basically like the crypto equivalent of the late 1990s tech boom, because as you mentioned, all these shitty crypto projects which would normally not see the light of day when people are thinking semi-rationally went up 100x and so forth. And now because of what happened then, the letdown was obviously the letdown with the tech boom with NASDAQ and stuff was absolutely epic. Like I think NASDAQ was trapped for like 15 years or something. And I feel like this bear market is basically the crypto equivalent of the NASDAQ post 1990s bear market. And I think that if projects are going to recover, if anything's going to recover and do crazy X's, it's going to be the ones which are actually revolutionary, of which pDAI could be one of, because only the really good companies can knuckle down and actually build something which adds value in the post 1990s boom. So maybe that's we're just echoing. We're just it's just a rhyming of tech boom in the 1990s with pDAI as maybe the next Amazon or Apple. I think Pulsechain. I keep saying Pulsechain is basically the Apple of crypto. Essentially, that's what I think it is.
Such a great example, mate.
Yeah. So yeah, I think we're just not repeating, but we're rhyming with history. And I don't know how much we're going to pump and so forth. Maybe I might be wrong and we might go to zero. Crypto's risky and so forth. But if judging by what history says, I think we will eventually go up one day and break all-time highs and all that stuff. It's just a matter of when, just by looking at history by itself.
Totally. I mean, if you were it's such a great example, bro. Like that's probably exactly what happened with 2021. It was basically the equivalent of the .com bubble, because I mean, Amazon was $113. I just checked the number while you were talking about it, and the superior after the bubble, the only things that survived was the actual tech. And that's what I'm saying about the speculation and of tech, because it dropped $113 to $5.51. So you're 95% underwater.
Reminds me of a coin
something-
called EHEX.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's, bro. Give me some of that. I'm sorry, but give me some of that. Like if I was if I was old enough to understand top tech and stocks in 2001, I'd have been speculating. The people who were buying the 95% dip of Amazon did very well. It's just the way it is. Like, so based on that analogy, like if you presume that the 2021 was the .com bubble, the only things that's going to survive for the next ongoing cycles are the real tech, the real hard assets, the technology, and it feels like, and it seems like, and it looks like, and everything that we read about and we look up, that Pulsechain is positioning to be that kind of winner. Like it's
And
just a waiting game.
and also psychologically, like I know everyone wished that they bought Amazon at $5 in 22 or whatever. I don't know how long it took to reach the $5 mark. But then the question becomes, how many people would have had the balls and the vision to actually do that, actually put a decent chunk of money into Amazon at $5 back in the early 2000s? I know Richard Hart probably would have, but personally for me, like I probably wouldn't have. I can admit that even if I had the money, I would not have had the guts or the vision to deploy into Amazon at that price at that time, because I'm like, well, it's just a distribution company, and I think it's the same for pDAI, because who has the guts and the balls to deploy large amounts of capital into a coin which the founder of a chain who's apparently a genius has fudded, and all the stuff which is happening behind, like 95% of people don't actually know what the hell's going on. So, like, yeah, I think pDAI, eHex, they're all like Amazon-ish sort of. I can really feel Amazon vibes, or like Apple vibes here at this moment with these particular Pulsechain assets.
I said this the other week. Dai has the whole turtleneck, jeans and trainers vibe, while everywhere else is just garish. There's something about Pulsechain which is just, it does feel like Apple on stage, Well, where all the PCs are getting viruses, and the Apple Macs just seem to not have these problems.
Just exactly. That's exactly right. Just smooth sailing.
Yeah.
And this is the thing. Sometimes it's not the fastest. Sometimes it's just the person who can go the longest. Like it depends on how do you value the market, right? Are you valuing it for speed, or are you valuing it for endurance? Because they're different metrics. Like they're positioned differently. Like you say, if someone's buying $1,000 into Amazon after a 95% dip, you have to be a speculator, and you have to be looking for an edge case. That's the type of person that you are. You're thinking, okay, so the speculation is gone. All that's left is the product. So then I'm going to speculate on the future value of the existing product and technology, because the original wave is gone. So the question is, are we still speculating on Richard Hart? Do we still believe in Richard Hart despite everyone selling off and doing the 99%?
I think we are.
That's the game.
We're also speculating on the community surviving, even without Richard Hart. And I suspect that the fact that he's not streaming and people are still going, it goes from highly speculative to, because in the stocks, we're speculating on the future profits of the product that the company sells, because whether the tech's great, etc. Whereas I believe in crypto, we're speculating on the network effect and the strength of the community in 3 or 4 years' time, even if Richard isn't around. And I think that with sort of what Richard stands for, I think that community is held in good stead, because the people he's attracting now are people who actually care about the tech and actually care about good things in crypto, not just ripping people off and grifting them and rugging them after 24 seconds like in Solana.
Yeah, big time.
They also
It's totally
understand the importance of investing in people.
I mean, dudes and dudettes, like what other community have got 200 active? I mean, 200's like a loose number. It's actually higher than that, but we use 200 because it was used a lot to talk about who else has got 200 content creators at these levels. Like who else? Like I'm not just saying it. I know that the algorithm is completely weighted our way, but Like, who's out there talking about this and that and this and that that isn't jumping across ecosystems? Because even if you're pointing at Ansem or you're pointing at Alex Becker, who's quiet at the moment, right? He's not doing any crypto. They're talking about this project, this project, this project. They're just jumping across ecosystems. Like, oh, I see a bit of money here, I see a bit of money there, I see a bit of, but they're not like super bullish into one ecosystem, and they're like die hard on those ecosystems. Like, you would have to go very, very far to find like, if you went into an XRP chat today, you would see people in there that have the OG tags in their names and all that on the telegrams, but those were the guys that were buying in the trenches, right? Those were the guys and the girls that were buying when they caught the SEC case and beyond that. Like, and the same with Tron. You know, you went to the, because we have the most, I think I mentioned it last week, and this isn't my idea, I took this from Somi. You know, Tron and XRP are kind of our closest cousins in terms of price performance, because they're the only people that kept the diehard community and held on and got their run up, got their victory. We're closer to XRP than we are to Tron in terms of SEC, because they had the SEC on their back. You know, our founder is the only man who beat the SEC. You know, these things don't come around a lot often. They really are unicorns.
More of the OG tags have left than remain at present here in 2026, and I think I leans into one of the first things you said about the shaking out of weak hands. Like, time in doesn't equate to conviction, you know, always.
Absolutely.
You
I mean,
never
that's
know.
another.
You just never know.
Well, Osprey, that's the thing. Another beautiful thing about these things, these VCs being recorded, is we can actually look back, right? So when we do hit the bottom, we can look back and say who was on the call, who was there when it happened. You know what I mean? Because our voices are going to be the ones that are going to say, "Oh yeah, we did. We were here back in that." Like, we're going to be legends, and I'm not saying that from an ego perspective. I'm saying that we're going to be the guys that we're going to say, you know, we'll be legends in our own right, by our own metrics, you know, because we'll say, well, we did it, we held on, you know, when everybody else counted us out and, you know, shit on Richard and, you know, well, you know, pardon me, but, you know, kind of, you know, done all that stuff, you know, and said, you know, hated on him and switched on him and turned on him, because it's betrayal. You can't say it any other way, right? If you believe in a founder and you buy a stock, and you're all about Richard, and then you just turn on him, you flip on him when the price doesn't go your way, and then suddenly he's the scammer and he's the worst thing. There's no accountability. There's no accountability in that, and that's, you know, that's how I feel. That's why I keep, occasionally I'll just post something about Gary or, you know, Funding Jim or anyone like that, because I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it. I don't believe in it. I think if you truly, but like, at what point do you look at yourself in the mirror and say, "Nah, nobody played me. I played myself." If you don't like the price level, that's on you. That's not him. That's the market. It's like getting angry at the sky. Oh, I'm angry at the sky.
Yeah.
Everything's bad. Everything. I don't like it. It's always raining. Oh, it's just like, yeah, but dude, what are you gonna do? Like, you've got what are you gonna do? You have to wait for sunnier days. You have to believe that the weather is going to get better, or you move countries. Like, it's like, so then you move ecosystems, right? Like, nobody's keeping you here. Getting angry at the sky, getting angry at this, getting angry. I don't know. I don't understand that mindset, and I don't think we call it out enough, because I think it's like, you know, it's like the Brandon bees. You know, the Brandon bees of the of the ecosystem. You know,
I think
we'll just refer to them as the Brandon bees from now on.
the Brandon. Yeah. I do think that all the influencers who have accused, I mean, the big ones who have accused Richard of being a scammer, right? I feel like it's like a big case of projection, because usually they're the ones who end up. You find out later that they're the ones who end up scamming people. That's something.
Dude,
Yeah, like I
there's
feel like
something in that, bro. There's something in that. I'm telling you. I'm totally with you on
there's
that.
they're projecting, and they're either projecting that they themselves are scammers in the worst case scenario, or in the best case scenario, they're projecting, you know, that they have lack and they're poor and they're basically, you know, like a victim, if you know what I mean. I mean, in the absence of any evidence that Richard actually sold the top to, you know, like to enrich himself, like everyone says, oh, you know, he sold to buy Rolexes, etc. There's no on-chain evidence of any of that stuff. So you like, I mean, to put it another way, like if you were in a chain deep in an ecosystem, would you trust Richard Hart or would you trust Ansem to take care of you in that ecosystem in terms of intentions and actions? Like I would rather put, I mean, no one's 100%, you know, perfect, but I would certainly put more trust into Richard Hart than objectively than say Ansem or XRP. And I guess that's probably one of the reasons why I didn't buy XRP, because I think the founders, they just dump on the community. Like there's no care factor whatsoever. But yeah, it's like I really do think that it's about the projection, it's about the people you invest in, really, and in the communities, and yeah, it's just like it becomes actually quite objective if you think about it in that way, I reckon. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's like weakness as well. Like there's an element of weakness. Like we have to admit that a lot of guys who projected strength have actually come. It's actually been revealed. I think Warren Buffett's quote is something along the lines of, "When the tide goes out, you see who's swimming naked." And it's like the idea that, you know, once the macro changes and things get really bad, you start realizing who was actually about it. Do you know what I mean? Because like there are different levels of the game. Like there are people that don't have followings and they don't have voices, who are built different. Like they're just like, I'm in it till the end, I'm in it for the trenches, like nothing's going to phase me. And then you got people who were like aping in at the sack level, who were the loudest guys, and they've either just upped and disappeared, or they've just completely flipped. They've gone the opposite way, and it's like, is that just a reflection of their character all along? Do you know what I mean? Or is there an element of that? Because okay, yeah, it's been tough. Nobody's denying that. Nobody's denying that it's been difficult. But were you ever really about it? Do you know what I mean? Like, I always ask myself that. Like, some of the guys that I've seen, there's so many influencers that have just completely disappeared. I mean, like Westcott, I used to love Westcott's stuff. You know, he's just disappeared. He's focused on political stuff. That's fine. Like, if you're just not, you know, but he's like, that's more forgivable for me than some of the other guys. Like you got like Money Gang Crypto, who's so bullish, and then he's just completely flipped. Like he's just become like, oh, everything's terrible and we're never gonna win. Like he's convinced. He's actually convinced. And I'm like, bro, I don't think you were ever about it. I don't think you were ever about it, because you're not just going to get a handout. Like nobody's going to ape into a coin and give you 100x and then you just sail off into the distance. Like everybody who's ever made that sort of level of money has to go through trial and tribulation. It's almost like rite of passage. Like whether it's markets, whether it's life, you know, you have to go through the trials and the tribulations, because you know, and I think there's a lot of people. What I'm trying to say is the fact that they flipped so much and they flipped back the other way and they've gone so bearish, to me, is indicative of the way that they view the world. So they had that Solana mindset of, oh, I'm going to make money, it's going to 100x out the gate. And don't get me wrong, it was very, everybody thought that at some point, but the difference is, a lot of us who realized, oh, it didn't do the 100x, it didn't let it affect us. You know, we're not on the spaces complaining about it all day long with other people, saying this about Richard, saying that about Richard, you know, complaining about the price, looking for someone to blame, you know, almost just like, I understand that. I respect the people that are holding on. I still respect Money Gang Crypto for hanging on, but I don't understand. All I'm saying is I don't understand this like moaning about it. you know, and it's not even about money and crypto. It's just one example. Like, I'm sure the guy's fine, but you know, there's plenty of people that are just flipped, and I'm just like, I don't think you were ever about it. That's my point. My point is, like, they wanted a fast win, they wanted speed, and they got endurance, and they're like running out of steam, or they've ran out of steam, and it's like you signed up for something. I don't know what your expectation was, but it all comes back to expectations. And I don't understand how these bears, what I'm trying to say is, how are they so self-unaware to just go, oh, I'll just extend my timeline? Like, what's so difficult about just going, oh, I'll just extend my timeline, done, click, done. Oh, suddenly there's no pressure anymore. Suddenly there's no problem. Suddenly I don't have to worry about anything. I'm not emotional anymore. Again, unless they've got other things going on, Tenor. Like if you're shouting scammer at the top of your voice, maybe you've got some skeletons in your closet. You know, if you've got a clean heart and you've got a clean mind, maybe you just don't care about it. Maybe as in you don't care about how long it's going to take. I don't know. There's a lot of different things going on. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of people that have done a lot of bad stuff on Pulsechain and other chains, you know, that are very quick to say, oh, it's over. You know, it's almost like they want the chain to fail because then they can just sell off with the bag and they think, oh well, at least I got some money. I don't want anyone else to do well. You
Yeah, I
know,
mean, I think
I'm just speculating here. I'm just running, you know, it's just some food for thought. I'm not targeting anyone.
They can also
Oh, no.
monetize cope as well. They can monetize cope far better than I can or Tenor can. We can just talk about, we can moan into our phones to one another about anything, but they can almost monetize it to a degree, and they can use that value to you know, buy elsewhere if they need to. That's another angle.
I think Somi said it quite aptly. He said, "Do you want to be right or do you want to make money?" And I've seen that phrase being used in terms of Solana and stuff. Like, you want to be right or do you want to make money? And I'm like, yeah, well, you know, I kind of want to be right in the sense that I don't like, you know, I have a conscience, so I'm not really investing in Solana and, you know, whatever. And Solana made money and I didn't. You know, I made that choice. That's sort of within my values of, I only want to invest in chains where there's no ruggers, where the general population are not full of ruggers and scammers. That's sort of my thing. But I think that, and to expand on the point, I think sometimes I look at this delay and I go, maybe it's not a bad thing that there is a delay. And it's not because I like to be rich quickly, but I think that if I became rich too quickly, I'd probably squander the wealth. And I think Somi also said something along the lines of, one of the worst things that a newbie crypto investor could have is winning early in their first crack at it, because they get that Dunning-Kruger effect and then they squander it and they blow it and etc. I think that having the delay, if you want to look at it positively, is a bit of a character building exercise, because it teaches you how to do the research. It teaches you how to understand the concepts like community is the asset. It teaches you how to hold and not to moan and complain and handle it. Like, it certainly forced me to look into all that stuff about philosophy and things like that. You know, how to improve my coping, basically. Yeah. But like, I feel like if pDAI had pegged like last year and I hadn't made, you know, turn my X million pDAI into dollars, then I probably would have blown it. But now that I'm being forced to wait, I've been forced to actually learn, like, how do I actually handle money? Like, how should I look at it in the right way, in a healthy way, and so forth? And that delay's been forced to, I've kind of had to, I kind of have to force myself to do that whilst I'm waiting. And I obviously I'm not investing now. I think I've proven to myself that I can endure long periods of drought, essentially. And now I'm thinking about like holding in terms of just being strong and waiting for the blessing. But I think the delays, what it does is it winnows and culls out the weak, and what it does is it forces the strong to get stronger. So, you know, hopefully not too much longer, but I trust that the universe's timing is is going to be fine, and I'm not going to force anything, and so
Kind
forth.
of. So, amen, brother.
My wife has a
Amen.
saying. It's a brilliant saying, and she told it to me a very long time ago. I had some real life stuff going on, and she said to me, "What
It doesn't cut you.
it doesn't cut you, it carves you." I thought it was a great line.
That is amazing. And it is true. Because it is all about like what you go through and how it changes you and how it carves you. You know, and here's the thing, right? There's two, in my opinion, there's two gates. There's only ever two gates that you have to pass through when you're thinking about Pulsechain, in my opinion. And the first gate, before you begin anything, the first gate is, do I still believe in Richard Hart, and do I believe that this, or should I say, do I believe, to be more specific, do I believe that this ecosystem is going to survive? Right? Like, is it going to survive? Yes. Okay. So then the second gate is like, am I happy with my entry price? Because if you're speculating on, okay, so I believe the ecosystem is going to survive, am I happy with the entrant, like my entry price? Because every time you buy the blood, every time you buy, you're lowering your average entry price, your average cost basis. The only thing that matters in markets where you're in an asset that will survive and will do well. By survive, I mean survive and thrive, right? Because either the project goes by the wayside and it fails completely, or it survives and it thrives. There's no real in between, because that's not how markets work, right? They either do really well or they don't do well at all. It's as simple as that. So, you know, am I in an ecosystem that's going to survive and thrive? Gate one. If you pass through gate one, so you believe that the Richard Hart ecosystem is going to do well, then the only thing that remains is, am I happy with where I entered my position? So then you look at your position and you do your own math, because everybody's got their own math and their own aspirations of what they want to spend money on. And then you reverse engineer it. Oh, I want 100K, I've got 10 grand. Okay, I need 10x as an example, right? So then that tells you what your average entry price is. So if you're constantly buying the blood, you're lowering your average entry price. So eventually, if you pass through gate one, is the ecosystem going to survive? It's very simple. This is just first principles. Like, this isn't like rocket science or anything, although it can be used for rocket science. You know, Elon Musk talks about first principles all the time. Richard Hart talks about first principles. It's just coming back to the fundamentals. The only thing that really matters is the fundamentals, which is, do I believe this Richard Hart ecosystem is going to survive and thrive? Yes. Therefore, am I happy with my entry price, my average cost basis? If the answer is no, you keep buying. If the answer is yes, then you can pause. You don't have to buy anymore. But here's the thing: because you know, Osprey, as you and your wife said, like, you know, when you're getting cut, you're being carved. So the new whales are being carved right now. Like, if you're in this call now and you're still buying, you are a future whale, regardless of what you like, how you feel. Because again, under the assumption that we are right and the ecosystem will survive and thrive, which is the only real reason anybody will be buying, is you're speculating that what you're buying today is going to be successful and it's going to make money in the future, then you're going to become a whale, because you're going to have a huge market share of a massively undervalued and oversold asset that's stuck in this moment of time. So it's just like, it's just for me, it's just keep it simple, stupid. You know, I think about the two gates. Do I still believe in Richard Hart? Do I still believe in the ecosystem? And if the answer is yes, I buy more.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing as well. By the way, shout out to just looking through the chat. I love what's being said here. So two things. Victor, shout out to you, bro. Appreciate you coming on. He's on the call, Victor. And I also want to say, Cryptico, I've got something on that. I want to mention one thing just on Nathan. So just because it's fun, I can dismantle his whole theory about the whole devil stuff, blah 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 blah, in one thing. I can dismantle his whole theory in one first principle. Somebody tell him that the first ever recorded manuscript of holy literature, which was the papyrus in 115, the original devil's number was 616. So this whole idea of the 666 being evil and blah, blah, blah is actually just distortion of language. So there is no 666. There is no devil's number. There is none of that. It's all 616 and it always has been and always will be. So that alone has dismantled his whole numerology theory. I could go harder. I could say, yeah, there's also a triangular ring light that's in the reflection of Richard Hart. You know, there's also there's so many fallacies in his argument, but at basic fundamentals, unless he suddenly switches up next week and says, "Oh, I saw 616, blah 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 blah," that in of itself would expose the fact that he doesn't even know what's going on. So yeah, it's just absolute comedy with Nathan.
Is that Nathan fellow still on X? I thought he'd left.
I think. Well, this is the thing. I mean, he can't make his mind up. This is the point.
right.
He can't make his mind up. So he's
Well,
come back, and then he went,
is-
and then he come back again.
yeah. So this is just, I keep saying leaning in, but this is leaning into exactly what you're saying beforehand about these influences. They don't know whether they're in or out because life is real and they need money. And sometimes it's just great to be make money rather than be right.
Yeah, big time. That's exactly what Tanner was saying. Yeah, you want to make money.
So it's like let's monetize that and see what we can do, and maybe secretly keep investing into Pulsechain, which you know, well, I would be, but or maybe he's just investing somewhere else. But you have like how can you have any faith in people like that? Like they're not for you, you know. I mean, we're here. Like there's three of us speaking. There's a few people listening. There are people that want to be here and listen. I think the majority, and we're speaking, and we're ego free, right? But these people, these kinds of people that end up being, I wouldn't even call him an influencer. He just seems to have a lot of reach. As a young person, he doesn't seem to have gone through much, you know. He hasn't been carved by life. These are not good people, man. You know. How can you have trust and faith in anybody like that?
I think you were cutting off.
So I was just
anyway.
saying, oh, sorry.
I think we're all in general agreement on all that anyway.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
even
100%.
I don't pay attention to it. See,
Well, yeah, absolutely, and it is good engagement, and I do like calling people out. Like I enjoy it. I've got to be honest. I do like calling people out because
you're good at it.
I mean, dude, it's just more resolve. You know, it just makes your resolve stronger. You know, because it's inspiring the believers more because it's difficult, bro. Like it's difficult trawling through crypto Twitter on Pulsechain when everybody's fudding. So why can't we fight back? You know what I mean? Like the way I look at it is, well, they get to say that it's all trash, so I'm going to say it's not. Do you know what I mean? Like, why can't I balance that argument? Because there are people that are watching that are getting fudded out, and maybe they're good people and they want to just change their family's life. So what gives you the authority, in my opinion? Like again, it's not ego, but what gives these people the authority to fud projects? You know, when actually it could be life changing because you've given up on it. Like you got to fight for the little guy, right? Because the whole it's cool to fud the market right now when we're bearish. Everybody's right when it's bearish and you're calling it bearish. Like Ivan on tech has been right since October, technically. But when it starts flipping bullish, right, he's going to be right again because he's going the trend. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, but it's cool to be right, but it's not cool to be right when you're currently wrong, if that makes sense. So like if I'm 5 years into the future and I believe Pulsechain is going to be a massive number, I have every right to say today, no, actually the FUDs are wrong. You guys are just bearish. You've just quit. You know, insert rage bait comment, because it rallies the believers behind you and it pushes the bears out, because we don't want that shit. Like, in my opinion, I don't want to read that. Don't want to read that because it's not fair on the people that are getting in today. It's just not fair. And it's not an ethical thing. I'm just saying that's my own personal opinion. Nobody cares what I think. There are no ego. As Osprey said, there's no ego in it. But it's just fun to push back on these narratives when they're just getting hit. Also, we're getting hit in the face by it every day, right? Who wants to sign in to crypto Twitter and read the, or RH this, RH that every day when you love the man? I don't want to be reading that stuff about somebody who's actually, in my opinion, the greatest man in crypto. Okay, so what if he says, "Oh, I'm the self-appointed, I'm the hero of the story"? So what? Nobody questioned Muhammad Ali when he was saying he was the world's greatest and he won every fight and people started releasing songs about him and telling him he was the winner. At that time, he was the undisputed champion in the world. It didn't make him arrogant. It made him factually right, factually correct. We're just early, in my opinion. That's all.
Yeah.
We're just early.
I totally agree with it. The only thing I would add is when we are pushing back against the guys who are fighting us and trying to spread the good word, as long as we're focused on the ball, not the man, like we can say, you're wrong, everything on chain says you're wrong, and everything in macro says you're wrong. But as long as we don't devolve to saying, because you're wrong, you're an absolute retard and a piece of crap, blah, blah, blah. We don't need to do that, because that's what we're basically stooping to their level if we do it that way, and we're above that. So, yeah, as long as we push back against their content and not let it devolve to, this guy's an absolute piece of shit, blah, 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 I think we should be all right. Because otherwise we're being hypocritical in that sense. So, yeah, fight hard against their content, but sort of, can just play the ball, not the man. That's all I would suggest.
This is it. We don't need to say any of that. Like, it doesn't make us more right. I like to think that we're the optimists, right? Because the optimists.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're doing it, by the way. Yeah. I'm not saying you're actually doing that.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, I have thrown out some smoke, but nothing that I couldn't handle. I enjoy it. And also I do it for rage bait. To be honest, it's purely strategy. And it's not like you're a POS. You're this, you're that. It's not. That's not what this is about. It's always just about having that conversation, throwing it back. If people start throwing it back, not just that. It's the factuality, right? People calling Richard Hart a scammer when he's already beaten the scam police in open court is just factually incorrect. People have to accept facts over feelings. The fact is he beat the SEC, and the SEC's job at that time was to catch scammers and fraudulent cases, and he beat them. It's a fact. It's written. It's actually in history on a docket. But people go, nah, that doesn't matter though. No, it does matter though. It does matter. You have to. I'm just saying, it's always fun anyway. It's always fun, reminding people that they're wrong because they are factually wrong, and the market doesn't prove us right, if that makes sense. So it's a nice neutral ground, and it creates engagement. It inspires the believers. It's fun anyway, because what else are you going to do to pass the time when you're not researching? You're on crypto Twitter. You're looking for reasons to stay in the game. When you're not at work, you're getting your money, your DCA into the ecosystem, or you're watching a bit of Hopium. You're watching a bit of Somi. You're watching a bit of Khaled on Crypto. You're watching a bit of some of the guys that are still in the game, still putting out content. Not everything you're going to agree with. And we all have our own anchoring biases, and we want to look at information and say, oh, that agrees with my narrative. I'm going to listen to you, Tanner. I'm going to listen to you, Osprey. If you guys say anything that's bullish, I'm naturally going to think, oh yeah, I've got an affinity with that. Do you know what I mean? Because I've got my own biases. I'm in it for the long haul, but also I'm also unemotional enough to say, actually, is that right? Is that not wrong? Maybe we should look into the facts, look into the research, because the only reason I'm really held on is because of the facts. If I truly followed my emotions, I would have quit a long time ago. the facts that really keeps you in the game, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, it's no right or wrong answer. You know, there is no right or wrong. It is just about, you know, hanging on, what do you believe in, right? You know, how are you going to spend your time? You've got limited time units on this planet. Are you going to spend it invested in crypto or some other asset class, or what's your financial goal? You know, what do you believe in, like ethically, all that kind of stuff.
You did really make me laugh out loud about a week and a bit ago with the you challenged someone, or someone challenged you on X, and something about the Pulsechain season, and you pushed back on him and you said it's soon going to be your mum season. That was brilliant. That was freaking brilliant.
God, yeah.
That was
Yeah,
genius.
yeah. He said something like, "Oh, it's when our season or something." He's trying to troll me, and I said, "Yeah, when your mum's
Yeah.
season."
Yeah. But that's right. It's like what you do there is not, it's not rude. It's not like cutting or anything like that. It's you're playing the game, and like everyone can laugh, even the bad guys can laugh at that, you know. It's good. It's good engagement. I like it, you know.
Yeah, it's just neutralizing. Like, I just think if you're too, the truth is often in the middle. You know, it's not like I'm saying
Yeah.
like it's your mum and Richard Hart's like the best man in crypto, and I'm weighing in and I'm pushing back on you. You know what I mean? It's just sometimes it's just
Yeah.
nice to you know, if somebody says something dumb, sometimes it's the only response is to say something dumb back, because then we're both dumb. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, you're really good at that. You're really good at it, man. It's very I think you're actually the best at it. I don't see, well, I don't follow too many people, but
Yeah, no, I
you're the best
appreciate
at
that,
it,
bro.
I'd say.
Just I'm just standing on the shoulder of giants, mate. You know, I'm watching Richard and seeing what he did and what he's done well, and some of his reply guy stuff is just state of the art. You know, because I'll
Yeah, it's
read it
top
and be like,
tier.
that's amazing, top tier. So I'm just duplicating the man, in my opinion. You know, and
Yeah.
that's just the way I see it.
Tech question. Any more? Has there been? I remember catching an update from Liberty Swap about hardware wallet support for ZKX, but is that still in the works? I just didn't catch any update about it since.
Yes, as far as I can see.
I only say because I was thinking of wallets today, and they were
Just
that new hardware wallet, but Keystone thing was they're
yeah,
taking orders, I think.
it's quite interesting. I'm not familiar with Keystone. I'm a
No,
Trezor
me
guy.
either. Yeah.
So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, I'm very curious why they went down that road. I'm going to have to do a bit of research. I'll probably do a lot more. This is the beautiful thing about Pulsechain, right? There's so much to do. There's so much to research and to look into. I mean, I've not fully explored the ZK wallet. I love it so far. I love what I've seen, but I haven't fully done the whole thing, you know. And then you combine that with a Keystone wallet. I mean, dude, we say it we said it last cycle, we're pre-viral, and it just feels pre-viral. Like, it feels pre-viral. I'm sorry, it is what it is. Like,
Yeah.
there's too much stuff going on this chain. There's too many
Yeah.
people that want this thing to win. There's too much innovation. There's too much eyeballs. There's too much. Like, we are totally and utterly undervalued, and the tech is just. I mean, you can't. RG3 and a few of the other OG hexagons are out on the streets handing out flyers and talking to people. They're handing out these free kit, these tablets, and what whether you think that there's a 4D sort of 4D chess going on, game of chess going on, where Richard's going to actually start pumping the chain and then blame it all on the tablets. That's okay too, by the way. There's nothing wrong with that, because it's not a very bad narrative to get behind. And not to mention that there is a level of marketing that's going to happen anyway, even if 20% of the buyers of the people, let's say 5% of the people who actually got the tablets actually start buying on chain, and joining down in the ZK wallet, and actually trading, or should I say buying in. That's still a win. That's still a massive win, right? It's still brand awareness. Not every Coca-Cola sign that you drive past on a billboard means that, you know, it has a good ROI, but it has brand awareness. It doesn't have to be direct sales. You know, there's other mechanisms that are happening at play. So, and if 90% of it comes from Richard and he starts buying it all up, and if he is actually Godwell and not Godwell, it's all bullish in my opinion. Like, it doesn't matter. But the point is, when the consumers, like everyday people and crypto guys, are coming on board and they're coming across the Pulsechain, they want tech that works. And if they're using the ZK wallets and they're using the and we do, and the brand deal is big enough with the Keystone, then I mean, sky's the limit, you know? Sky's the limit. Maybe, in my opinion, it's all positioning. I think he's getting the ZK wallets, he's getting the infrastructure built, he's getting everything in line with pDAI, he's getting the Keystone stuff now set up. Liberty Swap, obviously, I think we can all agree, is probably Richard, or directly connected to Richard. And it's like they're setting everything up. And then, you know, someone shared it in the chat today. And then at any moment, you can get a God candle. At any moment. Because imagine you get a God candle. Imagine you get something mad come out of nowhere. Let's say we've got a few more months. You know, I'm sure Richard has his eye on the top wallets, the ones that aren't him. Right? I'm sure he's watching the Rochelle, the Rackhams, and he's watching other people and the syndicates and the different, you know, these big whales, and I'm sure he's watching what they're doing. And I'm sure he knows that, oh, okay, if I deploy this, I'm going to get sold into. And also he's aware of the greater crypto market, and he's aware of macro. So he's balancing a few plates, like he's spinning a few plates. So what does he do? He knuckles down, continues to build ZK wallet, ZK wallet, Keystone, and other things and partnerships and all this. And we don't know what's planned. Like, we don't know if he's behind the scenes, he's already collaborated with some of these guys and he's just releasing piece by piece.
Nor should we know. in my view.
Exactly. So, you know, I don't know. I was talking to a friend yesterday and this morning about Pulsechain, and he said to me, where do I buy it? Can I get it on Binance? And I just laughed. I was like, if you can get it on Binance, we've already won.
Yeah.
Like us getting on Binance is like you know, he was like, is that a good thing? I was like, dude, like getting us on Binance, like complete normie, you know, has no previous crypto experience. I was like, is that getting on Binance, is that a big thing? I was like, dude, that's literally, that's one of the biggest things that's going to happen, in my opinion. I think that if our future has Binance, I mean, we've made it. Like, and there's nothing to say that that isn't already in the works. There's not, you know. Yeah, I'm just very, that's the margin, that's the edge. Very exciting.
I'm very excited about the macro background to everything. Everything is advancing, and that's something you can measure. You know, just like cohort data. It's hard to measure mystery. You know, you can just make guesstimates or whatever, but the macro background is pretty cool. We've come so far. We have come so far. You know, sort of. I feel like late July, August, going through end of year is just going to be something else for us.
Absolutely. I mean, two things on that, Osprey, which I think you'll find very interesting. Somi shared a graph yesterday. It was basically the economic sentiment on his video. It's like the global economic sentiment, predominantly US, and it was showing that we are at the lowest level of economic sentiments. That's how people feel about in the future, and they use a combination of indicators to comprise the data. And it's been the lowest since it's the lowest now since 1979. So the second lowest time was 1979, and that was, you know, followed by a boom in the 80s and the 90s, across all the major sort of macros. So, or if you're a bit of a contrarian, which you should be really if you're in markets, because that's the ultimate way to play the game, because you're betting that the current state is going to change. If you believe that we are in a surprise, we've been in, we've hit the bottom of the macro, which we have. I'm not saying belief, I'm saying if we have, then you believe that things are going to turn around. That is the best time to buy. So the best time to buy is when things are not doing very well at all. If you're whatever asset class you're in. And the second thing I wanted to mention was Han Solo's just shared in the main the S&P 500 by Kobayashi Letter, which is a very reliable macro source, by the way, for anybody who's unaware. Very, very reliable. Because there's a lot of clickbait on Twitter. But yeah, it says here, breaking, the S&P 500 rises to its highest level on record, now on track for its first 9-week win streak since 2023.
Good day to Han Solo. It's in the real world. We've been making some moves in real life, and just hearing other people's stories in our sort of chain of we're doing house stuff at the moment, and you make a few calls, you speak to different people, and you really get a gauge of the sentiment. Otherwise, you're not really hearing real people's stories if you're just reading the internet or whatever, or propaganda newspaper. But when you actually listen to people on the end of a phone and the financial situation around home ownership, and it's evident people are shitting themselves, but they are in this country.
Totally.
Things are not good. Things are not good here. I get the impression there's a wave of it feels like global, but the sentiment here is just awful. It really is. It feels like a great time to be invested in something at the bottom. And I just, so I'm just kind of getting back to what you were saying there with the real world example.
Yeah, totally. It's just like a wave of pessimism, isn't it?
Yeah, you can't get people. You can't get people to do stuff, or the young people are gone. And the people you do get, they're charging top rate, and you can't get them for weeks because they're so in demand. Because the service is spread so thin now. People are becoming more. I think they're turning more to YouTube to do their own handiwork and educate themselves on how to do tasks that you normally have to pay for, but on large scale, like house building and extensions and the stuff we used to take for granted 10 years ago that it could be done easily. It's not. Everything is sort of falling over itself. But it tells you that that is a side effect of macro. And
Wow, this is it. I mean, people are just. I mean, it's just, especially the UK. People in the UK, like you say, there's a lot of. I mean, it's very doom and gloom. I mean, it's very doom and gloom for most people because, I mean, just do the numbers, do the math, right? Most people now are working couples. If you're living with a partner, a sort of individual man, single man, can't really afford to provide for his family on one wage. It's just a reality of life at the moment in the UK.
Yeah.
Like, if your average rent is somewhere between £1,000 and £1,500, I'm talking about like not just your rent, but because a lot of rent is like £1,200 now, like somewhere between £1,000 and £1,200 for like a small student. Sorry, not student, but like small flat. But that's what a lot of students are paying. Whether you're a single person, unless you're in halls, but that's not the accurate data set for the British public, if you're, or the UK public at whole, because if you put it this way, if you're on a good job, right, and you're earning like 24 grand a year, I'm talking about, that's not a good job, but that's like an average job, right? You're on 2 grand a month, but you got your taxes and all that, you're probably at 1,600. You're at break even every month. You don't have any money for a holiday. You can't think about the future. You can't pay for you can just about afford to pay to run a car. right? You're just like, the game is just so much harder. You can't, of course it's demoralizing because you can never get ahead. You can never get ahead. Like, I'm saying that unless you've got a little bit of capital built up and you're taking risks and you're investing in cryptocurrency or anything else that's kind of like that, like, you know, it's just so difficult for everyday people, especially young people. Like, if you're in your early 20s or you've just come out of university, you're trying to get a job, you know, you've got people with multiple degrees. This has been an issue in the UK for years and years and years, literally 15, as far as long as I can remember. People coming out of university with degrees and they can't get the job, they can't get a job in the field that they trained in. So they've got 60 grand's worth of debt. They can't get into a job in that field. It doesn't exist. That job market doesn't exist, for, you know, because economically everything's just slammed. You've got inflation running off, like, literally just like, inflation is just off the scale. I mean, every country is most Western countries are experiencing it anyway, but the UK especially, because we have high taxes, right. So like multiple people have got, you know, whether you're high taxes, even the US has got high taxes, but the difference between the US right now is, you know, they're on a bit of an economic boom, so you've got a lot of money being made. Like, they're not yet out the woods, but they're getting, it's getting better for them, you know. Whereas the UK for a long time has not have really felt better. I mean, even if you did the math, let's say you've got a good job, I mean, like a good job, and you earn 3 grand a month, right? You feel like you're winning, you're spending 15, let's say you, after everything, you know, a night out with your friends once a week or whatever, you know, and you've got all your rent and your bills and your shopping paid for, and you're on 2 grand, you've got 2 grand, you've got a grand left over. You it's going to take you, and you're saving up for a deposit. The average property price in the UK is like 300k now. So it's going to take, and the average, unless you've got like a 0% mortgage or whatever, if it's a 5% down, you know, if it's 10% down, that's 30 grand. So it's going to take you 3 years of doing everything right before you can have enough money to buy your first home. But at the rate of inflation, the property that you want today at 300k is going to be 350, closer to 400k by the time you get to the deposit number. You just can't. The game is so demoralizing because you've spent 3 years trying to get into a property. Meanwhile, you've got all the taxes and you're still stuck in the same job and there's nowhere to progress. It's just a very difficult game, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's the end of the world. I'm not trying to be a doomer about it. But unless you're taking risks, you're far better off to take a little bit of risk in cryptocurrency and say chuck a grand into that and hope that I make a 3x, because it's going to be, instead of me saving 3 months, I've got you know, I've got that 2 months for virtually nothing, for holding. You know what I'm
You
saying?
know,
It's just like,
sorry, I'll let you finish. Sorry.
I was just saying, it's real. All I'm saying is, like, that's not the case for everyone, and I don't want it to come off like that's the doomer, but that's the reality for a lot of people. I'm just saying that that's the reality for a lot of people, and most people, especially young people starting in their life, like, they're not gonna, they're struggling to get to 3 grand a month. Like, I'm used the example of 3 grand a month because the average, you're spending somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000 pounds a month just to live a basic needs life in the UK. So that's my point.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same worldwide. Like in Australia, for example, an average salary of someone at the moment is around $85,000 a year. Where in Sydney, for example, the property price, the average price of a house in Sydney is 1.5 mil, which is roughly, we're looking at around, on average, about 12 or 13 times your yearly income, which is probably the worst bubble in the world after Hong Kong. And you have rents which are around $3,000 a month as well. I think it makes me kind of more bullish about crypto, because eventually it's going to get to the point where people are going to find out that the only way that I'm going to get ahead is if I go full on into crypto or some other high risk asset. Like, you're going to saving up for a property, you're going to just going to slide behind, because the price of property growth is faster than the price, the rate at which your salary is going up. So you're falling behind there. Stocks and bonds and you know, that kind of stuff. they're basically, you still take a bit of risk on that, and they're not going much faster than inflation, and you have no assets. So eventually, logically, the only way you're going to actually get ahead is if you go and go hyper degen. And I think that's bullish for cryptos because people are going to finally get that, and they're going to go hyper degen in crypto, especially when they finally start seeing green candles come in. So that actually makes the use case of crypto, which is green, effective for most cases, green candles, even more pronounced. Except the issue, of course, is we have to wait for it to happen, and we don't know when it's going to happen. But it logically must happen in the future. Hopefully, more shorter term than medium.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, we can't go on this long. Like, you can't keep going. Something's going to break. Either people's patience is going to break, and like you say, they're going to pivot to crypto, or the fiscal system at large is going to break because it can't sustain this level of inflation. And then in which case you've got to print, right? And if you print, then crypto explodes. So either way, we win. That's really what we need. I mean, that would be the best outcome, but I don't think Wash is going to go that way. Just purely on the reserve, world reserve currency, US dollar. I don't see Wash printing. If he does print, amazing. It's the best outcome that we could actually have asked for, because you've got another bubble of 2021, and we'll deal with the inflation in 3 to 4 years. And it sucks to be a normie, but the thing is, it's like the system is only going one way, unfortunately. So you kind of have to position yourself to win. And it's not like other people can't Google it. How do I get rich? What are the available asset classes, especially with AI now? Like, how can I improve my financial situation? Everybody's got the opportunity if you're in a capitalist country. I'm not saying it's not going to be difficult, but we've all journeyed that. Do you know what I mean? That's why we've all arrived at crypto, because we realize there is almost nothing. There's nothing else at this point. Like, at this moment in time, everybody's financial situation is different, but based on the examples that you were saying, Tanner, like, and me and Osprey were saying about the UK and that, where else are you going to go? What else are you going to do? If you know of anything, let me know, because I'll be interested. Just like, just here we are.
And it's like, guys, keep my wife company. Keep the chat open though, it's I'll let it keep recording for another while. And
Absolutely, bro. Enjoy the sun.
is that cool? Yeah, the sun is out today where we are. It's just incredible. Like 3 days of amazing weather. It's just fantastic. Great for the mind,
Yeah, sounds good, bro.
Chat to you later.
Speak soon. Cheers, Osprey. Thank you, mate.
Cheers, man. Bye.
It's so
Yeah, we'll just leave it open comms, guys. If you want to talk about anything, just feel free to unmute yourself and start the discussion. There's no formalities or anything like that, as we always do. So, open mic. Or if there is any subjects you guys want us to talk about, I'm happy to sort of dive into it. I don't have all the answers, but I do enjoy researching. What I might do while things are quiet is take a look at this Keystone and see what AI is saying about Keystone, do a bit of research on that, and give my opinion.
I do have one question before I go. It's getting late where I am. But have you or anyone else identified with a degree of credibility or certain, I don't know, credibility is probably the right word, like a cluster of wallets that can be linked to the OA, which are accumulating in the $1 to $5 million range and so forth? or link to the OA and then distributing those wallets from, you know, the 20 million to the 10 million. I think I heard about that earlier in our call, but I just wasn't sure about, I didn't fully grasp what the context and so forth. If you're able to detail that any further.
Truthfully, I think that's probably a question for Osprey, because he's kind of big on the wallets distribution. One thing I will say, what is evident is that there is a redistribution that is constantly, like just constant redistribution into the 1 to 5 million range. Whether it's connected to the OA wallet specifically, I'm not sure. That's something that I'd have to come back to you on, because I could speak to. I could probably take a look at the data set actually, and take a look at that. Osprey's probably done something along those lines though too, so I don't want to step on his toes.
Sorry, that sounds evident. No, all good, all good. I'll just take that question on notice. I'll probably ask that next week or something. The situation might have materially changed by then. Who knows?
Yeah, and even if you put it in the chat, bro, and just tag him,
Okay.
then he'll know, because I'm sure he'd probably enjoy digging out those answers and seeing if there's a connection to the OA. Because I mean, dude, that would be an amazing thing, thing to find, because that would only double down our conviction for a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I
as
appreciate that.
far as I understood, it was all just speculation. Like if there were direct links of the OA buying pDAI, wouldn't that be like hard evidence of? I mean, I guess we already have lots of direct OA wallets, but as far as I understood, there's direct link of OA wallets buying pDAI.
Yeah. So there's I mean, you've got the 2822 and some of the others, which are directly. Here's the connection. Not necessarily directly buying pDAI. That's a question that I've not yet answered, I guess is the point. But in regards to connecting to the wallet, it's connecting to pDAI in terms of infrastructure, and then yes, the answer to that is yes. We have seen the OA wallets connecting to MakerDAO, Arbitrum. You got the 1967 wallet, and how they're all working in tandem.
Right.
So you could say yes. I mean, that is. I
Yeah.
guess buying pDAI is probably the cherry on top, if that makes sense.
Cool.
Yeah,
All right, thanks.
with, but not pDAI directly, because there's speculation on interacting with Aave or any of these other the R protocol or whatever. Like still no direct link between that and pDAI as well. There's still that layer of speculation as opposed to just directly buying pDAI. But I agree, and those connections are very real. Like someone was saying, like, why would you interact these protocols with no money in it if there's like there's a reason why you're doing it, and there's not any money in it. So what is the reason? And that's where we're speculating it's pDAI peg mechanism.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the link really is the 1967, because that sort of vanity address, I call it the vanity address, because basically that wallet was printed with the end 1967, almost certainly named after the ERC 1967, which is basically a proxy that governs all the protocols being captured. So, and that was funded by 5996, which is Richard Hart's wallet. So, and that interacts directly with the deployer helper contracts. So that's the connection there with pDAI, because basically on chain, Richard Hart is interacting with, he funds the 5996 wallet, funds 1967, and then that captures, the Arbitrum and all the others, the MakerDAO and all that, and then tweets obviously the opposite. So really, that's the whole narrative. That was the whole narrative behind that. The fact that he was saying one thing but doing different on chain. So that's the primary connection. And then obviously you've got the 2822, which is the primary OA wallet, and then that holds the largest position of wrapped Bitcoin PWBTC on Pulsechain. So then a $1 pDAI peg, then this wallet's holdings alone dwarfs the entire pDAI supply value. And then that means that the collateral to back a full repeg basically already exists. So it's kind of like the mechanism to keep the peg is already there in the 2822 wallet. So they have different functions. So you've got the 2822, which is the collateral reserve, which is the RH primary OA wallet, and then which we do have on-chain transactions with pDAI, the whole MakerDAO system behind the scenes. So there's no real reason why that should be happening on chain again, if he's got his fingerprints all over these wallets that are supposed to be doing nothing. Because the argument, and then you've got the 1967, which I talked about, and then you've got the 86FF, which is the official airdrop wallet. So that was created 2 days before Pulsechain launch, which confirms that the blueprint existed ahead of time. And then that connected to the bridge validator and the AMM fixer bot, which then sent the PComp to enable the compound takeover. So you could, the counter narrative to all of this is, oh, well, he took over the compound to basically disable it. But the point is, 18 months later, they're still interacting with the contracts. So it's like, comes back to fundamentals. If they've taken it over and they've kind of like disabled it, because that's the counter narrative to pDAI, right? The main one, the strongest argument against the pDAI narrative is, well, he took over the contracts and he's disabled them. Okay, let's run with that narrative. Why is he still working on it 18 months later then? Because there is absolutely no reason. Because if you take over the infrastructure and you want to disable it for bad actors to not be able to take advantage, you do your minting and all that, and you mint it to oblivion, right? Because there's an argument to be made for some projects like LUSD, that got minted to oblivion. That was shown on chain to be linked to a Richard Hart ecosystem, Richard Hart wallet. But then there was like some confusion on, is he minting or is he not minting, et cetera, and then there was a whole narrative that maybe it had been extracted, and the pioneers had realized that, so they just like destroyed it finally. Again, we don't really know, but the point is, there is I'm saying that there is a narrative to argue that if somebody is still operating on the project and they haven't minted it to oblivion, then that means that they're actively building on the project. Nobody can argue the fact that LUSD is dead because it got minted to whatever infinity, some quintillion number or something. So there's like no going back on that. So this narrative it's just an example of an ecosystem that got forked across that was supposed to be a stable coin, that had this repegging narrative, except it didn't have any, like, the pDAI narrative. So it's like the closest thing that we can find to pDAI on chain from the forked copies. But the pDAI narrative, the reason it's different and the reason that it's differentiated is because it hasn't been nuked to infinity. Like, if Viet Dong was a real guy and it wasn't Richard, then the argument is, why hasn't it already been drained? Right? Why has it not been destroyed by doing so? And the truth is, because they don't have control of the contracts. the people who have control of the contracts are directly connected to 2822 and 1967 and your 5996. And your 5996 funds all the operations. And it took over the ARB via proxy upgrade, like the Arbitrum. It sent PComp to the C8 A6 controller wallet. So that enabled the compound governance takeover. And that's the operational, that's the hub for the entire build. So the 596 is like, they all have their own individual, they're the 4 primary wallets for the wallet network. And they've all got their own use case, and they can all be linked directly back to Richard Hart. So whoever's in control of these wallets is either Richard or working for Richard, which is the complete opposite to what we've seen on X. Complete opposite. There are some Easter eggs, and obviously some of the posts that he said, but the way that it was distributed, you know, the information across the 33 tweet storm was, this thing's broken, it's trash, it's garbage, but garbage can do well for numbers. And along the way, there was obviously some treasure, you know, bits and pieces of Easter eggs along the way. Like one of my favorite ones is where he talks about the it basically being in control of the ESM doesn't do what people think it's going they think it does. LOL. Right? There's an Easter egg in that, because we later established through Nine Iron's findings and his research that he was right. The ESM was an emergency shutdown feature, but it wasn't a nuke. It was presented as a nuke, like it was presented like it was, once it's switched on, it can't be switched off. Like, as in, like, it can't be changed, but that's incorrect. That was a lie. And it was also perpetuated by characters like Scorn and some other on-chain guys, or supposedly on-chain guys, who were saying that, nah, it can never be done. No, ESM is done. It's over. Well, that's not correct. It's an emergency shutdown module, but it's not indefinite, because it can be overrid by things like Compound, Aztec, Arbitrum. They can all be used in tandem, and then you can run what they call the PSM. So there's like, there's a lot of smoke and mirrors, but if you kind of put away all the noise and the communications publicly, and you only focus on the chain, you can see the direct connections. And that's the bit that I love the most. That's what fascinates me the most. And we're very lucky to have people like Nine Iron who are actually cutting through the noise and presenting the facts, so that we can understand it.
Okay, I definitely missed that part. So just to be very direct, you're saying that the ESM, like pDAI, can be minted again with contract upgrades, changes.
Yes, but not minted in the sense of like it cannot be ran through its original contracts, in the sense of like MakerDAO is not, basically the speculation is that they're going to continue, that the peg can still happen, but not via the route that we originally thought, which actually aligns with the Catty narrative of like, I'm going to activate ESM and send it down. Because if that was smoke and mirrors, it's completely, that makes complete sense, because we don't actually need the ESM for pDAI to succeed. That's the point. The bottom line is we don't need the ESM, because the ESM is not what people think it is. And it comes back to basically we could, putting it simply, there's an override. There is an override, but you need certain things in place. Like the capital argument is 100% true. You cannot create a fractional based stable coin without some reserves. You have to have reserves. So the ESM and the PSM mean nothing if Richard doesn't back it. That's true.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why, that's part of the speculation is we're all assuming that he has been accumulating and has billions of pDAI. Yeah, as part of that.
Exactly, which comes back to Tenner's original question, really, which was the distribution of the wallets, which is a great question because that only really confirms what you're asking about, dude. Because it all kind of connects into that same, what direction is it all moving? I know we speculated that it will be, that Richard is gonna back it ultimately. I mean, here's the thing as well. We're speculating on top of the facts. The facts are him or his team have been interacting with the contracts, and then the question is why? Because if it's not stable, if it's not a stable coin, what is it? Because all those technologies are lending perpetuals, which is also another interesting thing that Liberty Swap's been talking about in recent weeks about how we're bringing perpetuals on chain. Now you need lending platforms and you need the tech for that, and that's why it's just there's too much happening. There's too much happening that's on chain right now that cannot be denied. For there to be absolutely nothing going on, and it's not like they're like automated transactions or they're contracts that are just in limbo and they're being used, but it's just AI or it's natural. People are actually running these calls and these functions.
Yeah, yeah, and for me, like my gut feeling says there's way too much volume on pDAI than there are people talking about it. Like for as many people that call it a scam, like the volume on the in the market is just way higher than I would ever expect it to be if Richard's not accumulating. And I guess the other thing to me, correct me if I'm wrong, but the biggest piece that's still missing are oracles, right? Like something to base, like a decentralized oracle essentially to make all of these protocols that have been to get revamped.
Yeah, there's an element of Oracle definitely at play here. The only issue with that is the thing is Richard has talked about in the past that he doesn't really like oracles because they obviously have an element of risk. There's still security risk with them, but it depends because that's also coming from a perspective of not trusting other founders. If it's your oracle and again assuming that Richard Hart is the best man in crypto and he does come from a good ethical standpoint and he doesn't want to trash people on his own chain and he does want prices to report accurately, then there is an argument to be made. Yes, you can use oracles and they have less security attack surface or attack vector than bridges, and they're better if you have them. You are in control of them, so there is an element of that, yes. But there is no oracle. Like, there's nothing to show us what he's going to do on the oracle element. But it is a piece of the puzzle because it does need to report accurate prices. And a lot of the oracles that come across, like Liquid Loans, was using a certain oracle. I think it was the Chainlink one, and they were using that technology, and that was broken. And then there was a whole repegging temporarily on LUSD before that thing crashed, and that was involving an oracle. So that reported a different price, which gave it like a 10x or something. There was like an element of that. So there is manipulation when it comes to that. So I don't really know totally how it's going to interact but it is a missing piece. It's good that you're pointing that out, to be honest, too, because it is a missing piece and we don't really know how it's going to work. There are ways around it, because again, it's perpetual. So it's kind of like not perpetuals in terms of trading instrument, but the self-reinforcing. Because if the oracle points to the same price as well, then that data is important. It's the same way CoinGecko get a lot of their data from that information. So it's a good question. It's just I just don't know how it's going to fit in. I mean, it's in the timeline because it has to be solved. Because the 1967, I mean, one thing is for sure, the 1967 is interacting with Oracle contracts, but I'm not as familiar with the oracles as I am with the other stuff. So to answer that subject really is that there is movement of the oracles, but whether he's going to go ahead with it or not, I don't know. It makes sense in terms of like if you want to put like a quote unquote roadmap for pDAI, because it is an important element. Like we do need accurate price reporting. But then I mean if you can pull it off, that makes sense because yeah. But put it this way, all the reliable oracles on chain are actually switched off at the moment, dormant / switched off, not operational, and they all link back to the things that are currently being used on contracts. So the interactions with contracts all come back to those things, which is your arbitrums and your compounds and your MakerDAOs and that. So yeah, TBC on that. I mean, you've got the Aave fork as well, which is also in development with Liberty Swap. So and that's I believe that's got Oracle tech too. So there's a lot of, I don't know. I think if all the oracles started pointing at a different price point, and you've got the capital, and you've got the reserves, crazier things have happened. And then you've got Aztec, those contracts are being verified on Pulsechain as well, which is that's actually the new alpha. That's the latest alpha. The 1967 and the Aztec are the two biggies. They're the big ones that have happened recently, and they're the ones that has kind of got everyone's attention, especially with 99 and his findings. And then the only thing left to do beyond that, because if you put it this way, if you've got the Aave fork, which is currently in active development, and Liberty Swap deliver on that, and then the oracles are brought back online via helper contracts on 1967, which is happening on chain. So it's indicative that it's going to happen. So what I'm trying to say is like there's the speculation and then there's the fact. The speculation is the oracles will be online and Liberty Swap will complete their development on the Aave fork. The fact is that we know that they are developing on it, and the 1967 wallet has interacted with the helper wallets. So if we speculate that we're right on both those things, then you've got the Aztec, which is the contracts that are currently being verified. The only thing left to do is the governance vote on MakerDAO to override the ESM. And then you've got the peg stability module, which is not yet deployed. And then that's the self-executing flywheel. So it's Aave fork, not 1967 wallets with the oracles. And then you've got the Aztec Connect's already happening. And then you've got MakerDAO. So
And
yeah,
the pioneers already have governance control of MakerDAO, I guess.
yeah, they
but
do.
I missed
They
it.
do. Yeah, they do. And this is why then the Catty narrative was so interesting, because she basically, gave the control back, or somebody. The most interesting part about the Catty scenario is that she was given governance control. So if you think, again, it comes back to first principles, right? If you think that Richard Hart's lost complete control of the chain, fine. That's a narrative that, I don't believe that that's the case, but let's just run with that. That would mean that Catty and that have control, because she was given control of the ESM. Like it was called upon by governance, but it had to be authorized by the wallet that was in place at that time. So that's an interest. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying that's an interesting narrative. If you held that thought for a second, you would have to assume, okay, so Cathy was in control. How did she know? How did she know? Like, if they haven't if Richard hasn't lost control, if Richard has lost control of the chain, that means Cathy and that had access to it. So who's Cathy and who is she involved with? But where it breaks down is she gave back control. Like, if you took control, you took your 200K, or whatever it was that she sent it down to. I think it was 200K, and you send it to Maria. That would indicate that Maria's in control of the chain. But Maria's only ever but Maria's still here and still building. It's like there's too many holes in the argument. Like, there's too many holes in the argument. But if you go for the narrative, which I subscribe to personally, is that Richard Hart is 100% still in control of the chain, because the proof is in the 5996. The proof is in the wallet. The Viet Dong, all of that. Like, the 4 wallets. So then people say, then it comes back to the repeg mechanism, right? Which is how it works, because the equation is you've got collateral and a redemption path and arbitrage. The same way DAI worked effectively on MakerDAO. So the arbitrage bots don't create $1, right? They enforce $1 when the system takes it to $1. So it creates a credible way to redeem it, right? Or settle at $1. The same way MakerDAO was invented with DAI, right? Before they changed it and they rebranded.
Yeah, and to me, like, what's the motive? I feel like if you're Richard Hart and you can accumulate 30 billion pDAI and then peg it, it's not like he could sell that and make $30 billion, but you don't even need to. If you've got all of these peg mechanisms, you just stake all of that pDAI and all these protocols and earn, 2, 3, 4, 5% off of those balances, and you literally never have to sell a single pDAI, and you're just making tons of interest off of it. That's really the motive that I feel like I see how it's going to work. That's kind of how I see it in my head.
Yeah. I mean, the Oracle deployment, dude, is you're kind of in a way, you're ahead of most on that, because that's kind of that's the prerequisite. That's the last kind of step before peg, because the signal to watch is the Oracle deployment transaction from 1967 or 5996. That's the final prerequisite, because the only thing left for that is the peg stability, which is the PSM. This is the whole like ESM thing. They're not. Everyone's talking about the ESM, but they're not talking about the PSM, which is the stability module. That's the big. That completely eliminates the ESM, is what I'm trying to say, because it bypasses everything. It's the arbitrage and it keeps it at $1. Yeah.
I mean, before that, you have to actually get it to $1, right? Like, I think just enabling all these protocols isn't going to, like you said, they're enforcing the peg. They're not actually pegging it.
Yeah,
right.
but that's the thing. You answered your own question, because the Oracle, that's what the Oracle serves. So if the Oracle deployment transaction appears, that's the signal, right? That's the final signal before the pDAI peg. Oracle deployment. So if nine, nine or anyone, because I haven't been in front of the computer for 4 days now, truly. So I'm having a bit of a break from it, from everything. But if 9 spots anything, he's going to talk about it on X, and if it has the words Oracle deployment in it, that's it. That's the last kind of bastion. If a transaction appears from the one, this is the thing. This is the most important thing. If a transaction appears from the 1967 and the 5996 wallet, which is connected to an Oracle, the jig is up, because that's the point to $1 and then the PSM deployment. So when you say about getting it to $1, you only need, if you have complete control of the oracles on chain, you just set the price. That's the whole click the button and then it
But
appears as $1.
that sounds like very centralized though. Like like isn't the point of the oracle to like show the price of the token, the actual price of the token on chain, not just a centralized entity saying this is the price?
Yeah, totally. But that's the whole centralization versus decentralization debate, because when people say that everything is centralized, they're not wrong, because pretty much everything is centralized.
Yeah,
It's
but
the
isn't
same
that
way.
that's what we're trying to do different here, right? Is a actually fully decentralized stablecoin.
Well, that's the thing. The issue that you're going to come up. This is the debate, right? This is literally the crux of the debate, because when it comes to the OA wallets, where do you draw the line of centralization and decentralization? Because he's got like X amount of supply of pretty much every coin in the game, right? Basically, you and I and other people are relying on him not dumping his OA bags.
Yeah, so you feel like this is going to be no different, where I mean it won't be any different because he owns,
Yeah,
we're assuming he already owns 50+% of the pDAI supply, so I guess this is no different.
yeah, and you're not wrong, because ultimately, like if you take the example of Amazon, for example, like where Jeff Bezos having 51%, etc., etc., he could just tank it overnight, right? He could just sell all his stocks. Obviously, it upset a lot of shareholders. Elon Musk could do the same. To some level, there's always going to be some centralization. E Foundation pretty much control what they do and what they change. Vitalik has so much input. Whether he has more input than he's letting on, that's a whole nother conversation. But the point is, how much centralization are people willing to tolerate? Do you know what I mean? Because you can be in the freest country in the world, but you're still going to have authorities, and else it's going to be chaos. You do need some level of order, some level of centralization. That's why a lot of people get upset and disgruntled at their own government, because they know that they ultimately have control. But when they abuse that control, nobody likes them. But when they keep the streets safe and everything's all good, they like centralization. So, but again, it's an interpretation. This is why I was saying there's like, it's a debate, and that's the crux of the debate. And there's no right or wrong answer. It just depends on how much you're willing to appetize the centralization. Because I would argue that if a super ethical man runs a chain and he believes in decentralization, and he knows that the mechanics of a chain requires him to have some centralization level in order to achieve decentralization. And I know that sounds, kind of like paradoxical, because it is paradoxical. Like you can't have freedom without control, right? They're always on the end of each. It's like it's two sides of the same coin. So so really it comes back to how much is he willing to be in control. Obviously, ultimately, a pDAI, a pegged stablecoin, a decentralized stablecoin using Oracle tech as an example. If it requires centralization to achieve decentralization, and then he relinquishes control, then you could make an argument that it wasn't centralized, but it is now. So it depends on what side of like how far we are into the story. Do you know what I mean? Because that's how I think it's going to go. I think he'll peg pDAI, and then he'll relinquish control because he already has control of those wallets. So it's kind of like lose the keys, done. Maybe he won't. Maybe he'll keep some centralization, and that's okay. But what I'm saying is, if Richard has a 51% share in a stock that I'm invested in, I don't really care if the founder sticks around. Do you know what I mean? Everybody's got their own. Again, there's no right or wrong answer. Everyone's got their own viewpoint on centralization and decentralization. But I think it's the reason I say it's worth a debate is because it's not black and white. There is a lot of grey. So yeah, oracles are centralized. Unfortunately, they are, to a certain degree, they are centralized, and they do keep the peg. They do keep the here's the thing, right? You can be on the most decentralized network. Here's the truth. Pulsechain is the most as far as I know, if anyone knows any different, please like let us know. But as far as I know, Pulsechain is the most decentralized network on blockchain in all of crypto, because we have like 50,000 plus validators that are all around the world, and we're completely decentralized. Where the centralization comes in, he and Richard and his team have already taken control of that. So he's already decentralized, so to speak, the centralized points, the failure points, the broken legs on the table. He's already taken control of them. So the argument is, what's he going to do with it? And that's really where the pDAI narrative came, I guess, because the thing about the decentralized stablecoin is, if it's backed by, you do need a decentralized stablecoin in order for the chain to survive. Like, it has to exist in order for us to survive, because without a decentralized stablecoin, which again, like, there's levels to the game, because people say USDC, USDT. What was Binance is one which was very centralized. I forget the name of it now. It was the BUSD. Yeah, BUSD. Like, that was obviously gone now, but that was quite centralized. They're all centralized at different levels, is what I'm trying to say. Like, if even DAI was backed, I think by 15% was USDC, something like that. We still have USDC and USDT on Pulsechain, and those keys haven't been invalidated, fortunately. But it's risky having them. But the question is, would you be willing to have the basically trust the pDAI, the pegged DAI, because we still have DAI, but it will be pDAI. It'll be like Pulsechain's DAI, because there's still DAI on Ethereum, right? Which again is decentralized, but they're phasing it out. Like, they're phasing it out one by one. So that's not safe either. So yeah, we do need a decentralized stable coin. And if that again, it's just a debate. I'm not right. I'm not saying anyone's right or anyone's wrong. I'm just saying that it's food for thought, because there's always a level of, if he has to centralize the network in some aspects, purely from a pDAI perspective, like a stable coin perspective, in order to get the oracles to point to $1, back it with his own collateral, and then it remains the self-reinforcing peg, and then he gives up control, relinquishes that. However way you can do it, you could do a 000X or whatever, which probably makes sense, actually, because if you think about it, what does Richard do after the stable coin? What does Richard's teams do after we've already eliminated, like, we've already become $1, and then we're at that self-reinforcing flywheel? It makes sense to relinquish control. Like, whether that's getting rid of, you know what I'm saying?
Of relinquishing control in the previous to that, and I agree with everything you're saying, by the way. There is, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like a study of intentions. Okay, so, like, for example, we have been, I know you watch a lot of RH material. I'm sure many others listening have and continue to. You can study someone's intentions. So I don't really see many videos from top execs at banks telling you how great it is to give them your savings and lock it up for 5 years for a small return. I don't see many people going toe to toe with doubters of banks. But I do see Richard Hart going toe to toe with people for a very, very long time and winning hard. There is, again, the stronger argument about investing in people. And if it does, as you say, take a little bit of centralization, or just believing in somebody who would appear to believe very strongly in the fundamentals we all share in and believe in, and that's surely the way to go. You can call it centralization, but it's just one way of putting it. In the short term, pre-relinquishing control, you're investing in a person who has a reputation you can look up and study for yourself. I would take that any day of the week over a traditional centralized operator or service or person.
Yeah, I don't want to like argue what you're saying. I guess this is more of a question, but like, isn't something like Chainlink decentralized? Like, is there really no way to have a truly decentralized Oracle?
I think to some degree there isn't. I mean, how far do we want to take it to the point that something is completely decentralized? I think there has to be some level of control for the better. Pegger actually made a good example about policing. I mean, a lot of people complain about it. You would think a lot of people complain about it from what we read and see. But when you want them, you need them, you're very glad of it. And perhaps that lends well to that argument that there needs to be some level of control. It's just a case of whether or not the investor or the interested party believes that that level of control is for the better and based on their history to date.
Yeah.
That's why I haven't invested in Pulsechain. I haven't invested in DEFI. I invested in a person. That is the root. That is the foundation of my being here. I'm not. I didn't invest in a logo. I didn't invest in. I'm not saying anyone here has. I'm just throwing out real rough examples of why people choose to belong in certain places. But like, we have a great group. I think our group is fascinating, and it tells a very strong story of people with similar beliefs and hopes and dreams and backgrounds, I think, as well. And I do like the fundamentals of Pulsechain, and I like DAI, obviously. But I have invested in a person because I study the behaviors and I listen to what they have to say. And any day of the week, I back someone who thought, I know, the SEC are after me. A lot of people would just fold. I just cannot imagine the pressure of that being visited upon him for the best part of two and a bit years, courtside. But he chose to not settle or take the easy door. He chose to go through the wall, and he did it. Like, that person gets my vote. So it just lends well to my having some trust in somebody. And if that person is visiting a little bit of centralized power for the better, then they get my vote.
You
Yeah,
know,
for me, like it.
I was going to say, I think the most decentralized Oracle you could have would be a contract that points to a liquidity pool, like a burnt liquidity pool, because then you couldn't pull all of the liquidity. So like, if, like, for instance, I think Pulsechain, like, I've tried to, like, you could see the price of like USDC and USDT bridged in from Ethereum, and those prices fluctuate. But I think Pulsechain always prices DAI from Ethereum at $1. And so if you had a eDAI pDAI pair that was burnt, and you had a contract point to that pair at the ratio of it, I think that would be the best way to have the most decentralized Oracle. I even think Richard Hart has said Uniswap is the Oracle. you know, the pricing between pairs, like that's the Oracle price, if I'm not mistaken.
I feel like you're oversimplifying it because there are like flash loan attacks and there are ways to manipulate Uniswap in a single block. I mean, there's time-weighted average pricing, so you can avoid some of that. But for me, like arguing centralized versus decentralized oracles, I don't really care so much. Then to me, that doesn't really matter with the narrative of pDAI pegging. I was just trying to like, I guess initially just talk about like an oracle. Like I was just trying to get to steps to a peg, like what's left on the table that needs done, and where are we at to get there.
You make a good point too, dude, about fetch on this side, because I don't know why. I find it peculiar that when that came into being, and there was a lot of excitement around it, but whoever was behind it couldn't foresee the nature of Pulsechain and how what's the word, volatile, how volatile Pulsechain is, but particularly was. I think maybe a year and a half ago, it was very volatile, and people were able to, or some people were able to exploit that, and these flash loan attacks were a part of it. I was surprised that whoever was behind Fetch Oracle didn't foresee that, and but only in post, and I think they closed that window down to like by 50% to like 15 minutes. No, beg your pardon, what am I saying? 15 minutes, 15 seconds or something. But it could be exploited. You know, I haven't seen anything since that tells me all of that is resolved. I just feel like it's behind closed doors and it's off limits to you and I. And that's my layman's take on it.
There was a question earlier about there is no direct evidence of OA bags buying pDAI. Is that correct? We're definitely just speculating on that.
Yeah, I've only ever speculated on that. I haven't seen anything. I've read people talking about different connections, but I've never actually seen. I haven't yet seen hard evidence to demonstrate it. Albeit, I think Tenor was asking earlier about data, cohort data for wallets that arrive in, like new wallets, and are they in any way connected to the OA addresses? Like I can supply anybody with that data if they want to look through it for themselves. Like some people are very, very good at chain analysis. I mean, that can be made available. So, but for me, it's speculation about the OA addresses.
Yeah, it's a great question. So many great points. And dude, I've just put that question to 9 because that really gave me some food for thought then, because ultimately I mean, I was speculating. I already had some level of basis on the speculation, and I know obviously, like you said, you're not really too fussed about the Oracle thing. But your question, the discussion did trigger a very important question, which is very, very valuable, because I've just asked 99 about it, because I think this ultimately is one of the missing pieces, and it's been a discussion on Pulsechain for some time, because as you said, Osprey, it's a very curious. I'm very curious about that, the whole chain link Oracle and the Teller Oracle conversation. because there is a narrative, and it is only a narrative, and it is only a reach at this point, and this is a very big reach. But there is an argument that if an oracle, there is an argument that the oracles have not really been working fully and operationally or accurately on Pulsechain for some time. And then the argument, and then consequently, has the ecosystem been purposefully suppressed? There is an argument for that. There is a narrative for that. It is a reach. It is a huge reach. But the argument is, do we have a working oracle? Because that is a discussion that kind of needs to be made. And really that kind of, my point is, I've put the question forward to 9 because the only thing that I can seem to see of the because it is needed in terms of the pegging. The only real path that I can see is the TWAP Oracle upgrade, which is, and I've just put it in the chat because the sequence would be, you would seed your deep liquidity and you'd burn the LP, and then you would use TWAP as the price feed. So the ratio, you can't control the ratio, but you can control the burning of the LP. So it's a very complex question, and it's a very big question, and I don't think anybody's necessarily asked it at this point, or if they have asked it, it's kind of been a, well, yeah, we'll worry about that later kind of thing. Whereas the argument to be made now is, if the infrastructure is lining up, which we can see it is across, the different elements of pDAI, the argument is the intuitive next step is to have the correct price feed and the oracle to deliver. So then, if that's the case, I presume the TWAP is the best technology that we have in terms of it being the most decentralized oracle equipment that we tech that we have, because there is a trilemma on the oracles too, right? And some stable coins learned the hard way when they depegged. So yeah, it's just a lot of food for thought. All I'm saying is it's very interesting. There's a lot of it kind of births a lot more questions, and the best person to talk to about that is probably 9. So that's why I asked him. So yeah, I appreciate the chat, boys and girls, because it's made me think about the next step, which is the oracle and then the PSM. I can't really see beyond that.
Pegger, to your point, like what the oracle would be, EDAI has never fluctuated on Pulsechain. It's just been a consistent dollar, not one percentage move up or down. So like, what if just EDAI? What if the chain is the oracle? Like that's what it always reads. EDAI is $1. If you look up USDT from Ethereum, or and then you look up the EDAI pair, and then you invert the pair to look at what the price of EDAI is, it's just $1. It's always $1, right? So if anything could just be priced against EDAI, then that would be the oracle. Like I think that would probably be the best way to have an oracle, because like the chain prices EDAI at $1 no matter what. So maybe the best question would be like, what's the best way to get what's the best way to price it against something like a TWAP, or like if there's something better. But I think the protocol for or however you would say it, but I think EDAI and Pulsechain, the chain itself, is probably would be the oracle.
Yeah, that would just make it dependent on EDAI, and which is going to make it more centralized in that scenario. I guess for me also, the biggest, a more important question is how does this relate to the Clarity Act? Because I think we all agree that nothing is going to happen until that gets pushed through to make sure that legally pDAI is, following the rules. And, does a centralized oracle fall under does that make it, fall in or out of some regulatory
Yeah.
bill that the Clarity Act is going to have.
Yeah, that's that's very true, because really it all comes back to the Clarity Act in that sense, because we do need the actual literal clarity on what we can and can't do across DeFi, because it's always easier to swim with the tide as opposed to swim against it. And also, if we don't, with the finalization of the clarity, it's going to give Richard clarity on what he can and can't do in terms of like where he can operate, because he will be trying to look out for the gray. He wants to live in the gray, right? How much time can I, and where we come up against regulatory hurdles and barriers, we can pivot, because it might be that the shooting yourself in the foot is actually the I keep using the word clarity. I'm overusing it, but it is just the literal clarity of what we can and cannot do, and that's why they named it that, because they want a clear framework for digital assets across the board. And it's not just about, mostly it's stable coins, believe it or not. It is actually mostly stable coins. The biggest market share for crypto is ultimately stable coins, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and stable coins. That's it. Top three. And the Americans know that, and they want to regulate it, because they want to introduce their own projects and their own guidelines, and they want to be at the front of the industry, and they want to lead the way, and they want to innovate and get ahead of everyone else. So generally, not everyone, obviously, and that's why they're voting on it. It goes to the Senate. But yeah, we do need that to pass, and then once we have that passed, then Richard can go through it like he does with everything that he does. He becomes a student of the technology that's at hand, the law, and I'm sure he's had a lot of experience with the law, with the SEC, and having a couple of a team of very very good Emmanuel Quinn lawyers on his side, where he can look at it and go, okay, well, take a look at this. What can we do? Where can we operate? And also, what technology is currently being built on? Because you've got to remember, crypto isn't static, right? Crypto is constantly innovating and constantly changing. So for all we know, Richard might be developing an Oracle tech that he wants to deploy onto the Pulsechain that's never been done before. Like, this is the beautiful thing about it. Because he has control of the OA, he can, it might be that he needs, it's just plug and play, right? He can plug in this new Oracle tech, which is probably operating in the grey areas of the Clarity Act that's about to be passed, but he's waiting for that to pass so that he can actually deploy the tech to plug it in, and then boom, switch on. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
in fairness, he did say that. He said, well, to paraphrase, I kind of got the quote right, but I got a few tricks up my sleeve.
yeah. And I think I watched something the other day. I need to go back through it. Again, because every time I learn it, I learn new words, I learn new information, I've learned about quantum physics and astro projection and all sorts of weird and wonderful things just watching his videos. But I need to watch it again. And obviously I'll go down these rabbit holes. Like, I've suddenly started learning about quantum physics since I listened to Richard Hart, which I never thought I'd ever do. But I need to re-watch, because he talks about the interview you're talking about, Osprey, with the few tricks up my sleeve with Wendy O. And then there's another one where he talks about oracles, and he kind of bashes oracles. And I can't find the exact clip. I do need to go through it. Hexsearch.io, by the way, guys, if anyone, that's the one that I use a lot. So if you ever want a specific video for Richard Hart, just go on hexsearch.io and type in the thing that's been discussed, and it's pretty good. I'd say it's 95% of accurate, and it'll just populate all the videos that Richard Hart's ever discussed on that specific subject. So if you type in, like, I might type in oracles on hexsearch.io and deep dive it a little bit and see if we can find what else he says, because I'm pretty sure there is one video where he's bashing oracles a lot, but you can almost like see it in his eyes that he's thinking about solutions. I can't remember the exact one. I swear, I'm pretty sure. I need to find the exact. I'll find it and I'll find a snippet and I'll try and put it in the chat, because I swear there's like a pause. You've probably seen it, Osprey. I'm sure a few of the other guys have seen it. You know, when he has this moment where he's just sort of pausing and he's thinking through his ideas. It's very rare. It's very rare to see him do it, because usually he's always got these he's got a lot of these ideas thought through. Like he's already got them. Like he can like shoot from the waist. But every now and then it'll come through and it'll go, could we not? Maybe he's like sort of tilting his head. Could we do it that way? And then I'm sure it was the Oracle conversation, but I'll have to look back.
It rings a bell.
Which would make it even more interesting if that's the final thing. Like imagine that.
Yeah.
Clarity pegs, release of the Oracle, ZK wallet, everything's all operational. Boom, God candle, Instapeg. Takeover. It sounds so simple, but it's come down to it. It's really come down to it. I mean, this is what we're speculating on, right? And it's also a case of when, right? Not necessarily if. 99 said, when you handle the if, you don't have to worry about the when.
Yeah, it's a perfect little phrase. That I'm very happy. I don't worry about when.
Yep. But yeah, definitely Clarity Act is a big one. It's definitely a big one, because the issue with the Clarity Act is if it doesn't get passed, touch wood, if it doesn't get passed, we're gonna have an issue, because that's going to kick the can down the road, and that's going to be a bit of a wait. But it does look good, and there's a lot of people. There's more people that want this thing to pass than there are people going up against it. So far so good, and we've overcome a few obstacles along the ways in general, because it went from Senator, it went to Tim Scott, it went to this person. You had Cynthia Lummis has been pushing it very hard, like really hard, and it is kind of the last kind of major thing. Put it this way, and this is just my opinion, but if we don't get the Clarity Act, not only do we not really get the pDAI thing necessarily, like it's not going to getting the Clarity Act is only going to expedite the pDAI roadmap. It's not going to slow it down, but there's a risk that it will be slowed down if we don't get it. How much of that risk, if what we think is true? One thing is for sure, we don't get a bull market if we don't get the Clarity Act this year. So because here's the question: the only people left to buy are the institutions, and if the institutions can't get in, there's no $800 billion coming through on the conservative side. So the question is, I'm not saying I'm right, but I'm saying that if I'm wrong, please tell me where I'm wrong, because if you don't have, because where is retail aren't in, unless you've got not VCs. Unless you've got institutions, you've got your pension providers, you've got your banks, you've got your just financial whales, big whales. Unless they're buying and they're deploying the 800 billion, it's between 800 billion, 1.1 trillion over the 6 to 12 months from the Clarity Act passing. If they're not buying, retail aren't coming in, because what retail? Where are retail? I mean, you try and onboard someone, you try and tell someone that crypto's interested. Nobody cares. No one's here. The only people left are the hardcore crypto guys like us. You know what I mean? We're still retail, but in terms of compared to the whales and stuff like that. So the question is, where's the money coming from? Because Walsh doesn't look like he's going to be printing. So if he doesn't print and the whales don't come, who's the next guy? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not trying to sound doomer, because I'm still positive about the Clarity Act, but it's something to consider. It just means that our timeline extends and we get more time to accumulate. But ideally, we get the Clarity Act. That's what we want, and it will trigger a bull run. Make no mistake on that, because this whole sell and use thing, they don't. People have misunderstood that. They don't understand what they're talking about. It's not a
Yeah.
sell and use event. It's here comes the money.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I'm trying to find the. I think it was on the last VC we were talking about the likelihood of Clarity Act going through. 80%, according to a. Oh, what's the university? It's like it's a
Well, poly market. Is it poly market?
no. There's a bipartisan assessment. They can pull. It's nice and fair and reasonable, and it was a take on bills that have made it into law that reached the Senate floor, and there is the percentage rate. Anyway, it showed the percentage rate of success, and it's like looking like 80%. But then you've got 80% of bills made to the Senate floor X amount of time. I think it was like 12 years. Have all successfully made it into law. And then, of course, you have, like you say, you have polymarket, which gives in the moment likelihoods. I'm absolutely sure I posted that last week, and it was a screenshot of the this university's assessment, and I found it very positive. Because a lot of people ask that, will it or won't it? And
Yeah.
when something makes it this far with such, and it really does have bipartisan support, and the world is fucking crying out for it.
Yeah.
In my view. So I feel like it's absolutely going to happen.
Well, that's it. I mean, half the here's another reality of the situation. For it to get to Senate at this point and pass, for it to actually pass, really, majority of the negotiation is happening between now and June 2nd.
Yeah.
So, despite the fact that they're all on leave officially, because that's what they're on leave, because obviously senators don't like to work a lot during the year.
Yeah.
They just like to not work. You got Trump flying, missing his son's wedding for whatever reason, and you got the senators like, "I'll just take 3 weeks off. Forget it." But anyway, that's a whole nother discussion. But one thing what I'm trying to say is, even though they are on leave, their phones are on, right? They're still negotiating. They all have things that they want, right? Whether it's the ethics agreement, or whether it's the housing, or whether it's the funding of this or the funding of that, they all have levers that they can pull, because that's politics, right? Everybody's got something they want, and they're in it for themselves and their own legacy, and that's fine. That's fair enough. Everybody's got their own. That's just part of being human, right? You have things that you want. So they're going to pull those levers and want to negotiate those things. So the negotiation is happening between now and the 2nd of June. So, to your point, Osprey, they're by the time they get to the Senate, you're already going to have 80% or so of people already in agreement with what you're saying. Like you're already going to have majority of people. To be honest, it's kind of ironing out the final details. For it to get to Senate, you've already. Yeah, basically, it's a mad rush between now and the June 2nd, because nobody wants to get to the Senate and not come to a deal. No one, neither Democrats nor Republicans, because they don't want to have wasted all their time. They don't want all of the issues to have not been ironed out, because they all want to make money. None of this, even if the ethics, there's going to be a granddad rights thing that exists. So anybody who's bought crypto up until this point, who's a senator, you're good, you're fine, but no buying after this date. So everybody who's already got a piece of got some money in the deal, as in they've got money in crypto, then they want it to win. They're just as invested as we are. Like, make no mistake in thinking that senators don't have bags. Bro, I mean, look at that. Look at that recent lady who came out, and it was just like she was like the poster child of buying bags as a senator. Like, she's just like grinning away like she was in a school photo. So yeah, they all want it to come to pass, you know. So it's funny, liberal. When it comes to money, Democrats and Republicans come together.
Strange, that, isn't it?
Strange.
I found the source. It was the Miller Center. So they do sort of bipartisan studies for bipartisan use, and right, it was more than 80% of laws enacted since 2012 passed Congress with majorities from both parties voting yes. I also had another little snippet. One congressional analysis found that roughly 70% of bills signed into law had bipartisan co-sponsors. Only a tiny fraction of bills introduced became law, overall 2.5%. So, yeah, 80%. More than 80% of laws enacted since 2012 passed Congress with majorities from both parties voting yes. That sounds
Wow.
very, very positive, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
this
'cause
is
you
serious
just,
legislation.
I mean, 70%. It's like that's what that's what I was trying to say previously. Based on what I've researched, is it the biggest hurdle is behind us. The committee meeting was the biggest hurdle. It is just a case of everyone's got a price now. And here's the thing: they said it in the committee. Like, we had 3 Democrats that were willing to come across the aisle. They all said it openly. If we can handle the ethics issue, if we can handle this and handle that, I'll come across. So it's not like a case of like, oh, it's impossible. We got 14 for, I think it was 14 for 9 or 13 for 9, but it was basically 14 for 9 because one of them was saying it's just the ethics issue, and I'm across the aisle. So we're already in good stead. 20 total 20 seats. I think it's 20 seats that they need for full pass. But yeah, it's just going to be that's going to be negotiated on now. And I'll bring up the X site that I follow. I follow I think it's Eleanor. Eleanor, I'm going to find out her details and post it in the chat. But if you follow her on X, she gives all the best updates for clarity. Obviously, anything that comes through, that's like super bullish or a real advancement in either direction. But I see it all advancing in a bullish direction. I'm going to post about and put on X anyway. But I'll get Eleanor's. Let me just see if I can find her name actually. But she's a great reporter. She's a very, very unbiased sort of reporter. She's very kind of in the middle and just reports on the facts and says, like, how's the Clarity Act progressing? Is it, are we actually going to get this thing over the line or not? And that's basically her focus. And she talks about all the obstacles that we face on a generally every other day-to-day basis. But it's been a bit quiet between now and June 2nd. The odds remain 61%, between 61 and 63%, depending on your source of passing. So, it's a much higher than it was in February, which was like 21% or something.
Like you say, doors are closed now. Now they're having the real discussions. That's why those odds are staying where they are for now. But coming up June, where are we now? June, July. So yeah, I feel like there's just going to be money sloshing around Pulsechain for quite a while yet. Just people swapping in and out, trying to make little gains here and there, but it's just sloshing about the pot. Come July and August, my goodness me. Like,
Yeah.
I'm super glad we're here and now. I think it's an absolute blessing.
Yeah, I mean, just sort of pinch. We're only going to pinch ourselves more and more as well as time goes on.
Yeah. I've got to give credit to Liberty Swap too. They tried their best with Fireblocks for us, but no comeback from Fireblocks whatsoever. That is a dead duck. And I cannot for the life of me figure out why, because they have like 150 customers on there for different chains and whatnot, and they just don't want to engage. I know I keep on about it, but I just find it a bit peculiar.
Yeah, it's wild. I think a lot of people are just like, I don't know why. It's just cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
You know, they see Richard Hart beat the SEC and they still think he's a scammer. I mean, I talked about it earlier, but it's just like, why? Why is there so much tribalism in the sense of like all these big people are just like, oh, have you heard about Richard Hart? Oh yeah, he's a scammer. Oh, don't just ignore it. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's just like, just think for yourself. You know, I think this is why Richard got so angry at the Bitcoin maxis, because they're more interested in tribalism than they are in logic.
Yeah. And the thing is, here's the funny thing about this crypto business. There's money to be made in tribalism. But back to what you were saying a couple of hours ago about do you want to be right, or do you want to make money? You know, that kind of way. Tribalism makes money, but it's not the type of money. I don't think it's the type of money UI and others are looking for. It's short-lived, and it's a lot of effort. A lot of effort has gone into this chain being as sovereign as it is, on part of people that have. Well, one guy lost his life, right? This Nikolai guy.
Yeah.
I can neither prove nor disprove was the guy. Something very bad happened to him, but obviously it was not good. And the SEC tried to destroy the guy who founded this chain by reputation, and kind of cripple his defenses, you know, his rights. So I think people enjoy to be people have seen that you can make money without being right. You can commodify it very quickly with the likes of X and Telegram. You can drum up a lot of money very, very quickly out of a pool of people. And boy, oh boy, do they hate to be wrong.
Yeah.
You're
I mean,
yeah. You know what I mean. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, I understand this sort of conserve your energy and versus kind of acquire new energy. You know, I understand that. Like, if you've got economic energy, if you're the big fish in the small pond, or the big fish in the big pond, you know, whatever scenario you want to look at, you're the big guy. You want to protect what you've got. I totally understand that. Like, if you're up and coming, you're enterprising and you're aggressive in capital markets, you're more likely to take risk, you're more risk kind of minded, you're more ambitious, all that kind of stuff. And that's where and it's interesting how personality types attract similar personality types, because a lot of Richard Hart's personality types is a lot of personality and demeanor is a lot of the reason why a lot of us are here today, because we exhibit a lot of those traits. You know, we want to, whether that's aggressive in nature or aggressive in expansion, like whether you want to be, you know, because you do have the two types. These are the two classic archetypes of investors. And I'm not talking about bearish and bullish. I'm talking about enterprising and like defensive investors. And Warren Buffett and that have been talking about it for as long as modern finance has existed. And it's the idea that are you trying to build something new, or are you trying to protect what you already have? So I do understand a lot of these guys, the Bitcoin maxis and all that, who have made the bag. And you've got a Bitcoin maxi who's sat on $1.2 million, and he's thinking, I'm sweet, I got my car's paid off, my house is paid off, my wife's good, my kids are good, I'm good where I am. And then they minimize their risk. Like they're at 1.2 million, they think, I've got enough money, I'm just going to put it in Bitcoin. Maybe they were in altcoins, or they were in projects, or they were trading their time for services, or they got paid in Ethereum, whatever they got, whatever their story is, they got to a point where they became a Bitcoin maxi. They didn't, that's not obviously what they identify as. They just go, oh, just got a bit of Bitcoin, it's not a big deal. But they've become Bitcoin maxis because they don't realize that they're in the, like, I understand how the status quo is, oh, we're all in Bitcoin, let's all stay in Bitcoin. Why would I go into anything else? Michael Saylor is the perfect archetype for the Bitcoin maxis because he is a Bitcoin maxi. Like, he is like, why would I do that? Why would I just buy Bitcoin? Like, refinance your house, buy Bitcoin, like get a second job, buy Bitcoin, borrow off your family, buy Bitcoin. We've all seen the meme, and the point is, I understand it because you've already made the money. Like, you're already in the castle. But for the people that haven't made the money yet, you have to go into the more speculative assets. Like, you have to try the pulse chains and the hexes and the pDAIs in order to accumulate. You have to speculate to accumulate. But once you've accumulated, nobody really talks about that side of it, where it's like you then just say no to everything. But when it borders on like ignorance, that's when you're in trouble. And the problem is, a lot of people in the market are ignorant of Richard Hart because they didn't like him from Bitcoin days. I mean, there's a whole plethora of Bitcoin maxis who hate Richard only because he likes Ethereum, because he was Bitcoin for so many years that then he flipped on what they consider flipped on them. But actually, he just updated his worldview and realized that, you couldn't build smart contracts on Bitcoin. So why would you stay with Bitcoin when Ethereum is the superior tech? And he made this very interesting point in one of his early streams, where he talked about there was Vitalik only made Ethereum because they wouldn't allow you to build on Bitcoin. And that wasn't an architectural issue. That was a voter issue. That was a not the validators, but the miners. So they decided, no, we don't want to build smart contracts. We just want to keep our pet rock. And then as a result, Ethereum, you couldn't build smart contracts on it. So Vitalik, in response to the market at the time, created Ethereum. Richard Hart built Hex and put it on Ethereum, but he said in an interview, I wanted to put it on Bitcoin, but Bitcoin didn't have smart contracts. So I pivoted to Ethereum. That's why he gave Hex a free airdrop to Bitcoin holders, not Ethereum holders, because he's always been a Bitcoin guy, but he pivoted to Ethereum because of the Bitcoin maxi mindset, which is, you can't sit with us, we're not changing anything. And then he started shitting on Bitcoin because he saw the truth in the superior tech, which is Ethereum, and they hated that. So there's a whole thing around Richard Hart and the original Bitcoin guys, and he's like if you went to the other side of the internet and you went to Bitcoin, like the other side of crypto, should I say, because you can't get more centralized than Bitcoin, right? Satoshi is like the number one crypto in the world. It's like on the other edge, the other side of the rankings, shall we say. If you go in there and you start talking about Richard Hart, they will give you a completely different version to what we know. But it's all ignorant, by the way. And it's just ignorant.
It is. Yeah, it absolutely is.
So yeah, it's tribalism. It's the iPhone versus Samsung conversation. You're never going to get away from it.
Yeah. Totally different subject. So I think we're on VC8. and 2 more will be on 10. And I was thinking, with getting closer to the political breakthrough of the Clarity Act, we could get someone who's pretty seasoned in sort of punditry for I don't know, like I was thinking of George News, you know, the George News guy, whoever's behind that account on X, like they write probably, you know, it's like really good. I think they'd be able to ask some cool questions around Clarity Act and their take on crypto moving forward. And I know like the guy has his own coin, right? And I could have a chat to him about that. Said we're not going to do any of that stuff. It's not a shill place. But
Yeah.
I really do rather admire his political take. He's a great writer, and he's been around a long time. And I know he has a bag of dye as well. So
Interesting.
I think it could be cool to get him on. And unless you have any other, like, if anyone has any other ideas of who we could manage to persuade to come on and help educate us all a little bit more about something in particular. Like, I think sovereignty-wise, I think we've all educated ourselves and each other rather well. But the political side of things is quite interesting. And as is, I think there's another conversation to be had. You touched on it the other week about retaining wealth and being smart. I wonder, is there anyone out there that would like to talk to us more about their experience of having a very big change of pace in life, the problems they came up against and how they managed it? Like, I know a person, but he's not available. He's the guy that actually got me into crypto, but he lives on a boat. He's hard to get a hold of. I think
it'd be great.
it'd be good to have something special for number 10, you know. Never mind all the giveaways and all that crap. It's like, that's not what we want to be doing. We want to be learning and strengthening our arsenal of information, you know, that there's more value in that than a few thousand die here and there, you know. It's I think that could be useful. So have a think about that one, and anyone else listening back or listening live.
Yeah,
'Cause I'm
George
sure
George
I'm
News
sure
sounds great.
yeah,
I mean, my only request, and it's not really, he's not necessarily, I mean, he is educational, but obviously, Somi. So, like, I would love it if Somi came on 1 week. That would be great. I
yeah,
think he'd bring a really great energy. I think he's up to it. I think it's just aligning the schedule, really. And he's quite, you know, I think he's got so much going on that I think he likes to be a bit spontaneous. Like, I noticed that his only real first live streams was like when the whole Catty thing happened and everyone was talking about it, so he just hopped on a few different YouTube channels to weigh in. But I think that was more putting out fires as well, because like he had a lot of people coming at him, I think, because of pDAI, which was interesting. So I think part of that was him putting out fires. But I know I don't know. I just think it would be great if he did come on to one of these, just to, you know. Obviously, we understand a lot of what he says, but you always learn something new from him. I think a lot of it's from his trading experience as well. You know, working on a trading floor before crypto, and a lot of these ideas of like asymmetric upside and, you know, taking risk management, and just looking at the macro a little bit. And yeah, I just think he's my only. I'd say George News and Somi. Those are my only two real people that I think would be like super fun to have, just to mix it up a bit as well. It's always great when new people get stuck in, you know.
yeah. I think we could get Somi nearer clarity, because he could I mean, obviously he's on a different time. He's on a different time zone. I'm not sure if the time zone is favorable to him right now. You know, that 1 p.m. UTC start time. Maybe we could, if he needed the time a little different to suit him, but at the same time, he could make use of the VC in a way that's positive to him. Maybe we can work something out with him that benefits his time. Because like you say, he is very, very busy. It's clear he's busy every day. It's not easy to create content at all and present yourself extremely well for viewers with all your data in one place. And I mean, it's serious achievement, you know. He does all his graphics and everything. Do you know what I mean? Those things, they're not easy. You have to have a workflow to do all that stuff, but he gets some news and he puts something together so flawlessly, you know. All the graphics and the presentation is just excellent. So maybe we could help him by working with him on his schedule, because he clearly does an awful lot for DEFI as well. An awful lot.
For sure. I mean, also it could also be like a recording or something if he wants to put it on, if he wants to, for content, or I'm not sure. I mean, I don't mind either way. I'm just thinking for him, like, you know, because he probably thinks, oh, if I take an hour out of my content creation or something, I'm not sure. I don't know what his schedule's like, you know.
Or we skip the VC and just do a pDAI power hour on Sami's channel, like a live thing, you know, because
Up for that.
that would suit him, because then it taps straight into his reach, and that's good for everybody to
True.
learn.
Yeah, we just hop on and do the guest thing.
Yeah.
I'm
Otherwise,
sure
it's
it'll
just
be.
like
Yeah.
I just respect his shtick and his reach and his time. You know, it's like it's harder to get some people. Maybe George News, it's hard to get him as well, but we'll find out.
100%. Yeah, I think that'll be good. I think George and Somi, I think that's probably the way to go. I mean, a lot of these, again, a lot of the thing with the outreach is it's like you almost need to get the win. You know, we're going to be limited in terms of people that we can get on anyway, because of sentiment, but also because of sentiment and stigma against Pulsechain. Is obviously going to be a huge obstacle always, because we're always going to come up against, you know, you reach out to people, people just aren't going to answer the door. Do you know what I mean? They're just not going to do it.
Yeah.
But it's like it's so fair weather. Like crypto is so fickle in that sense, you know, because people who, you know, would never speak to you will suddenly be like DMing you when we're 10x higher or 100x higher.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is. I mean, it's just fickle. It's just it's a good thing and a bad thing, because it means that people are willing to change their minds very quickly, which is great for great if you're in the ecosystem ahead of everyone else, and you know you need someone to sell to. It's just the way the game works. But then on the other side, on the flip side, you know, it also means that you're going to be suppressed for a long period of time until you've got some external factors that swing in your favor, like the macro, the Clarity Act, Richard coming back and pegging pDAI, or not say coming back, he's always here, but coming back and buying, shall we say, and by coming back I mean flexing on this live stream when we're 100x higher, and he's saying, I told you all, guys, I told you so, you know. But you know, the buying of his own coins, or not even him, you know, Ethereum whales coming across, whether you got God whale buying, whether you believe he's God whale or not, like these different entities are buying up the chain, you know, and it's a combination effect really. It's like a compound effect. It's not one event, it's a number of events. So all we can do is just continue to accumulate and stay patient and keep ourselves occupied and keep running these great VCs, isn't it, Osprey? Just doing that together.
You bet. We're doing a very good job.
And getting
It's-
those
I think it's wonderful. Like I'm a bit I'm a bit older, but I'm a 47 here, I'll be 48 this year. But I still get a kick out of go on the VC, and then there's Tenor. I think, well, I assume he's in Australia. I just find that amazing that we can do all this with our phones in 2026 and just speak live to someone all that way away about something we all have in common, or a train of thought we're all trying to pursue. It's just fascinating. The VC is like a really, really cool feature in general.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the kind of Wi-Fi on a plane thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's magic, man. Yeah.
Yeah, and we're just kind of, that's the most exciting thing about crypto and blockchain, right? Because we're at the forefront of technology, and you just don't even know what's going to happen next, because
Yeah.
instant data and instant, like speaking to each other like we're all in the same room, and we're, like you say, we're literally all around the globe simultaneously talking and listening. People would have laughed at you if they said that was possible 20 years ago or 30 years ago. Maybe not 20, maybe 30, but because obviously you had the early internet, right? But the thing is, the things that are being conceptualized today in the next 10, 15, 20 years is going to blow our minds from this. Because who's to say, you're having that, we mentioned astral projection earlier, like who's to say holographic images and all that isn't going to happen? You're going to be in a, maybe you're putting your meta glasses on and you haven't got funny looking avatars anymore. Maybe we're just all stood in a room, we're having a digital conference room.
Yeah, I can see that coming. Yeah.
So this is the sort of way it's going to be, except the difference is we're all hopefully going to have a bag of money in our bank. Do you know what I mean? We're all going to have a little bit of money and be like, this conference room is a lot more fun than the one we were on, 24 months ago, or whatever that looks like.
Where are we? Pega 1654. Yeah. That'll do it.
Yeah. What's that? 2 hours? 3?
We started at 1 and we're hitting 5.
Damn,
That's
they're getting
amazing.
longer.
That's good,
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
It is good. All right, I'll wind it up. If you're happy, and
I'm happy.
I'll post immediately. And I was a bit slow at the start. I was saying I had a Xiaomi phone, right? I had it less than just a few months, and it started dropping battery heavily at the weekend. I just could not figure it out. And I went to pick up the phone after an hour or so, and the whole phone was squashing at the back, and the battery the battery kind of inflates itself and starts leaking electrolytes or electrolyte gas. And I'm not the only person. It seems to happen to a few people who own those Xiaomi phones. So I had to replace the phone straight away, and I spent the weekend installing and getting everything right, passwords, etc. It was an absolute nightmare. But so the first little part of the VC was me trying to figure out how to activate my voice on the phone, because I hadn't set it up properly in the app yet. So sorry to anyone who has to listen to me going and ah for about a minute at the start. Till next week, and see you in chat. I'll post this now. I'll post the VC now for everyone.
Absolutely. Thank you, brother. Thanks, everyone.
Cheers, man. Take care. Testing. Can you hear me loud and clear? Seems to be working.
We can.
Hexy, how are you?
I'm okay.
Hello,
Very
Joe. Thanks for the thumbs up.
intrigued by a lot of the recent activity, which I'm sure we'll get into. But thank you. How are
Yeah.
you?
I'm very well, thanks. Yeah, keeping well. Moved home, and it's been a big event, but it's been really good as well. Something we've been waiting to do for a long time, so it's been pretty great. Busy though. Two things I just wanted to start off with. Well, three actually. Firstly, as always, the format is as we do it each time. It's worked out well so far. The conversation is what makes the VCs great, and people can just speak freely or listen, no problem. Second thing is something that has been on my mind for a while. Around the issue of warns leading to bans, as it has been over the years in the Telegram, and something I've been doing myself many times over. I've come to realize on this journey that the idea of following an investment is extremely important to everybody if they are invested. Just because someone has a disagreement in main chat around issues that we cite as difficult to manage, politics, religion, the main causes of fallouts, which eventually lead to warns and then would invariably lead to a ban. It just, as this journey has progressed, it just seems more and more unnecessary as a course of action, when in actual fact, it's why the mute function exists. I don't feel like being judge and jury where somebody's investment is concerned and what I think is really their right to follow it. Just because we don't agree on something doesn't mean they shouldn't be able to follow the news. And by extension, that is good for all of us, no matter, we're all from different backgrounds, different ages, different faiths, different political leanings. One thing we have in common is this this journey, and I think everyone should have a right to follow that. The exceptions to the rule are impersonation of other members, the pornography, and those looking to genuinely extract, the thieves that are out there, and we've caught a few, as I'm sure many of you can see. So over the next while, and you'll see it in effect beginning today and yesterday actually, some of these bans are going to be reversed, and those that were banned for reasons I mentioned there a minute ago are going to be able to follow their investment. So you'll see a little bit more of that. I just think it's far, far better for all of us as a community to be able to follow our investment. It's very important to people. What was the third point? Yeah, just a little thing, but Crypto Girl made an interesting little post there. It just read about the maxis. Poor maxis will be in despair once pDAI flips Pulsechain. It's true. This tribalism is going to bring itself to the fore in some degree, and I think we have an opportunity there to encourage people who may have looked at DAI one way to encourage them to look towards and engage with the people that have the skills that connect the dots, that are in this community right here, and they're active today. 9iron, I think Based OG made a great post there earlier too. It's worth reading and just sort of taking on board. And I don't think there's any reason, like for me, I don't do the tribal thing. I think everyone finds their direction at the right time that suits them, and I try not to get involved in that Marxism stuff. It's very energy draining, but people are going to come looking, and the people that do get it, we won't be having to manage any of that. I'm sure many of us hold
Hex and all these other coins, and we have DAI as well. You know, there's a lot of people like that on the Hex side. Some people are going to come looking for answers, and I think it'd be better not to shout them down, and we can foster some growth and encourage some people. So there's an opportunity to do that. I think it's very positive. That's the only 3 things I wanted to cover. That was it. And yeah, it's a good day. Good price action and stuff like that.
Yeah, well said, Osprey. Well said. Just on the tribalism thing, about 4 years ago, I went to a Hex meetup. This was well before any of us had even heard of pDAI. And actually, I met a number of people who are now, you would consider them kind of Maxis and pDAI haters. And they're actually fundamentally quite decent people. It's like there was another significant thing probably 6 years ago, wasn't there, around COVID, where everybody had a very strong opinion on one thing. But I do think time is a bit of a healer, and would be better for the community if we sort of all move in the same direction. So same as you, people are allowed to change their minds and allowed to have opinions. But I think it would be better if we accepted people rather than saying, oh no, 3 years ago you kind of said you didn't like pDAI. So agree with that.
Yeah, well said, Hexy. I think it's the way to go. It's it actually creates for less work for everybody. You know, less you can be thinking more about things that matter and dealing with things that matter too, like good conversations. And because there are plenty of great conversations taking place in chat. I think that energy is better focused on that stuff. So
And one
yeah,
thing I wanted
good.
to ask Osprey, and I don't know if anybody else can respond, is, I'm very excited about Nine Iron's posts, and, he thinks he's figured it all out, etc. But I mean, to be honest with you, he posts these diagrams on X, and then there's all these discussions about L2, and I haven't got a clue what's going on. Maybe I'm just the biggest peanut brain in the group, but if anybody could give us a hint of a TLDR, what might be going on, I think I would certainly be grateful, and I'm sure there'd be others.
You're not alone, Hexy. There's a lot of people in the same boat, and I am also. I spent last weekend looking through all sorts, and I am still confused. I see, we see price go up, but that doesn't. It's not going up a lot. I'm invested here. I think I've covered this before. I think we've spoken about it, but like why I'm invested is kind of fundamental stuff. Just really patterns of behavior is why I invest. I'm a lot more comfortable watching patterns of behavior and making decisions off that basis. I know that there's probably two or three people in here even now that have a better take than me. But I'm watching and trying my very best to understand what I see. What I do follow is distribution data, and I've seen some quite I wouldn't say significant, but I've seen the pattern change over the past few weeks, and I find that very interesting. It feels like it does read like the DAI itself, the DAI coins are in the hands of people that want to retain them more so, and more so this side of March gone. That's how it reads. So
So Osprey, you always used to say that kind of wallets, the larger wallets, I don't know, let's just say over 10 million generally were holders or were gradual acquirers, and the ups and downs of price action were the sort of trading wallets somewhere between sort of 1 and 10 million. Are you seeing a change in behavior in what you've said previously then?
I've been seeing it the past 7 weeks. So it began with we had a couple of small, like, micro events where people were trading in that 1 to 5 million cohort, and you'd be seeing 100 plus addresses move in and out week to week. But that has ceased. Now it's just a small number in and out, 5 or 10, which is like what you'd expect to see, yeah. But now I'm seeing, or have been seeing, wallets or addresses in the 10 to 15, and that category, actually the cohorts around 10 to 20 are moving in and out in sort of 10 addresses at a time. They're going up and down those cohorts, and I hadn't seen that before. That was new. I have some data for last week and this week. I'm not sure if you saw last week's data, but I shared that too. And I've been sharing it with 9iron quietly each week. I kind of held off because I felt like I was seeing some patterns that I didn't want to misrepresent, you know? So I've just been sitting on it for a while and asking a few people, like, what are we seeing? I also did a full scrape of the entire holder list at the weekend, all the way down to 60 addresses just holding 60 DAI, just 60. And I think there's like 4,000 plus pages. So I have one from August last year, and I have one from this weekend, and I've sent both data sets over to Dr. Pega, who I feel, I'm sure he'll answer about this. I'm not entirely sure what his approach is, but I believe he's using his Claude skills to work through addresses and spot significant events. So our idea is that distribution can be connected to certain addresses, and we're just looking for patterns. And if we can see some patterns, then we have like a better idea of what's going on. But something has been taking place. I feel like it's distribution going to the strongest hands.
Mhm.
It could well be another theory. Another theory is that certain people don't want to be found, and that shuffling the deck is the way to do it. And then I lean into that personally. I think that's what I feel I see when I look at the week to week changes. It's like shuffling the deck.
I must admit, when there was that, was it 125 million pDAI that was, I'd say, stolen from that guy's wallet? I can't remember if that number was correct.
Yeah.
It did make me think. I mean, my holdings are absolutely nowhere near that, but it did make me think about whether or not my personal holdings should be broken down across 2 or 3 different wallets, and maybe other people have thought something similar. And I don't know if that's the same type of information that you're talking about or not, but
It could be. Yeah, and part of it is that, like, we never know how many addresses are attributable to an individual, but I think some people are more and more getting cautious as this journey progresses.
mhm.
So yeah, there's definitely an argument for that.
So just going back to some of 9iron's posts recently, I mean, if anybody can technically break things down, that will, I think I would really enjoy that. But then the other 2 things I thought were, well, 3 things. One is he said how he thinks he's figured it all out. I mean, that's so interesting, isn't it? And 2 is what is it? There are no roads where we're going. That kind of like reference potentially to Back to the Future, and then people have sort of put together July the 3rd, not I'm building, giving any dates, etc. And then what was the other thing that he said? There was a third thing, that he thinks would be no breach of any kind of legal regulations if he thinks he understands the solution. So therefore there is no dependence on the Clarity Act. Those are three sort of interesting things for me. I don't know if anyone's got any comments on those or any different takes.
I'm trying to get Nuclear Herbs to come on to a VC, one that's perhaps dedicated to the legal side of things around clarity, whereby we wouldn't all be in here just discussing DAI, and to have him sort of look somehow aligned or on board. That wouldn't be what it's about. I think it'd be great for us as the umbrella term of just DeFi in general, to hear from someone with some legal expertise. I'd rather hear from an expert than anybody else about, if we're trying to get some concrete assessment, then I would rather hear from Nuclear Herbs than 9iron. But then again, we don't know what 9iron does for a crust either. Maybe he's a legal guy, but Nuclear Herbs would be great to listen to. And this is in part why you raise a very good point, that third point you raised, because it's what we're trying to do for these VCs. I think it'd be really good to get some people with expertise in specific areas to help educate us and answer for some questions that we find it hard to get answers to.
Mm-hmm.
So if I can get Nuke here, or if a few of us can sort of softly petition him to hop on, and it's not like an interrogation or anything like that, and it's nothing to do with alignment. It's more about just getting some good advice from good people in the same. We're all on the same journey. We're all under this Pulsechain DeFi umbrella. We can relax on the alignment side of things and just say, can we get your help? We're a very strong community here. I think we have some. I think we have some sway to ask people to come in and speak.
Yeah, he would be great. I mean, when I've heard him on other things, particularly the whole SEC breakdown, I thought he was fantastic. I mean, it is his job,
Yeah.
but I mean, he is brilliant. I don't know if he likes pDAI or not, but that would, yeah, if he doesn't believe in the peg, then perhaps he would be reluctant to come on. But I agree with you, he'd be great.
Yeah. Let's see. I sent him a message on X, and we'll see. It's been a few days though. There's been no reply. He could be busy. He could be busy too.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Michael. I hope you're well. I'd say Michael's been busy.
Yeah, hey mate. Sorry, been
How's it going?
MIA, but I appreciate the what you've sent me. I'm just going through the chat now. How you been? All right.
Yeah, I've been good. I've been moving house and trying to get all the amenities established, like kind of computer setup again and internet and everything. So,
New phone too.
yeah, and a new phone. That was a nightmare.
Apple for the win, eh? Tell you.
It's when you take for granted all your passwords and logins and everything, and you really have to keep a good record of things. Stuff you rely on.
Where's Doc? Is he around?
I don't think he is around yet, but he might come on.
Thanks for the logo. I'll add that logo to the site and update it with the new findings from 9i and whatnot. I feel like every week there's a new kind of finding. It's hard to keep up.
It's about whether or not everything is linked. There seems to be a good argument for how a lot of these theories, at the time, like the macro idea of studying a theory, it can be quite confusing, and then you go from point A to point B, and they don't fully tie in, and it kind of loses
loses trust of some people. But what I'm beginning to see is that when you do zoom out quite a bit, uh, these theories have a thread through them. Some of them have a thread through them, and he's onto something, in quotes. And I do see that more and more. It's no slight on Nine, because he's clearly invested and clearly interested.
Mm.
And he's been here a very long time, but I do not have those skills. I just do not have those skills. So, like, we all have our way of interpreting data, or searching for things. I think we're lucky that we have a room full of people with different skills and research abilities and ways of assessing information. So
Yeah, it's very complex, especially when you
yeah,
presented recently in that kind of diagram.
yeah,
It's very difficult to follow. So many layers. But I think it's kind of purposefully done so like that. You know what I mean? Like even he said
yeah,
something like, "I'll explain later when you know we'll give the chance. We'll give the believers a chance to enter, or you know what I mean, and keep the non-believers out or whatever." Even that whole
yeah,
idea, it's kind of seems as if he's withholding information from the community. It not in a not in a nefarious way, in my opinion. In a way that kind of he slowly kind of releases information. So, um, you know what I mean? Kind of Sommy speaks about that too.
yeah.
It seems to be very deliberate, where the kind of slowly being dragged down to reveal what's going on. Even like what 1967 when he launched the the reserve protocol, and how that was a message there saying it's going to be a flat coin. Well, the idea of a flat coin, which was interesting, and that was actually launched. You know, I think it was in 2024, and he only showed it a month ago or whatnot, which was interesting. And 1967 is part of that 5996 cluster, one of the pioneers. So I thought that was interesting that he only released even that. That was quite significant, and that was only kind of presented to us, you know, a year later. Anyway.
Just on that subject, Michael, so, I mean, that's one, maybe it's a bit of a frustration of mine, and I don't know if it's a deliberate plan, but there's always seems to be this cryptic messaging throughout Pulsechain, and it's kind of existed all since the very beginning. And I think Nine does it kind of very well, doesn't he? He kind of hints, but then I struggle to work out what is kind of just genuinely a cryptic hint versus what is someone just posting something for the sake of trying to make it difficult to understand. Why do you think everything is so cryptic? I mean, I must have read 50 messages from 9iron since last Friday, and brilliant, genius, all the rest of it. I love every single time he posts, but I haven't got a clue what any of them mean. I don't know
I think
why, you know, and I'm not
yeah,
stupid. I'm certainly not
I
technical, but
agree.
I'm not stupid. I don't understand why it has to be so difficult to understand.
I do tend to agree, but I think if we believe 99 is an insider, I mean, you can have your kind of opinion on that or not, but I believe he is. I think to me, it's not an accident when he created his account. And I was kind of going through his early tweets. It was kind of interesting to see what he was posting. But anyway, I think it's very deliberate because if he is an insider, it kind of encourages and incentivizes holders to research the blockchain and learn more about decentralized finance. I think that is definitely a deliberate act to kind of get everyone more in the know. It's kind of I kind of perceive it. I kind of see it as a bit of a learning experience for all of us, especially me and everyone that's kind of getting involved. Even just the reading that you guys are doing, like you're kind of learning as we go. And I don't think that's an accident. That's my view on it. It kind of
Yeah.
again it encourages you to do your own research, and he's always talked about that. Those who do their own research will be rewarded. There was some live streams where he talked about that years ago. Richard, that is.
Yeah, that's a fair comment. No
There's a
comment.
good comment here by Miguel. Like he kind of says it right. If you read that last comment in main, you can't read the L2, and if everyone can read the blockchain, how come no one knows for certain how the peg happens? Maybe because that information isn't readily available. There are missing pieces we still cannot see, and that's by design. He says he's criticizing the claim that someone knows how it happens. He's been hearing the same thing on this channel now for a year. He says that's where his disagreement is. I can understand that point of view.
But that then comes back to Michael's theory that 9 is an insider, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It leans in quite hard to it. Yeah. I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if he were. Yeah.
And the other
He's
way to look at it is could
very
be
early.
he's not nefarious. Being around for this long,
Yeah.
all the stuff that he's holding is kind of in my view, he's definitely not nefarious because a lot of the cabal has that view that he's just there to keep everyone on board. But now it's just getting ridiculous, right? So
There's very early on in the Atropa chat logs, 99 is in there long before any of this, asking how he can help, how he can be of use and service. I also thought that was a very interesting. It's one of the earliest times I ever spotted a 99 interaction.
interesting. Was that when
I'll pull,
about the time that he created his Twitter, like July 23?
yeah, I'll pull it up for you one moment.
I do have the log downloaded. I just have to get on my PC, but that's kind of interesting too. The fact that he was doing that.
99.
Good to see it moving up. The price 0.0022 now, and versus Pulse we're looking at 307. Very nice. Again, we'll flip the layer one PLS market cap at 350 Pulse per die, which is not too far away. Yeah, it's another 15% growth against Pulse, and we'll flip the market cap of Pulsechain. It's quite amazing.
We have been over that level before, though, haven't we? 350 die, I think.
Yes, but that was prior to the inflation of supply.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yes, so it kind of, I'd have to review, but there was a reason why. But yeah, that
Oh,
definitely occurred prior to the supply inflate. Like it kind of doubled in supply since then, which means that it was half as valuable against Pulse back then, if that makes sense.
yeah, so the last time it was over 350 was basically Jan 25 and then November 24. As you said,
Yeah,
it doubled in supply in April 25, didn't we? So yeah, 3 months after that, the
yeah. So
famous
if you look at
Catty
it,
day.
so if you look at it in retrospect now, that means kind of pDAI is twice as valuable compared to Pulse as it was back then, if that makes sense. Because you know what I mean? Because supply has doubled, and as you said, then Caddy did her thing, and with 5996 inflated the supply. Well, not inflated it, but released tokens from the vaults and then dumped on everyone, and etc. I'll never forget that day. I was one of the. I was at work and I saw it dump, and it was just the most disappointing, most depressing day. probably ever for me. For me, anyway.
Yeah, it's like where were you when JFK got shot? Where were you when Catty dumped? I think everybody can remember it, can't they? Yeah.
Yeah, and it also when Richard publicly said it was trash. In retrospect, in hindsight now, it's kind of like, yeah, well, now we know why. But at that moment, I just felt very sick in the stomach, as you would, if you've got that much, if you invest in something like this, and it's almost like having that faith till you do all this research, and then you kind of can't believe it. But now we know why. Good times. Where are you, XCG, if you don't mind me saying geographically?
In England,
Nice.
in the north. Yeah, not many people say nice about the north of England, Michael. So thank you, Michael. Have you been able to? You sound far more technical than me. Have you been able to interpret any of these kind of 9iron posts about these new diagrams, and he understands the solution, etc.? Are you any closer to understanding ADAI, SDAI, PCOM,
No.
PRV, all this kind of stuff?
No, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't really dug further into that diagram,
Right.
I must say. A lot of it went over my head too, I will be
Yeah.
quite honest. Because
I mean,
there's
there
so
was
many moving parts. It makes it very complicated.
I mean, there were one or two others I don't think that have posted us. Who's the other guy that's posted? Bavarian Godwale. He's posted some very, very technical stuff. So there are certainly some people that can interpret it on the group, but I think they're definitely the minority.
Agreed. I wish that Bavarian fellow would jump on here too. I was thinking that. I only saw that this evening. He's posted a few times actually. And they're quite good, very succinct as
Yes.
well, with the transactions.
And then this new fellow that's appeared, fellow, maybe a woman, Busy P.
Yeah, exactly right. He's another guy. He's very similarly. He explains it quite well,
Yeah.
and they're doing a lot of digging. I'm still compiling everything. Let's get it all in one spot on that pDAI.guide site. It would be nice, and then have it. I'm gonna use Claude to connect dots. You know what I mean? If one thing mentioned that 5996 did this on Maker, it'd be nice if it connected the dots to say that 5996 also did this on the D3M or RV, etc. But anyway, I wish they'd come on.
Yeah.
Same as Somi. Fuck Somi.
And non-existent Stephen. I think.
Exactly.
I love that name.
Base OG, I haven't seen you in a while. If you can talk or not.
I just messaged that earliest 9iron post I could find from November 23, if that's of any, leans into anything of what we're saying. But he's here a very, very long time.
That's in the chat, is it?
No, I could put it in though.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yes, please.
I'll tag. Oh no, I just post it.
I'm just seeing now that 99 is sus that Miguel could be Scorn.
Mhm.
Or maybe just making a joke because Miguel's being a little bit negative, maybe? Don't know.
Yes, you are.
Sorry, now I lost it again. Here we are. Got it. Got it. And
That's what she.
Hmm.
So Nine hasn't referenced Atropa at all in his recent pictures, as he his diagrams. So who knows if that's still involved or not?
Yeah, no, that's true. It's a big, I feel like it's a big gap that's left out. I think the Atropa ecosystem is very significant and very, it's almost imperative for to kind of hold the peg, the liquidity web that Maria has built. And it's very closely, like Caddy and servicing, the two that were involved in the quote unquote exploit with Palm 996. There's links between Caddy basically and Maria, pumping the Atropa pools and whatnot during
Yeah.
the exploit. So I don't think, I think there needs to be more weight placed on the Atropa ecosystem. I think I don't know why I didn't mention it. It's strange. He doesn't mention it much at all. Excuse me.
Well, I get that not everyone is comfortable speaking. I totally understand that. And there's people who don't have a good grasp of English as well, that's the fantastic thing about text on the screen. You can take your time. But just bear with me on this. Nine posts some really complex stuff, and I think I feel like it would help more. It would help if we could speak with him. He's a very, very central figure, but I'm not sure if it's the character or the true person. Like if he has a role to play, I understand that too, and I understand discretion. But he's such a central figure. I do find it unusual that he wouldn't elect to speak.
No, Enigma, truly.
Yeah.
Apparently, he's only ever spoken once historically on a voice chat. So they say.
I think he has to be conscious of his sort of anonymity, doesn't he? I mean, although he has said, I'm looking forward to meeting everybody at the peg party, you'll find out who I really am with a kind of Scooby-Doo mask reveal type thing. But yeah, I certainly think I can conclude is he wants to totally stay in the shadows, which is fine, isn't it?
And it feels, by extension, that kind of lends itself to the positivity as well. It's sometimes I wrestle with it thinking, is it a negative aspect? But in the grand scheme of things, I'm very, very sure he's considered all of this too, whether it's his role or his person. Like I'm cool with it. But I think, yeah, the word enigma. The word enigma has something to do with it for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's I kind of think of Liberty Spot. One time, there was someone asked him that. Well, someone was saying, "Oh, are you gonna dox yourselves?" Question mark, on Twitter. And I was like, "Oh no! Like if they do, then it no longer is Richard, or a member of their team." Excuse me. I kind of want them to remain anonymous in a way, because then it kind of seems that they're part of the story, right? And I kind of want to believe that. And if they were to not remain anonymous anymore, then that part of the story would no longer hold true. Will help, be less true at least. So I think I kind of connect that with Nine. If he is part of the story, then he wouldn't. I mean, theoretically, he wouldn't come out and speak, but will it be less likely? Do you know what I mean? Because then they'd be doxing themselves.
Yeah.
Look at Bitcoin. I mean, Satoshi's part of the whole fascination, isn't it? Who was this guy, and
Mm,
maybe there's a deliberate plan to be somehow similar to that.
truly decentralized, right? I guess.
Mm.
Did you take note of the Liberty swap of old, the 2008 Liberty swap? Something I came across maybe a week ago.
I saw that. Yeah.
Like I don't know what kind of coincidence that is, but to be in the same to be in the same around the it's all around the very people we talk about in this entire space. Early DeFi, the name, the style, even the font choices.
Yeah. No,
It's
that's
just
right. That was kind of the weird part. I remember now.
I
Was that? Where'd you find that again? Was that at the domain that someone once owned?
no, there was a guy there's a guy on Flickr. He's had a Flickr account for like 12 years, and he's in San Diego, and he does graphic design for companies.
Ah, okay. Is that where you found it? Mhm.
Yeah, and there was the Liberty Swap logo, and I thought that's weird. So let's look this up, and it was all around Bitcoin. I was like, well, fancy that, just being called Liberty Swap, and you're in early decentralized finance. I wonder, is this like a second a reawakening of an old idea?
Yeah, maybe. I see what you're saying. I have to try and find out the chat again. I'd like to see it. I use the ZKX wallet too, by the way. It's very good.
What do you
If you
think? Happy with it?
Yeah, I think it's very nice. And I think it's when I was using it, I'm like, okay, I'm like, this has got to be Richard's team. Even the fonts used and just gives me the vibes. But that's why I'm trusting it as well, because I've got funds on it. So,
Good for you.
but
Well done.
it's really good. Yeah, it's really good.
There are
Really
some
happy with it.
tokens that don't have a price on ZKX wallet. I find though, I don't know if I guess it's still early days and they'll add them.
Oh,
But
really? I didn't see that. You mean what tokens were they? Because I've just got the pDAI and the cores really, and Peacock.
so yeah, I mean that's largely the same as me. The one or two others that I've got that don't have a price are like Fed,
Oh,
Reserve,
yeah, no, that's interesting.
and also PWEF. So the one
Oh,
that's 1-for-1 against Pulse. I
yeah,
guess
no,
I
that's
don't.
odd.
So
Maybe right. Maybe
neither
it's
of
early
those
days.
two have it. Yeah,
Yeah, no, they're pretty significant. They're not
exactly. Yeah.
ProveX is
small.
still ProveX is absent from that list too.
Is it
Ah,
really?
right.
Hey, interesting. Okay, well, that's
Yeah.
kind of tells the story a bit more.
Okay.
Still catching up, I guess.
But that's in beta too. Maybe there's some reasoning behind that.
Yeah,
Like
no, that's right. It's still in beta.
yeah.
I really want to talk to Somi. Where he's in the chat, but he's not in the voice chat. That's me. Pretty sure he lives near me too. But Australia.
Great if you came in and had a chat. It'd be good.
No. Of course, like in the last couple of weeks, I've tried, tagging him and asking him, but he always dodges it.
He's so gifted. He is so gifted at presentation and
I
just
know it's amazing.
yeah.
I really kudos to him. Yeah. I don't know how he does it. It's very engaging when he does, and he does it consistently. 40 videos a day or something. Great.
Yeah. he's he's mastered like being personable on
Yeah.
a screen. It's amazing. There's not many people like that.
No, exactly. And he's able to keep such a topic, it's quite a complicated topic,
Mm.
entertaining, but also simplifying it in a way that, helps everyone understand. I think he's very clever.
And with great humor too. He's a funny
Yeah.
guy. I have to say, he makes me laugh a
Exactly.
bit. Mm.
No, that's right. He does.
Do you remember
Every
when
video,
there's
every video.
a
Huh?
few weeks ago he did a voice note in chat, and he made out like he was using the bathroom. He's, he couldn't get to the computer to do something or other, but he's had to do the message from the bathroom. He just did that. That was the delivery, just to keep things funny, and it was really good. He has no ego. He has no ego like that. It's really cool.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Yeah, made me laugh.
And good for him. I think he's kept quite a few investors in Pulsechain, I must say.
Yeah.
And he's articulated it very well as to why it's such a great community. He's, because deep down I've always known kind of why, but not had someone else tell me. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of nice having that extra voice to kind of say why.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm what I have trouble understanding is how somebody can see the L2 when we can't. And draw conclusions. That's the bit that I find confusing.
From 99.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of back to what Hexy was saying. Yeah, so that's the sort of conundrum. 99's been around for so long, and it has dedicated.
Ooh.
Have I lost Osprey?
Okay, so it's not just me then.
No.
You still there, Osprey? Oh. Go on.
I see. Hopefully Osprey will. Well, it looks like he's reconnecting. But what was I going to say?
Now, am I back?
Ah,
Yeah.
you're back. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, guys, I don't know what happened there. Yeah, so I was saying, I was just going back to what Hexy was saying about, understanding 99's data and posts. So what I don't get is how he can. I seems he can see this L2 and interpret it, but I cannot. You cannot. So how is that? And how is there finality around some of these statements? Like he can see what's going on, and he's going to slow walk it out to everybody. Maybe he does have access somehow because he is an insider, and when you look at the pattern of his posts and the time he's been in, and I was saying we've all dedicated a huge portion of our time in this decade to this journey, as has he. It doesn't seem like he's pulling a trick. It feels like he does have a role to play. I just can't square the two. That he can make statements with finality when you and I and everyone else in this, I assume everyone else in this chat cannot see the L2 and study it for themselves. I find it confusing.
Yeah, it is odd. Unless he's just speculating, which is a possibility. But he's made some quite explicit statements about the L2, right? That are
Mm,
hard to be just speculative about.
yeah.
I just noticed, and please forgive me for putting you on the spot, but Mr. Bavarian Godwale's in the chat, and we were saying before how, if you're listening to me, you seem to be a bit far more technical, certainly than me and most of us. I mean, if you're able to comment or add anything to what's just been said about what 99 knows, because you've made some really fascinating posts on X today, it'd be great to hear from you.
Bavarian is less inclined to have that sort of mystique around his posts. He's more matter of fact. I like his delivery.
Yes.
You know?
Exactly. Straight to the point.
He may not be. See, a lot of people in here may not have be confident at speaking English quick. And keeping
Yeah,
up
I
as
know.
well,
I'm
you
sorry,
know?
I didn't mean to put anybody on the spot, but I just was quite excited when I saw his name, and I noticed he's not on
Me
mute.
too.
Anyway, never mind. Never mind.
I've got a few more people in here now. 56. I think it's because I spammed the chat with asking someone to join. But disappointingly, he hasn't. To everyone's disappointment. Here we are. Very good. How are you?
Ah, okay. I had some issues. So, hi guys.
Hello.
So Hexy, basically, the only possible way Nine can look into the L2 is that he's one of the pioneers.
Yeah.
That's the only way. So you cannot look in it. Otherwise, you have the RPC and nobody has it. So it's a secret, and he connects the dots. But it's not that it's like 100%. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So there is a little bit of speculation left, but I'm in close contact to Nine every day, and we're doing back and forth. And yeah, I can agree, and I can say that from my side and what I can see on chain, it definitely makes sense. That's why I also support him and post recently the stuff on X or on the Telegram chat.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard us all praising you on how how excellent your posts are, how succinct and straight to the point, and you provide the transactions, which is always great. Did you have a view on like a bit of a high level view on 99's kind of recent diagram on how it all works? It's a fairly complex piece, and we're hoping, if no pressure, of course, because even I don't understand it, but if you could, if you have any insights on it, really.
The only hint Nine gave me is look at the chart. The answer is there.
On the chart.
Yeah, and on the picture, which he created. So I'm currently working on it. So I don't see the full picture like he does. Obviously, he's smarter than me, but I'm getting close, I would say.
Interesting.
Thanks for sharing, Bavarian.
Yeah,
we all
thank you very
appreciate
much.
it.
Yeah, I'm not sharing much, so no problem.
Yeah, no, understood. That's understood, but it's just good. I think you see where we're coming from, and yeah, thank you.
But what I can say is that, as you can see also in regards to his activity, things are heating up again, and that's a good sign.
I had a question regarding your recent post, if you don't mind. I'd be very good. Well,
Mhm.
about in the thread number 5, step 4, you've got pull 10,000 ETH. Is that like Ethereum, like on Ethereum, right? We're not talking the Pulse version. So you're saying that they've the wallet
It's real.
cluster,
It was real Ethereum.
Sorry,
it was real ETH.
And that was by one of the pioneers.
Yes.
They control.
But finally they didn't execute it, but they tried to pull it. but they didn't finally execute the spell.
So
It was just a test run, but of course they do have a significant amount of ETH.
do they really? So they control over 10,000 ETH in your view?
Yeah, the pioneers is from my perspective. You know who the pioneers are, so they have a little bit more than 10,000 ETH.
Okay, I actually didn't know that until I saw this post only a few hours ago, and I was querying, thinking that like that's a lot of dosh.
Yeah, it was all part of let's say the setup, and they tried different things, and yeah, but this is all.
It's a lot of money for a Vietnamese hacker kid.
Yeah, come on.
I always found it odd. I think this is the big part is how such an exploiter and hacker revealed step by step on how he was doing it during the exploitation.
What surprises me the most is that so many people are really believing in this kind of scenario. So I don't know.
How long have you been in the ecosystem? For quite a while.
Well, I'm following Richard since X launch.
Since when, sir?
Since he launched X.
Oh, okay. Since X launch. Sorry, I see. Yeah, wow. So you're kind of a long-term believer.
I would consider me to be this, yeah.
What was that? Sorry, man.
I would consider this for myself, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. Very good. Because I only got in basically at the top, of course. DCA still DCA, but that was about 21, I believe. It's a long journey.
It may come to an end soon. Yes.
Here's a bit of a question. What's kind of the most interesting find / coincidence that you've seen that could like that kind of makes it clear that what's going on is going on.
It's not it's not a single event. It's
yeah, no, fair enough.
The whole so that they have deep knowledge, and I don't know who obviously is behind the pioneers, but that they have to work also with elite devs from East side. So they have, in my opinion, they have a group of developers which are among the best in the whole crypto industry, because the sense of detail and how they managed everything is, so you need deepest knowledge in all the tools and all the protocols. So this is for me the part which really stands out.
Yeah, interesting. No, that's very good insight. Okay. And the
So who believes that Richard Hart made any mistakes or didn't think about everything in advance? From my perspective, is completely mistaken. So
yeah, totally agree. I think it's very naive to think, so he's not silly. He was talking about Maker and the complexities behind it years prior to forking Pulsechain.
Yeah.
I think someone actually shared something recently in a reply of his that goes into huge depth about the kind of the vulnerabilities of Maker. So yeah, no, I completely agree. I think it's just silly. All the cabal thinking he's made such a silly mistake and giving away the keys to PComp. Crazy,
Yeah.
just leaving over $2 million on the table for someone to take. Come on, seriously.
Agree.
I don't know. And have you found a link between the PComp cluster of wallets that took over PComp? Is there a link between them and the 5996 cluster?
It's all the same.
Same. So it is the same team. I'm trying to
It's the same
pinpoint. I
cluster.
want to get that down because if it is the same team, which sounds like it is, I'd like to put that down in writing and then have like a bit of a path. Even if we could visualize that, to me, that's a huge giveaway. Do you know what I mean? Like, if we can connect those paths and visualize it for everyone to see, I think it'd be helpful, even just from my mind, to kind of put that connection there.
I can work on this. Yes.
Thank you. And then I'll, yeah, if you can send something to me too. I've started building on it. If you've seen it, but pDAI.guide, if you'd like to contribute to that. If you have any MD files, do you use Claude Code much?
Yes.
Nice. But if
It-
you're willing to give up some information, no pressure at all.
yeah, I can do this, so no problem.
I'll credit you on this side, of course. Everyone who I've taken information from, I'm crediting on the homepage.
The
That
most
means anything.
incredible part is that 9iron started with all this kind of investigation when there has not been any AI LLMs, you know. So
Well, exactly right. I was thinking that because in the period of what 5 years in the development of this,
so
you know, they could
yeah,
have not have foreseen this or the development in AI because AI was released. When did OpenAI release Chat? I think it was 22, 21.
I don't know exactly. But it shows how advanced also his skills are in terms of blockchain knowledge, and yeah, he's the real OG.
Mm. Yeah, so ChatGPT was released, which is, you know, we can all agree that it was one of the first flagship AI LLMs that was released in November of 2022. So that was only what 6 months before the Pulsechain launch,
Yeah, roughly.
and then from there onwards, we've seen exponential growth in the intelligence of these LLMs. It's truly extraordinary. It's making my work life a lot easier. That's for sure.
Going back to what Bavarian was saying about Richard Hart not making mistakes, I see the X account for there's a Pulsechain Com X account which is run by a certain somebody. I wouldn't they have not a great reputation. I've just been polite about it for the sake of the VC, but maybe if Richard Hart doesn't make and I totally agree with Bavarian, Richard Hart doesn't make these sorts of mistakes, it would make me think that said person is perhaps not as bad as we think, and is also playing some sort of role. I just cannot quite square that, because Pulsechain Com is is Richard Hart's creation. I would have thought you would think he would want that so perfectly protected for its social footprint, but perhaps there's more to it. I'd like to think there is more to it, you know.
Pulsechain Com, did you say? What account was it?
Yeah, it's on X, just at Pulsechain, and it comes. It's like
Oh, at
top
Pulsechain.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I know. It's the Good Die creator.
yeah. It just either it's a mistake, either it's terrible foresight, or the creator of a Good Die is actually a good person. I just cannot figure it out. It seems very strange to me.
Yeah,
I'd
it's
want
weird.
Pulsechain. I'd want Pulsechain or Pulsechain footprint to be massively protected from extractors and anything nefarious. So I've always found that interesting.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But you could say the same, I guess, for other people that have extracted in quotes from our community and others. They've turned out to be it turned out all to be a bit of game in order to further our progress. Maybe that is what's taking place a lot around us, and since very early on.
Yeah, I always thought, Crypto Solve without the E.
Yeah.
They're like the blockchain investigators. They've always been, pDAI fudders. And they were the ones that released the spreadsheet. I remember Richard Hart shared it and credited them. And it was a spreadsheet. And then he said something like, here's a spreadsheet of all the addresses that are exploiting Maker and blah, blah, blah at the moment. Feel free to dig through everyone who's exploiting, ! Do you know what I mean? When I saw that, I'm like, why are you sharing his stuff? It's so interesting. And ever since then, he's constantly fudded pDAI. And even through my findings, we're like, why don't you, instead of fudding it, why don't you help us get to the bottom of it? And he just refusal. It's very peculiar that they, they don't, they don't think that these coincidences are more than what meets the eye. I don't know. It's very strange.
Yeah. We've been through a lot to shake. It's all. It feels like it's all to shake people out, shake as many out weakness as possible. I think when we zoom out and we see it for what it truly was, and it's actually it's kind of like what Bavarian hinted at. There was a great post by Bavarian earlier about people would only realize what Pulsechain has become when it's too late.
Mm-hmm.
It's he's right. I feel he's right.
Plus, I think that the whole exploitation. I'm not so sure. I mean, maybe it was half of it was shaking the weekends out, but I think it was a necessity to break, quote unquote, break Maker, and ESM it as part of the process. I don't think it was solely to, which is probably not what you're saying either. I'm just kind of voicing this. I don't think it was solely to shake people out. I think it was just part of the development of what we're going to see as pDAI later. You know what I mean? As the ESMing Maker, and then kind of evolving it on the L2.
Yeah.
Just
There's
going back
But
to
also
my
an argument.
sorry,
sorry.
go on.
There's also an argument for letting extraction happen on your watch,
Mhm.
and just staying back from it and just letting it organically run its course, because ultimately it plays into your hands as a founder with a vision. That's
Of glory, right?
yeah.
Exactly.
No, I was just going to say, just
One
going.
comment, and then I hop out again. If you think about starting the bull run and you have, let's say, 10, 20 million in your bags, I mean, it's not that hard to become something which starts with a B. And I just looked it up. Worldwide, there are 3,000 to 3.4 thousand billionaires. So imagine all the guys in the pDAI chat, which is around 7,000. So we would double the amount of billionaires worldwide. So that's why I think the heavy shakeout has to happen.
Mm.
Can you follow?
Yes.
So there is only a very elite group of people, I would say, who has the chance to do it.
Notwithstanding that 7,000 figure is rather inflated over time. There's so many bot accounts and
That's why I recently said maybe we have around 300 to 400 real users.
Yeah, you're right. You're quite right.
Yeah.
Hey, can I add something to that? What the Bavarian just said? And hello, by the way.
Hey, Paul.
Hello,
How
Paul.
are you?
Yeah, and because I absolutely agree with Bavarian, and in general, in my opinion, the number simply when you look on the pDAI holder list, there's not so many, let's say, millionaires wallets. and I'm pretty sure that some top wallets around 100 millions and so on, we also do not have a pretty sure if that's a one wallet, one person, probably several persons, wallets are assigned to 2 or 3 people. That's what I think. But what I wanted to add in the like pegging process, let's try to imagine that, like, in my opinion, and I would love to hear your opinion also about that, when the things, let's happen, let's imagine that, I think that the liquidity will be pretty low at the start, and that will be also doing like plan in purpose in advance to still shake the people out. So if because let's think someday someone somehow is getting 2 million or 1 million or 700,000 in his wallet, and people are not sitting like every day and so on, and suddenly he just figured out that he will just sell it. He will not look for some, I don't know, further opportunities with this money on chain. Many people will just wreck themselves by selling on the low liquidity, on the high slippage, and so on. So, me personally, if the things happen, I will look more patient for how the things will develop afterwards, because the pegging will be just the beginning. I will look for some yield. I will look for some passive income possibilities, and simply observe and be with you guys. To find the best plan for us, because we are the winners. We are the group of the people, I think, which have this already built awareness about how the things can roll up, and that sometimes, even if you get the reward, it will be nice to still be a little bit patient to start using this reward, if you know what I mean. Thank you.
You often wonder what the next steps are after PEG, because I think the outcome after that, of course, is, and even Richard even posted a tweet about this, and he said something. I mean, it's cryptic, right? But I don't know if you guys remember. It's on pDAI.guide. I screenshot it. It says something like how to get your stickers up really high, and it said screwdriver in the hole, and there's just an image of someone trying to stick up stickers. But if you look into it, it's pretty clear what he's talking about. And the intention is to get his core tickers up high, in my opinion. And so, yeah, no, it'd be interesting how it all unfolds. Truly, I mean, everyone's wanting the test net prices and whatnot, looking for yield safely is a very important factor too, especially when the time comes. I'm sure Liberty Sport would have some sort of yield protocol for pDAI, or one in which the pioneers have built, as we saw the RSR token. It's part of that kind of diagram. But keen for the future. It can't come soon enough though. How many years has it been, right?
It's been a while. Yeah. I think communication in smaller groups is going to be a central element to all of this post-peg. And we spoke about this last week or the week before. We'll be in a very, very particular club, and you fast lose the ability to discuss your situation with the people you regularly communicate with, and friends in particular, and I'm sure in some cases family. I think SciVive touches on this a lot. Some very good reading material there, but
we
That's
we must look to remain to remain in contact through some sort of portal, whether that's smaller groups, a little like this one today, and who knows how people get to know each other. I mean, I know they say we have to maintain some sort of, you know, distance for security reasons on Telegram, and I have noticed that it's a shame. You get to know people, you think you get, we want to get to know people. It's just in our DNA, and then you get let down, and someone just leaves through the back door, and it's so peculiar. And but that's life as well. This is a really tough journey, and in life is tough. Life is tough in itself. But this journey, this sub journey that we're on right here now, there's nothing like it. I've never experienced anything like this, and it can test the best of us. And but we do want to get to know one another, all of us, in some way. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my best to like maintain relationships that I built here, with sort of 4 people perhaps, and see what comes of that. That we can stay in touch and share ideas and ask for guidance. You know, hey, you've experienced this. You know, we have X amount. You know, our lives have changed. What have you come across, you know, that's been an issue for you, or how did you solve this problem? And there's not many people you can ask for information on these things, to get like that real world advice. So
yeah,
it's
the
definitely,
people that are actually in the know-how, people that are in the same boat as you.
yeah, it's
Totally
good.
agree.
It's good to stick together, you know,
Mm.
which is kind of it's kind of contrary to the this underlying idea that we're all being targeted all the time. You know, it's a damn shame. Because we are, because every day we're having to, there's someone trying to do something in on Telegram it wants to take from you, and me and everyone else listening. But we can't let it rule everything. We can't let it rule your DNA for wanting to be sociable and being smart.
So true. I know. Yeah, it's a real shame. Even when you were sending me files for, you know, what we're developing, and you're kind of saying, you know, if up to you if you want to download it, you know, because there may be, even though obviously I know for a fact you would never do something like that, but it's unfortunately something everyone needs to consider who
Yeah,
trusts online, even though they are part of the community. And
I
yeah,
sent some files to Dr. Pagra at the weekend, and a CSV. There was this a holder list done on overnight on Saturday, and I had to explain to him, like, I think my computer is clean, but I can never be 100% sure. Please triple check.
mhm,
Um,
yeah,
but we have to be able to share information somehow,
exactly.
and have that little bit of that sort of that DNA trust that makes us who we are. You know, otherwise we're not really building relationships that could benefit us all, or some of us, when the tide turns. You know, so I'm trying to concentrate on that, and we'll see how it goes. You know.
Mm.
Yeah, but still, consider all what we are talking about here. We can clearly say that PEG event must happen before retail enter the crypto again or enter the Pulsechain, because we are in the situation, like, in my opinion, pioneers, like, this need to happen with the lowest number of people involved. And there is why we, in my opinion, we need to, and everything is like planned accordingly for many years. I think, yeah, Richard planned it a few years ahead, few long years ahead. So this will happen before the next bull run, which might be close if Clarity Act will be, will be a vote in the Senate, and we believe it will be, I guess. So we might be really in front of starting of the really nice rally. And I remember from 2021 in one YouTube stream with some people around which were a little bit negative and laughing about Richard. He said to them, "You will be cry if you will not keep my coins till." He said, "In next 5 years. After 5 years from now, you will be crying that you will not, that you wouldn't keep my coins." And that was July 2021. I guess you know what I'm talking about which YouTube I'm talking about. So I cross my fingers, like probably 99 people here, for July 2026, because that's the exact time frame which Richard gave to us back in 2021.
I think, yeah, you kind of touched on a few things there. The first part about pegging prior to the next bull, I kind of agree with you in terms of the slow walk up would invite non-believers, whereas there's a few arguments for this. But this is my view. If he pegs from down here, at least you're kind of excluding those non-believers, if that makes sense. But yeah, it's hard to know, really. I don't know if you got any views on that. I'll stream it.
Like both of your points on that one. I do agree that you'd want the minimum amount of people as possible before retail comes. I like that point. I mean, it feels logical, but I don't underestimate the thinking of Richard Hart either, which generally leads to the conclusion anything is possible. It's just a myriad of coincidences and what looks like randomness. What looks like randomness doesn't, when you zoom out, it actually, the pieces come in place. I found that quite a bit on this journey.
Looks like Paul left. Oh no, there he is. Sorry.
It's why I stay in my simple little, what's the term, wheelhouse. You know, I don't venture too far outside. In part because I don't have my chain analysis skills are minimal at best. But I can do a bit of data and I can do a bit of graphic design, and that's it. You know, that's my thing. We all have our thing.
I still keep seeing the 99 is typing GIF with the, what's his name? Still think that's gold. I think that tops them all. Really. What movie is that from? Matthew McConaughey. Is that him? In it?
It is, yeah. I don't know what movie it's from. I thought it was a True Detective maybe or something like that.
It's just so good.
I don't know. I've been enjoying the Truman Show director gifts and the
Yeah,
memes.
that's
I
been
think they're
good.
pretty cool. Yeah, they kind of
Even
say it
Liberty,
all.
even Liberty Spot sharing them too. I noticed.
I did one yesterday, and it was about him. Let's have 99 and say something cryptic, and then go and wash the car. But I was going to have him say, have 99 say something cryptic and leave to go and hoover the stairs.
It's a bit like that too.
I think he gets the humor though. I hope he does, because I never mean any offense to him.
No, he'd understand.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people, even on Twitter, who are kind of less nice about it. Like, just tell us what it is. Why are you speaking? Like, just give us the information. We know it's it's being withheld for a reason.
How's my audio on this this phone? Because I've only just
Very
got
good.
it and I've been. Is it okay? Yeah, cool.
Yeah, very clear. Not too bad. Isn't that a Xiaomi?
No, it's not. No, I definitely not buying one of those again. Do you know what I did? I buried it. I had to bury it. I didn't know what to do with the thing because the battery just pillowed out at the back, and then my wife Googled why is a phone expanding like that, and it's this chemical reaction in the lithium battery, and I thought, well, I can't
Jesus.
throw that in the bin, or so, and I can't bring it back to the shop because I'd be like handing someone a bomb.
So
That's what I figured.
ridiculous.
Yeah,
Wow, I didn't realize. How long
yeah.
have you had it for?
I've had it less than 6 months, and
Oh
I've
wow.
never dropped it. I'm like I don't really do anything with it. It's just calls and Telegram. So I couldn't figure it out, and it had dropped battery like 20% in the morning. I thought, how is that?
Oh
And
god.
so like my wife picked it up and she said, "What's that?" And it was squashing at the back. And I didn't know. I actually didn't know phones were made like that. I've only just found all this out at 47. But yeah,
Surely
it
you can
is.
get a refund for it. No?
Oh, you could, but I'd be waiting all this,
Mm.
when we looked online, I'm not the only person, and it's a bit of a nightmare to get it sorted. Like I think you get looked after at the retailer, but so what I did, I went and bought a new phone, and I buried the Xiaomi. I dug a hole and buried it. So I'm just
Rest in
wait.
peace.
I'm waiting to wake up to a crater. Big lithium fire in the yard here.
Yeah, damn. All right,
It's
but
like
oh,
it's
sorry, you
like
go.
it's like chemical and high tech uh, are not often tallying perfectly. I think that's the problem. The competition is so fierce in telecommunications. I guess
Cutting corners.
yeah, the R&D suffers a bit, and yeah.
Yeah, anyway, I better go. But good chat.
Yeah,
Thanks,
that was
everyone.
good. It was nice for Bavarian to come on. I appreciated that a lot.
Yeah, no, exactly. I've just DM'd him actually for hopefully some more information.
And thanks to working on the site, it's like amazing. So just remember all of that about keep all that stuff about funding in mind. Like if you like, I'm happy to get something to you anytime if it's ever needed, or if we have some sort of bridge to cross with the
No, I
API
appreciate it.
costs and stuff, just
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if has it been depleted yet? I must say I haven't had time to check, but I don't think it has. I haven't received a notification to
I
say.
only used it. I used it once, and I think you said it costs less than a cent a return or
Yeah,
something like that.
yeah. So I think I had $10 USD. So it had like 1,000 prompts, But it looks like it's still okay, which is good. But yeah, no, I appreciate the offer. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, keep
I'll
us
let you
in the
know
loop.
depending on how quickly it kind of depletes.
Cool, man. Have a
All
good
right.
evening. Yeah,
You
thanks.
too.
Good
Speak
talking
soon.
to you. See you, man. Bye. If anyone wants to chat, go for it. But I'll leave it running for another few minutes, and I'll probably close up, and I'll post the recording.
Yeah, just one other thing I was going to say, Osprey, I didn't want to interrupt Bavarian. It was brilliant to hear from him. Was going back to sort of like shaking out believers and the question of what's happening and all the pDAI FUDs and all the rest of it. I mean, Richard Hart once famously posted, something like I don't might not be verbatim, 90% dip in crypto is brilliant, but if it's a 99% dip, then that currency is almost dead. You look at Hex and even the likes of PLS, not from stock price, but it's from its high in PLSX. These are down kind of like 98% 99%. And I think somebody was, it might have been you, Osprey, talking about the optics of his website and a certain person running it and all the rest of it and other stuff around Crypto Solve. So there do seem to be so many sort of things where the picture being painted is quite a bad one, really. Let's be honest with you. I very, very rarely listen to anything other than pDAI related stuff, but I flicked onto something last night and some guy was talking about loading up on PLS, and another guy was saying, have you looked at that chart? Why on earth would you buy anything like that? I mean, the obvious answer is because it's cheap. But I mean, he had a fair point that actually, if it wasn't for the fact it was in the ecosystem that we love, if it was anything else, you'd say, no, steer well clear of that. So you just wonder what you kind of thought about how far Richard has let this kind of like slide. Hopefully there'll be a big turnaround and the God candle and all the rest of it, but it really has been a slow bleed, hasn't it?
Optically, I don't know about the chart side of things. I don't really. It doesn't concern me. The charts. It's not what I'm watching, because I believe that things will turn around massively. But I do look at the optics and the things that don't add up. Like yeah, I think you touched on that there as well. So I'm just on like the Pulsechain.com website. It's just flawless, and it's like Liberty Swap is flawless. And yet the social footprint would have a certain somebody in charge of or running an X account. But I'm on the Pulsechain.com site here, and there isn't actually. I don't see a link at all to X anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it doesn't have that footprint, because that, as far as I know, has to be a registered individual. Like I had to give my details to run the X account or DEFI. So surely this person would have to give their details too. That's probably not what he would want. So the association is yeah, it's not there. Maybe he has no control over that, but maybe he has no control over the X account at all, because it's none of his business. It's just someone has taken the name. But I wonder, does he have the power to change that with a couple of conversations?
Mm-hmm.
Optically, it's just not. It just doesn't seem right to me at all. And yet he has mentioned him before. He mentions him in terms of fundraising ideas or something like that. I know, that never squared with me at all.
Yeah, I mean, he did a lot of great work in the first few years. I mean, I was into various things, including Hex, but many other sort of like the typical things that people get into when they first get into crypto. And I moved 100% of everything into RH because of that conference that person presents. So, he has certainly done some stuff. I don't know if that was a good or a bad thing that I'm 100% in RH, but yeah, he's certainly done a lot of good work up until relatively recently. I see non-existent Stephen has joined, which is interesting.
Is he in our chat here? That'd be cool.
Yes.
Hello,
no,
Stephen.
I'm not here. I'm not here. Hey lads, just joining in and having a listen.
Hey Steve, welcome back.
Hey Osprey, good to hear from you, man.
We had I'll be posting the recording as soon as this VC is wound up, so you'll be able to listen back to everything. But we had Bavarian dropped in for 10 or 15 minutes and helped educate us all a little around the
more confusing aspects. You might enjoy listening back to some of that as well. I think I'll listen back to it myself actually.
Yeah, nice. Okay, what the more confusing aspects around pDAI, obviously, or
Yeah, it was more the layer 2 aspect. Well, speaking for myself, I just find it hard to understand how 99 is. He speaks with kind of like a finality around things he's finding, but he could only do that if he can see into an L2 or into DL2. But none of us can. You can't, I can't, HexCG can't, but 99 can. And Bavarian implied, I don't want to take him too out of context, but he implied that really only a pioneer would be able to see into and study the L2. So I have to listen back to that myself and just read through 99's material again just to get a better take on it. But you are a diligent character, so I'm thinking that's kind of cool you joined, because you're the kind of person that would pick through all of that and try and find a common thread. You seem to be very good at the technical side of things too.
yeah, I appreciate that. I'm not sure if I'd necessarily agree with good, but maybe that's just trying to be humble. I'm not sure, but I definitely do like certain aspects of cryptocurrency, and I definitely do need to catch up on a lot of this L2 stuff, because yeah, I remember when I first heard about it and I wanted to see it for myself as well, and it was like a mystery. And so yeah, that's really interesting. That does anyone know, because wasn't Decentralized Me seeing it as well, or was he just relaying information that he got from 99 Capital whenever he would get it?
I feel like DCME was relaying it in more layman's terms for people at the time. He made it because 99 Capital he's like an expert. He seems to be a real expert at chain analysis, but his delivery is complex, because I think he's appealing to the people that also understand the complexity and can wrestle with it quite easily. But DCME seemed to be, his skill was taking that information and putting it into layman's terms at the time. I do remember that, and I think people find it easier to interpret,
Well, that's really interesting. Okay, so yeah, because I'm very curious by this concept of the L2, because as you said, the way that he speaks about it is so matter of fact. So yeah, he must have some sort of inside knowledge or information that he's relaying to us, because he's never given any instructions on how to get to this L2, right?
As far as I'm aware, no. I believe it's I believe from what I'm hearing today is it is visible only to pioneers. That's my understanding. I could be completely wrong about that. I'll have to listen back and study myself. But I've been 2 weeks trying to read and interpret all of this, and I just I'm going around in circles, really.
Fun times. Yeah, I think it would be something where if you had the right information, you'd be able to see it or connect to it or plug into it. But I suppose none of us really have that information, do we?
I think it was to do with having an RPC to access it, and that RPC is a secret. It's a secret known to the people that are given access.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, we've just got the.
Hey guys, don't listen to Steven. He's a scammer.
I'm a scammer. I'm here to scam you. Give me all your tokens.
Steven, what's up? I just jumped in because I saw that you are in the group.
Ah, man, good to hear your voice. The big
How are you
Bavarian
doing?
God whale. I'm great, man. Yeah, I was just out with my friends tonight, and I'm just at the train station on my way home. So yeah, I'm doing great, man, and catching up on all this pDAI stuff. And I've got some plans and theories to speculate on over the week. So yeah, trying to be very productive actually. How are you doing, man?
Doing good, doing good. All fine. Where are your
Very
live
good.
streams?
Say again, sorry?
Where are your live streams and all this kind of stuff? You went a little silent.
Yes, yeah, there was about a 3-month period there. I stopped doing anything, but I'm starting up again now. So yeah, I don't intend on doing actual live streams. Maybe not for another month or two. I kind of just want to get back into the rhythm of video making. It's kind of like yeah, it's just kind of tricky, I suppose, just slotting it in with everything else that I'm doing. So yeah, I just want to build up the rhythm first, and then I'll start doing live streams very soon. So
Very good. Good to hear. Good to have you back.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. But either way, 10th of the 10th, 2026, definitely going to be a pDAI conference 2.0. So whether it's going to be virtual or some physical location.
I think the version 2.0 we are doing in Monaco, right?
Yeah, anywhere, man. Anywhere, exactly. Monaco, we can knock on what's his name? Crypto 7. Hey, Crypto 7, you still buying Hex? You want to come and have some of this pDAI or what? We love Hex too, Crypto 7, but unlucky, bro.
I have this disagreement with Nine that I pick him up at any airport in the world, you know, and bring him straight to the pack party. And today I tried another kind of trick, but obviously he's too smart for it. I just wanted to know from which airport do I actually have to pick you up? And he said, let's hope it's Monaco. And then I answered, which means that you don't have to travel then. But I don't get any information. That's interesting.
Yeah, I kind of get the feeling 99 would never come to a physical meetup.
He will, definitely. He will.
You think so?
Trust me on that, yeah.
Oh, interesting.
I
Okay.
will personally bring him to the pack party. 100%.
Oh, I like the sound of that.
It's a done deal between us.
Beautiful. Hey, just excuse me for a second, boys. I'll be back in a minute.
Thanks for joining in today, Bavarian. I think that was encouraging for us.
Come on now, not because of me or what I'm saying.
But I think you know, some of us just we have our way of interpreting this journey with the skills we have, which are limited. I wish I had paid more attention to chain analysis 4 years ago. I could have spent more time, but I'm getting there day by day. I'm learning a little bit more, you know, as well, not day by day, but week by week. Maybe I'm learning a couple of new things that it can be useful. But we're lucky. We're lucky.
The only advice I can give you is really understand to use AI properly. And this will maximize your output by, I don't know, 10x, 100x, whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, Osprey, speaking of technical analysis and chain analysis, our friend Busy P has just posted in chat, first time in 2 or 3 weeks.
Ian.
Something to do with bytecode and blah, blah, blah. But yeah.
Bytecode, I know that. Program just not authorized yet. 2 admin calls away from going live. The wallet that can trigger it is already in position. Wow.
That's another interesting account, actually. If you go to the one that the message he's referring to, is it something like Pulsino?
Pulsino, yeah.
That always
I'm
seems to
back.
intrigue me. It's another account I read very excitedly without having a clue what it means. And by the way, Bavarian, you're one of those.
Sorry, I'm what?
You're an account that I read getting very excited, but don't understand any of it.
Thank you.
Sehr ausgezeichnet. Yeah.
Bavarian is very humble. He's always humble. I like that. Yeah, busy Pete.
It's the way you're raised, right?
Yes.
Values. That's
Yeah,
important.
correct. It is. Absolutely is. It's amazing to hear from Stephen all that way away from where I am in a train station using a mobile phone, and we can all hear each other pretty much the same time. Just technology blows my mind. This is like
Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like Knight Rider or Star Trek playing out in my life. In my, I'm not young anymore, but it's like all coming true.
All our dreams are coming true, except for
man.
missing this bloody train.
Oh, really? You missed the ride home, yeah?
They changed the platform, and I'm like, are you serious? So, yeah, just trying to figure out a way home now. But, yep, I'm like, okay, in the back of my mind, it's going to cost me more, but thinking about that pDAI, it's all good.
Yeah, Steve, just, mind you were being asked about the live streams, but just mind the energy levels, I guess. It's like, it takes an awful lot to put visuals together, like all the edits and the getting everything right, and it takes time. Like I do it. Sometimes it takes a couple of hours just to do one post, and you wonder if it's going to land, but it takes time. All this stuff takes a lot of time and energy. If you can.
Absolutely, man. And, it tends to lead to every single one of my down periods. I overexert myself. So I'm really trying to focus on keeping things balanced so I don't have that again. So, yeah, I'd love to do more. But, even for example, the other night when I did the last video, I rendered it like 2 or 3 times. I was like, okay, I got to get this done before I go to bed. Rendered it once. I was like, shit, did it wrong. Have to do it again. That's another, half an hour, 40 minutes. And then rendered it wrong again. I'm like, fuck. I'm like, all right, forget it. I'm just going to bed. So, because it just got too late. Whereas in the past, I'd be like, no, I'm just going to finish it now. I'll push through. But I'm like, no, I've got to go to bed. I've got to protect my sleep. I've got to protect my, because I just start to wig out after a while. I don't mind not sleeping, but it does affect me after a long period of time. So I'm just trying to be balanced with everything. So I don't like disappearing like that. It's not a good look.
The circadian rhythms take a beating with screens at night. It's definitely something I backed off from. I find myself, I'd see myself online at like 3 a.m. I shouldn't be doing that. I really should be protecting my brain. So I've cut back on a few things as well. I've lessened posting on X a little just for this month. And concentrating more on this aspect right here, this VC. It's good. I think it's been really, really good to talk to each other. It's very, very, very positive for this community. I think just for us to just be speaking to each other, it's very, very good. All of us here.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. I think I definitely feel that way as well. Like there's a lot of things that have been happening and there's no rush and things starting to kind of turn around, but I think it's really nice to be able to connect with each other and continue to build out the community, because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. I mean, you know, if the
That's you there, Steve, I think.
people behind this, not the right, yeah, sorry about that.
Hey guys, I just wanted to add that not that price matters, but you know, it was nice to wake up and see that Ethereum was down, Bitcoin is down under 70,000, under 2,000, yet pDAI is up. And I look at my portfolio and it is the strongest thing in my portfolio right now. So not that price matters, because I'm certainly not dumping. And I know someone in here, not sure who it was speaking about concerns once we peg, you know, whether or not people will stay. But again, if it bounces around the dollar, where would you go? And if you can get yield on it, even better, which I think is the objective. It just, I mean, the only time you're going to take USDC out or USDT out is if you are investing in something that you really believe is going to go up substantially. And in bear markets, you usually, I mean, some traders have put it back into USDC or USDT instead of riding it out. But I don't necessarily think that we'll get that kind of exit that some think that we may have if there's yield involved right away.
In the same boat as you, Quinn. I'm looking for yield as and when that if and when that becomes a reality.
That's got to be the play. Yield on your principal. It's like, I can't think of a more incredible thing, and I can't think of a more bullish thing from a community aspect as well, in terms of like, yeah, this idea of the exodus of liquidity and things like that. Why would you want to leave? Like, why would you want to take some sort of short-term gain when you can have like a lifetime of yield? Essentially, it just makes no sense to me. So I think that's definitely something that people really need to consider based on their circumstances.
Quinn, am I right in thinking you worked or work at you're a broker? Am I correct? And
Ages ago, I worked on a hedge fund ages ago. Yeah, and then I owned a finance business for 11 years while I was having an enormous size family. But I'm an older girl now, but I love Richard. I mean, Richard taught me not to trade. Richard has, I love his thoughts. I love how he calls out some of the biggest players in the world. He'd call out Elon, anyone, you know, he's honest. And sometimes I don't like, I mean, I would never have my daughters listen or watch some of the things, because I think that we still are, you know, this is the Wild West. It's still a boys' game, and that's fine. But like, decency is a good thing too, right? Like, I have to deal with seeing things I don't want to see. I have to look up some things because I didn't even know what existed. It's like funny, but it's not going to keep me out of this space, because I mean, this is about legacy for our families, correct? It's about doing good in the world. It's about so much more than money and buying things, because some of the best things in this world you can't buy. But I like everything about it. And I can't wait for Richard to be right and people to be humbled and come here, and we can educate those into DeFi. So everything's being set up. I can feel it. I mean, we're all here because we feel that this is the right place to be. So that's why we're here and staying. And I don't know, because I had traded so much in the past, when I think I had mentioned when pDAI dove and Katie did her play, that was April of 25 because I bought a lot. Because what did I learn? I learned that there's a lot of games. And when, I mean, I've been around since yeah, the pre big payday for Hex. And, you know, for anyone to sell their e-Hex, I laughed at that. Even though Richard talked about it, he didn't really say sell, did he? No, he, you know, everything's kind of like tongue in cheek, question marks. But I mean, that was a great play too. I just didn't sell my e-Hex. I didn't buy it, which I wish I had bought more at that point. But yeah, if you believe in his products, he's not going to let them die. That's
Did
just my input.
did your colleagues in your sort of financial space, did they share the same position or line or train of thought about DeFi or maybe even crypto in general as you? I mean, are you still in touch with people that, if it's not too prying a question, I don't mean it to be, but say if you're still in touch with colleagues of old, would they
No,
have the same
actually,
convictions as you?
I'm really not. And there's a lot of people in that world that they won't tell you what they're doing privately, publicly. Of course, they're bankers and CFOs of banks and credit unions, and they, you know, they're not really, their institutions are not involved in crypto, but I'm
Yeah.
sure they will be. And probably they're having board meetings about it as soon as the Clarity Act. I think there's a lot going on right now and getting ready for the Clarity Act. So they have to be ready to go, is my thought.
I was saying at the top of the VC, trying to get an expert on to just have a chat with this like we do here. An expert just someone with a legal expert. We had like nuclear herbs in mind. Then he might come on and just answer some questions or help us understand a little more about where we sit ahead of Clarity Act and afterwards. I thought he'd be a great sort of legal mind. Whether or not he's keen to come on, and it'd be kind of difficult to not have it like we're trying to have him aligned with DAI or anything. That's really not why I'd be interested. That's not what I want to have come across to people listening. It's hard to have no bias when it's here. It is. This is the DAI Telegram. Come and talk to us. It's kind of an instant bias the way it rolls off the tongue. But he may see what we're trying to ask. You know, we're just looking for someone to help us understand things. He has great skills and he's qualified. It would be interesting. It'd be just good to line up a couple of guests, you know, that could help us along.
He's the perfect person. Yeah. He seems to know the ins and outs of the legal arguments. Dr. Pecker's pretty good, but I think you're right. Nuclear herbs, and why not ask him? The worst he can do is say no.
Yeah. We're not looking to adopt him into DAI or anything. He could be, I don't care if he's not a fan of DAI at all. He could have very negative thoughts. That's fine. That's not why we want to speak to him. It's like we want to really get his professional take on things. It would be beneficial. I would enjoy it a lot.
I just want to make one last comment before I stop speaking. As Richard said, it's on his roadmap to have a decentralized stablecoin. So if not pDAI, what is it going to be? Because he's going to do it. So what will it be?
I think the number of people here listening would have us believe it's DAI.
Well, we've had this discussion, but haven't we before, Osprey, that why has he chosen, or why would it be DAI rather than something else? And the answer is, well, if it's something else, his name is directly attached to it. Where if it's DAI, there's all sorts of plausible deniability, and some pioneers behind the scenes have done it all. But yeah.
Plus, I think
I think that ruling by the SEC has something to do with this. Am I right? Because it places Pulsechain of present somewhat beyond the jurisdiction of the SEC. And I feel like anything new and as big as another decentralized coin, I'm not sure if it fits the outcome of the ruling. I could be like way off there, but that's always what I figured. You can't just have our coin as the stable. It would have to jump through serious hoops. And yeah, we did. We had a lengthy conversation about it a few weeks ago. It might even be on one of the recordings, but yeah, Hexy, I think you're right. I think you are right. I'll tell you another thing. Actually, you need to build a community around something. And what are we here? We're here now like 3 years, right? And we built one of the best communities inside of DeFi on this side. And you can't do that with something new. You have to, it has to be organic and real. I think where product market fit is concerned, community is a central element to that. I would say that is one reason why I choose to believe in this, in DAI, because the community is here. If another coin were to be launched, in a week's time, I just think it was a trick. I would think it would be a way to shake weak hands. That's what I would think.
Yeah, same. Just another thing I was thinking about is, I can't remember who was speaking earlier, talking about shaking out the weak hands, and Richard wants as few people as possible to really benefit from the peg. And yet in the past he said, I want to create 1 million millionaires. Where does that sort of, I mean, those two things seem to contradict each other.
Maybe DAI is part one to that story.
Yeah,
And
okay.
then when you look at when we were talking there about yield opportunities and what comes after, do we all pile into core coins? I certainly will. If the opportunity is there to do that, that's absolutely on my radar. That's my first port of call. That and yield. I mean, I don't ever plan to leave any of this. This is the way for me now. Now that I familiarize with it too, I think the software is really cool. I like the software. I like the ease of use. I like that I can run it myself. And I'm answerable only to me. It's I was in the bank. I was in the bank a couple of 3 times this year. I hardly use the banks now. I pay a mobile phone bill and things like that. Just the little things that you keep an account for, a current account, and it's so complex. I can't lodge money on weekends. It doesn't go through until banking hours begin on a Monday. I have to put a plastic card in a machine that looks like it was made by a school kid. It spits me out pieces of paper as receipts. It has a keypad that everyone else touches. And half the time the machines don't even work properly. They're out of order or they're out of money. I find that a lot in my hometown. It's I'm just tired of I go from that interface, with the real world in quotes, and then I come back to running Pulsex swap on my own machine, and it's a world apart. It's like going from a Model T to a rocket. I cannot. if that's the interface side of things, how on earth can I consider getting out? This whole idea of getting out, I think it's I think it's wild. Yeah.
Well, as you say, maybe this is part one, and then that, fingers crossed, will be the next step. Because unless you can utilize pDAI in the real world, it's doesn't help a huge amount, does it?
No.
Having a big online balance that you can't then do things with, whether that's for your own lifestyle or some degree of good or whatever it is. There needs to be a way. I mean, that's what Bitcoin failed at completely. You know, having a payment system or whatever it is. I know some countries have adopted it, but hopefully there are. It sounds like to me, reading between the lines from some of 99's posts, that there are much bigger things in the works, and maybe it's a banking alternative type of thing. But there still needs to be a way to do things with it, rather than just look at your balance on a MetaMask wallet.
Like Quinn says, the Clarity Act is going to potentially show us or reveal us a few more options that may make life easier for situations like that.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, that would be great. But the
I,
Clarity Act, I know Clarity Act is all being discussed in the US, but I'm guessing
Mhm.
for those of us not in the US, they would still. Will we live by the Clarity Act? Will we then bring similar rules, or do we? None of us know those questions, I guess. But
Well, banks are in territories, but I think in many ways it's like a borderless space. Everyone must be in these financial services operate like in unison, like in tandem. The isn't it international banking regulations? Pretty sure. Quinn would know. But I see Clarity Act as it's competition. It's global competition. If someone has, like the US, the United States has Clarity Act passed, it sets it ahead of everybody else. It gives it a head start in this race to a new world of finance. And as far as I can tell, there's an awful lot of capital in the wings, like trillions, right? And everyone's going to want a slice of that pie. Just like everyone wanted a slice of the .com world, and I remember that. Everyone wants a slice of the AI world. So there are there's off-ramp solutions and things like that, and like I have my own solution, but it's still a bit higgledy-piggledy. I would like to see it more, things be a little smoother, a little easier. We need the rails to do it. I mentioned to you about Fireblocks, and it's just there's just no. It's been weeks and weeks and weeks. Fireblocks is useless at their communication. So I've asked twice. I've made a couple. I even called, and they took some notes, and yeah, we'll get back to you, etc. They don't get back, and they. Some people put it down to the market being quiet, etc. But I just don't buy that. This is the best time to be ready. Like in any enterprise, when things are quiet, you get your house tidy, get ready for the influx, and be able to cope with what comes. And they don't reach out. If Fireblocks had Pulsechain on their network, they have 150. I think they have 150 clients, and Pulsechain isn't one. Why? Because if they were, we could off ramp that bit easier with certain service providers.
I've never heard of Fireblocks, but presumably you can bridge to ETH and do stuff like that, can you, with Fireblocks? Not that I'm suggesting that's a great route, by the way, but
no, it's not. But it's a route nonetheless. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. Like everyone has their way of managing their. If you need access to funds, then it's good to be able to make those funds go from to make them go where you need them to be, and not having Fireblocks makes that difficult.
But there's many other things, aren't there, where Pulsechain just seems to be the black sheep of the family, forgive that expression perhaps, but I mean,
Yeah.
you've got the whole Rabbit wallet situation, you've got the fact that Ledger, or not Ledger, but Trezor doesn't support directly Pulsechain. I mean, yes, you can use it on the wallet, but you can't get your balances, etc. And it does feel that we are kind of ignored by the rest of the crypto world, whether that's a Richard Hart plan, I don't know, but yet everything that Liberty Swap is doing seems to be trying to bring everything together, where Pulsechain is almost at the center of the crypto world.
Yeah. Fireblocks is good infrastructure, and no, they're huge. Like they paint the impression of being huge globally with their social side of things, but the communication just doesn't match at all.
Mm.
I might wind it up, Hexy. What do you reckon? Are you happy with that?
Yeah, oh yeah, no, it's been brilliant as always. Let's hope we get some. I'm sure we will get some more snippets from 9 over the next few hours, and
Yeah.
really look forward to seeing what happens over the coming days. Thanks,
This was
Osprey,
a
for hosting as always.
this was a good VC. I enjoyed this one. You know, it's good to listen. Yeah, have a good week, my friend, and we'll chat next week, I hope.
Yeah, take care. You too.
Cheers, pal. Bye.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Quinn. Thanks for chatting.
Just before we close up the stream, I just, sorry, the VC, I just got out of the Uber. I'm just wondering, Osprey, have you heard of Helios Pay from Zero Trust Network?
No.
When you were talking earlier about off ramps.
Helios.
You haven't, did you say?
No, not me. I heard of Zero Trust, absolutely. But Helios
Okay.
Pay, no.
Yeah, there's some exciting things happening there. So it's maybe not a direct necessarily off ramp, but I have to do some more investigating. But I do know that they've basically integrated with websites for crypto payments. So, for example, something like Shopify, which was really hard to do, they've ended up figuring it out where the shop would just be, if you go to, when you press the currencies or whatever, you would go to cryptocurrency, and their workaround was basically it replicated the entire site and everything was priced then in cryptocurrency. The point being is that there is things that I'm starting to see where there's payment rails that are starting to appear. So I'm kind of hoping that's going to lead to some pretty awesome off ramps as well. The Zero Trust Network are just doing a lot of amazing stuff. A lot.
I'll check that out, Stephen. I have.
Yeah, I've got to check it out more myself. So I don't think there's probably like maybe not many videos out there, to be honest, on it. So, but yeah, have a look, man.
It makes me wonder what ProveX will be when it comes out of beta as well, because ProveX seems to have it has rails into major payments operators. I wonder where that will lead. I find ProveX quite interesting like that.
Absolutely. I was listening to something the other day, and I think it's Alex McWhirter, and basically the one who did Hedron, and he's doing the Rabby wallet called Cappy, and he was talking about how he's basically trying to do it so it's integrated with ProveX, and it's going to be so simple. It's going to be like a click of a button, and the way that he wants to try and design things is with pretty much like the golden, I don't know, like the dream of crypto onboarding, but just making it easy. Like instead of sit this person down and okay, now you put your money into whatever whatever onboard rail you have, and then okay, now you connect it to Pulsechain, and then you find this contract address and da 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 da. There's all these steps, and it's not that big of a deal. But when you're trying to onboard like a completely new person, like even now, Grav was saying, "Oh, talk to the taxi driver, the Uber driver," and I mentioned crypto, and I got no response. But if I had some sort of card, and I could be like, "Oh, here's this card," and you just scan the QR code, and basically there you go. You got your wallet set up, and it's all on Pulsechain, ready to go. That would be like the ultimate state, but we're not there yet.
Not yet, we're not, but we could be. It feels like, fingers crossed, right?
I think it's inevitable, man. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's just we're just not there yet. I mean, no one else is really doing it. No one else is really building. Maybe I'm being naive, but I'm not sure what the other blockchains are doing, to be perfectly honest. They all seem to be so focused on faster, quicker transactions and plugging into the TradFi system and making blockchains that are going to work for centralized systems. It doesn't really seem like any of them are building anything innovative, but maybe I'm being biased. I'm not too sure.
No, I get what you're saying. That's what I don't really check in. I used to scrabble around on Polygon, and that was a very long time, long before I got to Pulsechain. But I checked in maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago just to see how certain projects, whether they had made it or not, and they all die. That's what I noticed. Everything that I had interest in at the time that promoted longevity and that they'd be around for a long time. They weren't. They were gone, and the people were gone, and they just move where I guess people just move where the capital is, or where it looks to be pouring in. I can see people coming to Pulsechain. That's what I can see. Eventually.
Yeah.
But we're early, aren't we? Like you say.
Yeah.
I'll wind up the VC. Is that cool with you, Stephen? You happy with that? I think you.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'll go back and listen to the video chat for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely am
Cool.
keen to hear what Bavarian had to say about the 99 Capital and the L2, so I'll definitely go back and listen to it.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Yeah, sorry to keep you up actually, but yeah, thanks guys and girls.
Sure, man. Safe home. Thanks for coming on too, and good to hear from everyone. I'll post this recording straight away in main chat and tag a few people. So cool.
I think Pay will have a big role on Pulsechain.
Reddit resources. I didn't catch that.
I mean, I think Colossus Pay will have a big role on Pulsechain because Liberty Swap is also talking with them.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Colossus Pay. I'll make a note of that myself. And have you seen that on Liberty Swap posts, I assume?
They are communicating together, and Colossus Pay seems very innovative payment solution with cards you can use in the real world. And personally, this is only my personal opinion, I think it's funded by Richard Hart because it seems they started in 2025.
Colossus. I see a website here. I'm not sure if I'm on the right website though. ETH Strategy Incorporated, a Delaware corporation. This could be a different company, but okay, I'll make a note of that and have a look and see. So isn't that interesting? We've spoken. So Stephen, you and I, we've been speaking about 3 different payment providers have come up in the conversation. So there's clearly enterprises out there that are positioning themselves for this expected for a customer base. I was in my mind, I was citing Ultimo. That's the service provider I'm trying to get Fireblocks to plug into. But if Fireblocks plug into Pulsechain, then Ultimo can authorize PLS for off ramping. But
Colossus Pay seems to be perfect for Pulsechain because they are saying it's a permissionless credit card network built on stablecoins. And the website is colossus.credit.
yeah, I see it now. That's the one I'm on. It has, yeah, okay, it has, yeah, the next credit card network. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I have a good look at this and maybe reach out and just send I have an email that I wrote to Fireblocks. I'll just switch it up and if this fits with what Colossus are doing, I'll just send the same email and see can we get a little conversation. Like all these things count, just little hits each day. It all counts. It can lead somewhere, you know. Thanks for that, Reddit. That's interesting.
Yeah, I just saw it because Liberty Swap is directly communicating with Colossus Pay. So I think they are co-working.
Have you seen, is there like anything we can see where Liberty Swap have communicated with them, or is it just something you know from other sources maybe? It's okay if you can't
There's some
say it's fine.
some posts are public on X.
Okay, cool. Oh, cool. This is interesting. All right. Thanks for that. Yeah, gonna wind it up, guys and girls. Have an excellent rest of the day, and thanks for joining in, everybody. That was really good. Good listening. That was good listening.